Approach, my child, and choose where your new life shall begin. Which property do you own? The simple life can be its own reward.
Bit of jewelry for your journey home?
You there. The Dawn Guard is looking for anyone willing to fight against the growing vampire menace. What do you say? We're vampire hunters. We search out and destroy those blood-sucking scum wherever we find them. You're not paying. Haven't you heard that the vigilance? That's why our leader, Isran, is re-establishing the Dawn Guard. Going to like real
Got
serious.
something I'm
Go
supposed
talk
to
to
deliver.
for Dawn Guards.
I've been looking for
Southeast
you.
of Rifted.
Got something I'm supposed to
new
deliver.
museum opening up in Dawnstone.
The owner is asking me to hand out invitations to travelers.
Moving up in the world, eh?
Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Riches beyond imagining. I found these words inscribed in ancient dwarven ruins in the Reach. I believe they mark the entrance to a forgotten city. My brother went in a few days ago and hasn't returned. I need someone I can count on to go in after him and bring him back alive. I've heard great things about you, which is why I'm asking for your help. I'll be waiting for you in the ruins. Please hurry. And remember...
Thank you so much. With this coin, I'll be able to double my stock. Oh, by the divines, is it that obvious? I swear, if my Gunnar was alive to see me now. This store would finally be on its feet if I hadn't lost my last shipment to the Forsworn attacks. A specially made Dibella statuette. You aren't for hire, are you? A sellsword? I'll pay you if you can recover that statuette from the Forsworn. Thank you. I'll have a sum of gold waiting for you when you return. I inherited the store from my husband. His father was Arnleif. My husband, Gunnar, died about 5 years ago. Forsworn attack. I miss that stubborn oaf.
The Treasury House is really just for patrons of the Silverblood family. You don't belong here. It's an old family, very well respected throughout the Reach. The Silverbloods run nearly all the lands in this hold, as well as the local inn. And of course they own Sidna Mine, the finest prison and source of silver in Skyrim. For one, the landowners of the Reach, it goes without saying that they rely heavily on us for our silver and support. All the miners, farmers, and laborers in the Reach get their daily wages through us. Nepos the Nose handles that part of our business. He has a way with the workers. You want Thonar Silverblood. He handles all the family business. If you're here to talk politics, though, you'd want his brother, Thongvor. He spends most of his time in Understone Keep. I have records I need to tend to.
Excuse me.
What's your business here? That's what I thought.
Why are you bothering me, kinsman? Then you're talking to the wrong man. You want that elf in the keep, Calcimo. The only thing I'll tell you about Markarth is to stay out of our business. We have enough around here without some outsider causing trouble. I should get back. Out of my way. Didn't I speak clear enough? Out of my way.
What are you hiding, priest?
I'm not hiding anything. It's closed for a reason.
Typical Imperial lies. First, you take away Talos. Now you're keeping us from seeing our honored dead? You and the Jarl will answer for any desecration of my ancestors.
You! Who are you to approach the Jarl of Markarth? Very well. You may approach the mournful throne, but watch your words. Keep your eyes open for forces when you're on the roads.
Things are bad, Igman. Our foresters are barely able to keep the Forsworn in check. Merchants are reporting the loss of more of their shipments.
This is why I say we take the fight to them. Gather the Legion and drive those blasted beasts out of the Reach for good.
And what do Legion soldiers know about the hills of the Reach, and the caves that make up those hills? The Forsworn can hide and ambush every assault.
The safety of the city and our settlements must be our only concern, Igmund. The rest of the Reach is on its own.
Cowards, both of you. My father would not sit idly back and wait while evil men take over his lands. We're done discussing this for now.
I'm Igman's uncle, as well as his steward. The Jarl has put out a bounty on Forsworn. Here, take a look at this decree for details. I have letters to read. I advise Igman the same way I advised his father. Caution, caution, caution. The Forsworn know every stone in the Reach. We have to wait them out. Need something? Well, hello. Igmund, we need
You speak to
talk
Igmund,
about the
son of
silver-
Hrolfdir, Jarl of Markarth.
Loyal. Thungbor supports Ulfric and his
I don't
storm-
know you, and I don't sell what precious property we have to outsiders. But if you're willing to work, and you prove to be reliable, I might deem you worthy to live here.
They could be working
My
with the
steward will
Force
handle
One.
things from there.
Yes, my
Yes,
lord.
my Jarl.
It all started here, this rebellion. When the Empire lost the Reach during the Great War, we became desperate. We promised a group of Nord militia free worship in exchange for their help retaking the hold. Then the elves found out about it. We were forced to arrest all of them. Ulfric Stormcloak, their leader, used the whole thing as proof that the Empire had abandoned Skyrim. The rebels called it the Markarth Incident. It was the founding day for the Stormcloaks, and where this war really started. My guards told me, poor Margaret, and witnesses report that the attacker was shouting some nonsense about being a Forsworn. I want to make things clear. Markarth has its troubles, but there are no Forsworn in this city. They are only a threat in the hills and along the roads where they live. Everywhere else, we are in control. The White Gold Concordant, our treaty with the elves after the Great War, forbids free worship of Talos. But that's what we promised Ulfric and his men. It seems foolish looking back, but at the time we were hoping the elves wouldn't find out. So when they did find out, it was either we arrest Ulfric and the militia, or enter into yet another war with the Aldmeri Dominion. The choice was clear, and now Ulfric threatens the thinly veiled peace we sacrificed so much for. When the Aldmeri Dominion invaded the Imperial City, the Legion all but turned a blind eye to the other provinces. Many of the disgruntled natives of the Reach used the opportunity to depose the Empire, and founded what they called an independent kingdom. It was little more than a chaotic uprising, but the Reach was removed from Imperial authority for 2 years before we reclaimed it. But the leaders of the uprising refused our offers of peace. They fled into the hills and became the Forsworn. Are you a sellsword? I don't like your kind. No honor, no loyalty, unreliable. But I can't turn away a potential ally in these times. Let's see if you're better than a common mercenary. My scouts have tracked down one of the Forsworn leaders, hiding out in their blood-soaked camps. Deal with them. We will see. I want no mercy for those Forsworn. Understand?
You really should put on some clothes, you know. I'm Igman's uncle at the fort. Yes? Need some... Yeah. Need something?
All right, we've all seen enough. Put on some clothes. Excellent. I think you'll be glad that you made this decision. Thank you. I'll be sure to put it to good use. Depends on what you need. A light armor is good for travel, less to carry. A heavy armor weighs you down, but no true warrior goes without it. If you want some heavy armor, I might have a deal we could work out. I need a dangerous heart. Jarl wants me to cool his new sword in blood. You get me a heart, I get you some armor. Interested? Good hunting. Anything. Served in the Legion with my sister Gorza for over 10 years. We've seen every piece you can imagine. Have you met her? She runs the forge near the smelter. Just don't bother talking to her, apprentice. Boy has no talent.
If it's about the Hall of the Dead, no, you can't go in there.
Archay, one of the 8 divines, god of the cycle of birth and death.
It is his shrine people pray to when they visit the hall. That his divinity will watch over their ancestors on the way to the next life.
New to Skyrim? I was confused at first too. The Nords call their mausoleums the Hall of the Dead. It's where people in the city are buried. Fathers, forefathers, mothers, foremothers. I can't talk about it. Rest assured, the Jarl hears everyone's concerns. You will be able to visit the dead again soon. Well, the priesthood of Archay always accepts generous donations. We've discovered that some of the dead have been eaten. Flesh has been chewed off. Bones were snapped to get at the marrow inside. We haven't caught anyone or anything yet. It's like it knows when I'm there. If you can get to the bottom of this, the priesthood of Archay will reward you. Take my key, and be careful. Archay, one of the 8 divines, god of the cycle of birth and death.
Not many would walk blindly into a crypt, smelling of steel and blood, but not fear. I feel the hunger inside of you, gnawing at you. You see the dead, and your mouth grows wet. Your stomach growls. It's all right. I will not shun you for what you are. Stay. I will tell you everything you have forgotten.
You were young when you first tasted human flesh, weren't you? A brother or sister had died? An accident, of course. Then the hunger set in. Curiosity. What's the harm in just one bite? It's okay now. You found a friend who understands you. You can let go of your guilt. A lot of our kind block out the memory of their first meal. The shame is too much. But you don't need to hide anymore. Namira, the Lady of Decay, accepts you for what you are. She has a place for us where we can sate our appetites without judgment. It's inside Reachcliff Cave. But the dead have stirred from their slumber recently, and I was forced here. Meet me there. We'll fight our way to Namira's embrace together. Until then, tell the people of Markarth that their dead won't be disturbed anymore. We have bigger plans ahead.
You a fighting man? How about it? I'm drunk, and it's been a while since I had a good fight. 100 septums says I can take you, barehanded.
This is our city, not theirs.
That's the spirit. Let's go.
Come on! Keep those hands up!
Wait, I can still fight. No.
You're just going to stand there and take it? Fight back!
Fair fight. Here you are. Good to see you. Arnleaf and Sons Trading Company. I'm a porter. Just some muscle hired to move heavy packages.
How are your chores coming?
But we don't get any shipments in. Forsworn attack every caravan. So all I do is sit here and drink.
My son. You'll
Let's
be a
not
fine
waste any time.
someday, like your father. But
And just what do you think you're doing? Unfortunately for you, we don't allow men into the inner sanctum. You have committed a breach and must pay the penalty. Normally, a quick death. Luckily for you, there are more pressing matters. We could make an example of you, but perhaps you could be put to better use. The ceremony you so rudely interrupted was the exalted protocol of the Debellan Sibyl. I don't expect you to know what that means. Suffice to say that our Sibyl was recently lost to us. Through the protocol, we have seen the home of the next Sibyl, to the north in a small village pressed against the stone. If you can travel there and retrieve our young Sibyl, your transgression will be forgiven. We believe the place in our vision to be Karthwasten. Now move quickly. The girl must be brought to the temple as soon as possible. The Sibyl of Dibella spends her entire life in direct communion with the goddess. From the time she's a little girl to the moment she expires, she is a direct connection with the Heavenly Mother. From her reverie, we know the mind of our god. We have had a vision of the next Sibyl, living in a village to the north. She must be brought to the temple for her reverie to begin. It's considered a great honor for the family. Their daughter will never know hardship.
and the goddess blesses them with great bounty. We prefer not to announce that the Sibyl has died until we can introduce the new one. People like to know that we're connected to the goddess. Have you heard of the Blessing of Dibella? It can help you with the wooing of women if that's your aim. Or give you strength if you happen to offend one. Typically, we avoid bestowing it upon men, but for the Sibyl's escort, we could make an exception.
Gods. A woman attacked right on the streets. Are you alright? Did you see what happened? A Forsworn? Strange. Well, I hope the Eight give you more peace in the future, for what it's worth. Oh, I think you dropped this. Some kind of note. Looks important. No. I was just getting some fresh air. Had one too many pints of mead at the Silver Blood Inn. My note? No, that's yours. Must have fallen out of your pocket. I'd better get going. I hope your stay in Markarth treats you better.
Need a trained war dog? Fiercest companion money can buy. Good. Here you are. He'll follow you to oblivion and back, if it comes to that.
Halt, Outlander! By the Code of Malakath, this stronghold belongs to the Orcs. Your kind are unwelcome. This is our stronghold. Here, we are free to live as Malakath intended, away from the prying eyes of the Nords. You're not an Orc or Bloodkin, so stay out. We only help our own. He is the Daedric Lord of the Orcs, the keeper of the sworn oath and the bloody curse. We live by his code and follow his teachings. An outlander like you wouldn't understand. There are few great strongholds worthy to talk about. Dushnik Jarl, Morkazgur, Narzobur, and Lagerspur. We've heard whispers of an enchanted pair of gauntlets, hidden and protected by dangerous men, beasts, or worse. They are called the Forge Master's Fingers. Bring them to our chief, and he will decide if you are worthy to be bloodkin to the Orcs. We will see.
A new hand touches the beacon. Listen, hear me and obey. A foul darkness has seeped into my temple. A darkness that you will destroy. Return my beacon to Mount Kilcreath.
Don't sound like
and I will make you the instrument of my cleansing light.
Did you see a dog out there? I don't know, really. The blacksmith is offering a reward for a dog he saw on the road. I was hoping you'd seen it. I guess I'll stay on the lookout. Keep your nose clean while you're here, outsider.
You got no clothes. You should get some. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures. His name's... If you meet him, don't expect much in the way of conversation. He ain't one for talking, especially with folk he don't know. I was once, but not anymore. I was wounded in a skirmish up near Windhelm. This was years ago, mind you. Now maybe I don't pick up a blade in Ulfric's name no more. I still hold with his ideals. Skyrim is Nordland, and we
Try
are...
not to judge Falkreath too harshly,
Until
visitor.
next time.
The war has been hard on us.
Name's Angie. And if you try anything stupid, I won't hesitate to put an arrow in your head. Sorry, a girl can't be too careful out here. Like I said, name's Angie, and I've been living out here for a couple of years now. I moved here from Helgen after my family was killed. At the time, I couldn't stand to be around anyone. They all felt sorry for me, and I didn't want them to. It was my problem, not theirs. Two Imperial drunks who thought they were above the law. Already did. Part of the reason I'm living out here now. Thanks for offering, though. I set up those targets a long time ago. I shoot at them from time to time. Don't want to get rusty with my bow. That I am. You know how to use one? Well, let me know if you ever want to practice. If you need a bow, there's one on the rack to the left of the door. Don't be like them. Don't feel sorry for me. Let's see if I can teach you a few things about using a bow.
Next time, you might want to get dressed before leaving the house. He's a bard, so he says. Occasionally, he finds time to do his job here at the mill. Thinks his ballads and sonnets are going to convince Camilla Valerius to marry him. As if she would say yes. An intelligent, beautiful woman like her wouldn't fall for that nonsense. I hope. I've been thinking, maybe Camilla needs a little help seeing Sven for what he is. Could you give her this letter and say it's from Sven? I think I've matched that Nord's lack of cleverness perfectly.
Well, one of us has to do something.
I said no. No adventures, no theatrics, no thief chasing.
Well, what are you going to do then, huh? Let's hear it.
We are done talking about this. Well, I don't know what you overheard, but the Riverwood Trader is still open. Feel free to shop. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures. Excellent. I think you'll be glad that you... Thank you. I'll be sure to put it to good use. I think I have a few old spell books laying about. If you want more, you'll have to go to the College of Winterhold. Yeah, we did have a bit of a break-in. We still have plenty to sell. Robbers were only after one thing. An ornament, solid gold in the shape of a dragon's claw. You could? I've got some coin coming in from my last shipment. It's yours if you bring my claw back. Now, if you're going to get those thieves, you should head to Bleak Falls Barrow, northwest of town.
So this is your plan, Lucan?
Yes. So now you don't have to go, do you?
Oh, really? Well, I think your new helper here needs a guide.
No, by the 8, fine. But only to the end. What the?
Faendal thinks he can woo Camilla Valerius away from... What is this? The elf playing a treachery? Shocking. As if I would write this dribble. How about we play a bit of a turnabout with Faendal? Here. I had to use simple words, but this letter should convince Camilla it's from him. Lucan's got a little bit of everything at the Riverwood Trader. If you need weapons or armor, see Alvor, the blacksmith.
You need to be careful out there.
Think you can go blade to blade with me? You'd be dead in 6 seconds. And why not? I could beat anyone in this city, barehanded. 100 gold says I knock your hide to the ground. Just fists. No weapons, no magic. Now that's what I call a punch. You got me. You're no liar. Best fight up. How's it going? The heat of the battle is the fire that forges the strongest blades. It's an old Nord proverb. That, and a true Nord never misses a chance to test her worth. You've been talking to those companions? Too hot-headed, they cried. Weak, pathetic cowards, the lot of them. It wasn't my fault. I told them over and over that it was an accident. They wanted me to prove my worth. So they threw me up against a young whelp of a lad, hardly old enough to grow his first chin hairs. I guess I thought a woman wasn't strong enough to hurt him. I didn't mean for him to die. Why would I want that? I just lost control. Looks like you got someone already. Good to see you. Looks like you got someone already.
All I can think about is my son, my Thorold. They say that he was killed, but I know better. I know my son is alive. Those battle-born, they're in with the Imperials. They know it too, and yet they lie to my very face. It's not wise to discuss it here. Please, if you truly wish to help, meet me at my home. I'll tell you the whole story.
Welcome, child. This is the Temple of Kinnareth. The Gildegreen outside was planted as a seedling in the early years of Whiterun. Disciples of Kinnareth could sense something holy in it, and traveled far to hear the winds of the goddess in its branches. Of course, not as many pilgrims these days. To the east of here is a hidden grove where the Eldergleam resides. It's the oldest living thing in Skyrim, maybe all of Tamriel. Our tree here in the city was grown from a cutting of that tree. You can still feel the glory of the mother tree through it. Even its name is an echo. I've thought about that. Trees like this never really die, they only slumber. I think if we had some of the sap from the parent tree, we could wake up its child. But even if you could get to the Eldergleam, you couldn't tap it. Not with any normal metal. If you want to help, you'll need something to cut into it first. You'll have to deal with the Hag Ravens. I've heard about the weapon they've made for sacrificing Spriggans. It's called Nettlebane. The hags terrify me, or I would have gone after it myself. Your spirit is strong. Kinareth's winds will guide your path. It's held in a Hagraven nest called Orphan Rock. So, have you gotten Nettlebane back from those... Indeed. The temple here in the city is my charge. The goddess's divine blessings have no doubt helped make Whiterun a thriving and prosperous city. After all, it is she who brings rain to our crops and fair weather on the harvest days. Somewhat, yes. At first it seemed a distant thing, heard only in the idle speech of guards and traders. When the wounded soldiers began to return from battle, I did what I could to help them. As more of the sick and injured came to the temple, my work as a healer became more important than my duties as a priestess. I wish only an end to the fighting, so that I can tend to the temple once more. It's an old tree, very old. They say it was a seedling when the first men were arriving from Atmora, thousands of years ago. The sap is precious. It can restore barren fields or bring life to rocks. I can use it to repair the Gildergreen, so we can worship properly again.
Tell me, do you believe in mighty Arche, god of life and death? Well, as I said, Arche is the god of life and death. You'll find his temples and halls of the dead all across Tamriel. Priests of Arche, such as myself, perform rites for the dead and sometimes console the bereaved. We also keep a constant vigil against those who practice the vile arts of necromancy. I asked the question because I was hoping you might be able to help me recover something I've lost. My amulet of Arche. It's the source of my divine powers and also a sacred badge of office. I misplaced it in the catacombs. I'd look for it, but I have been hearing noises down there. I fear the dead have become restless. Without that amulet, I'm powerless to confront them. Would you be willing to search for it? I'll just wait here and make sure nothing foul escapes the catacombs. The blessing of Arche be upon you. Hey, the way... Oh, thank Arche! Please, take this gold for your troubles. It was a pleasure.
Ah, father and me funnel! Stuck here! Stuck! Poor mother. Still. Oh, poor Cicero is stuck. Can't you see? I was transporting my dear, sweet mother. Well, not her. Her corpse. She's quite dead. I'm taking mother to a new home. A new crypt, but... Ah! Wagon wheel! Damnedest wagon! Don't you see? This stranger can certainly help. Go to the farm, the Glorious Farm, just over there, off the road. Dr. Glorious, he has tools. Won't. He refuses. Convince Lord to fix my wheel. Poor Cicero will reward you with coin. Gleamy sight.
Good to see you. Here, take a look at this. Some of the Jarl's men came by and left this bounty letter. Let's sate that appetite, hmm? Hrogar's house? It burned down. It's a real pity about his wife and kid. The screams won't go near it now for fear it's cursed. Hrogar claims it was a hearth fire. Some folks say Hrogar started it himself. That's what they say. See, he's living with Alva now. That started the day after the fire. It ain't right moving in with a new love the day after your kin die like that. Aye. Our Jarl would sure like to know if he did, though. Might even pay to find out. Lurbach? Fancies himself a bard. He pays, so I let him stay. If I had any customers, I'd be worried about him annoying them, but, well, look around. Slow? No, it just ain't there at all. Few enough reasons to pass through Morthal before the war started. Now, well, let's just say the front door doesn't get much use. You looking for Falion? Why don't you go bother those mages at their college in Winterhold and leave my brother alone?
I swear to you, unnatural magics are coming from that cave. There are strange noises and lights. We need someone to investigate.
Then we will
Please,
immediately
don't
send
interrupt
out a
the
legion
court.
to scour the cave and secure the town.
Please,
Halfengar's
don't
people
interrupt
will
the court.
always be safe under my rule.
Your Eminence, my scrying has suggested nothing in the area. Dragonbridge is under Imperial control. This is likely superstitious nonsense.
Please, don't interrupt the... Perhaps a more tempered reaction might be called for?
Oh, yes, of course, you were right. Falk, tell Captain Aldous I said to assign a few extra soldiers to Dragonbridge.
Thank you, Jarl Elisif. But about the cave?
I will have someone take care of the cave as well, Varnius. You can rest easy. You're dismissed. Ysmir's beard, you're going to freeze to death. Of course he does. What sort of a question is that? Maybe you've been listening to Eriker. There's been loose talk among some of the Thanes, and I suspect he's the cause of it. You'll pay those rumors no heed if you wish to retain your welcome in this city. She may be young, but Elisif is the Jarl by right. And here in Skyrim, if nothing else, we respect the traditions of our fathers' fathers. You'd do well to remember that. That remains to be seen. By rights, she has a legitimate claim as High Queen of Skyrim. But we must have the support of the other Jarls for that claim to have any meaning. Should they accept her rule, we will have peace. You mean the Dragon Bridge issue? I'll be honest with you, I was planning to let that go. Varnius is a bit jumpy at the best of times. There have been reports of weird happenings near Wolfskull Cave. Travelers disappearing, odd lights. I suspect wild animals, or perhaps bandits. I don't think it's worth our time with the war going on. But if you want to clear out the cave, I'll make sure you're repaid for your work. The cave has a bad history. Long ago, Potema the Wolf Queen used it for necromantic rituals. That's where it got the name. That was over 500 years ago. Nothing much down there now, but everyone's always convinced the cave is haunted. Feel free to return to me with questions. The Blue Palace is an open forum.
Welcome to the Bard's College. I'm the headmaster here. How may I help you? Always a pleasure to meet a prospective bard. You should be aware that many apply, but we accept very few people. When possible, we ask applicants to perform tasks the college needs completed. In this case, I do have a task befitting an aspiring bard. Elisif has forbidden the burning of King Olaf, a festival put on by the Bard's College. We need to change her mind. To convince her, I want to read King Olaf's verse, a part of the Poetic Edda, the living history of Skyrim. Unfortunately, the verse was lost long ago. Yes, according to Giraud, our history's keeper, the portion of the Edda dealing with King Olaf might still exist in Dead Man's Respite. I need you to retrieve the poem. Not much, but as a bard, I find the whole affair depressing. There are no heroes in this war, no winners to be had, and no real conclusion. If you want something a bard can dig into, look to the dragons. 1,000 years from now, Skyrim will have changed rulers dozens of times, but the return of the dragons, that story is once in an era. I think Giraud here would give you the best explanation of both it and the history of King Olaf's verse. You should speak to him about it. As you may be aware, Elisif's husband, High King Torig, was recently killed. Elisif mourns her husband deeply, and she feels that a festival that burns a king in effigy is distasteful. I tried to convince her the festival is many centuries old and celebrates solitude, but I need proof. I believe King Olaf's verse will provide that proof. As you may be aware, Elisif's husband, High King Torig, was recently killed.
You might want to rethink that. You're missing out on some wonderful opportunities working in that bar. You're passing through solitude? Maybe you're looking to make some easy gold, yes? It's easy to find things to sell. Things nobody will miss. Things from underground, or just left lying around in someone's house. I bet the two of us were very alike. So why not take the next step? We can help each other. My sister Dija and I are treasure hunters. We like to collect things. I knew you looked like a clever one.
With the war, many more ships come through these docks, loaded with weapons and pay, but few people, and they pass through dangerous waters. We have an interest in one of those boats, the Ice Runner. The Solitude Lighthouse will be guiding it in, but if its fire were to go out, the Ice Runner would run aground. What an interesting idea. I think if someone were to do something like that, there would definitely be a certain amount of loot to be shared. Yes, if someone were to put out the lighthouse fire and then meet me on the docks afterwards, I could certainly direct them to that loot. Turn me in? For what? What crime's been committed? I'm just making idle talk about what would most undoubtedly be a tragic event. A tragic and very, very profitable event. Turn me in? A tragic and very, turn me in. A tragic and very, very profitable event. Turn me. A tragic and very, turn. A tragic and very, very profitable event. Turn me in. A tragic and very, turn me in. A tragic and very, turn me in. A tragic and very, very profitable event. Don't worry about them. We'll make sure they wash up safe. Maybe they'll even pay us for their heroic rescue from their sad crash. Don't worry about them. We'll make sure they wash up safe. Maybe they'll even pay us for their heroic rescue from their sad crash.
Huh? I'm Anska. Are you here to help? I've finally located Voken's crypt. The scroll I'm looking for just has to be here. Maybe you could help find it. I just know it's in here. Some old priest buried here long ago. I've been searching for his tomb for a few years now. It's probably meaningless to you, but according to family legend, it links our bloodline back to Iskramor himself. If Vokun is as powerful as I think, I may need a little help, dealing with him. You can have anything, except the scroll, of course. Great. With the two of us, this should be easy. Huh? I cannot thank you enough for all of the help. And here's a little something for helping me out. Sometimes I just like to watch them burn. Oh, let me look. This is a very exciting moment for me. It's encrypted. It'll take a while to figure this out. Thank you again for all the help.
I know this place looks horrible. Please, don't hold it against the company. Sad, isn't it? We can't afford to keep the place running since these attacks started. Pirates, you see. Raiding all along the coast, from Hammerfell to Vardenfell. Only the Shatter Shields appear safe. A very powerful family in Windhelm. They run a private shipping operation and would love to have the docks to themselves. Wouldn't surprise me if they were in league with the pirates somehow. Not yet, no. But perhaps an intrepid person such as yourself could help with that? They have a dark elf who oversees their operations, Suveris Atherin. She's meticulous to a fault, and keeps a logbook with every transaction she makes. If it were to somehow end up in my hands, I wouldn't argue. You're not supposed to be in here.
Hold it there. Keep your distance. Another girl killed. This is Susanna, from Candlehearth Hall. Served me a drink just a few nights ago, but I can't say I knew her. Same as the others. Looks like she was stabbed and then cut apart. It's like an animal got to her. But these are the wounds of a blade. Susanna's the third. It's always the same. Young girl killed at night, body torn up. We're stretched thin as it is with the war. Nobody has the time to spend on this. Not pleasant, but it's the truth. If you want to help, ask some of these Gawkers if they saw anything useful. I'm going to examine the body before the rats can get to it.
I'm so close to the answer. Just a man's life work is all. I finally derived the location of the White Phial, but this doting busybody won't let me get it. You would do that? It's good to know there are some people out there who are willing to help an old man. It's buried with its maker, Coralmill, in a long-forsaken cave to the west of here. Coralmill was a crafty one, even in death. You would need the skills of a master alchemist to reach its resting place. Luckily for you, I've already made the mixture. Here, take it. Please, don't dally. I've wasted enough time arguing with my useless assistant here. A legendary bottle, forged in the days when Skyrim was just starting its turn to ice. A small container, made of the magically infused snow that first fell on the throat of the world. It is said that the phial will replenish whatever fluid is placed inside of it. For an alchemist like myself, it is the most pure expression of my art. To create from nothingness is poetry. The legendary... It is said, for an alchemist like myself, the legend... It is said, for an alchemist like myself, it is... Take a look. So, you're interested in my...
Take a look. Why are you still standing around here? May the Eight guide you. I've spent my entire life searching for it. It brought me all the way to these frozen reaches from the warm embrace of Somerset Isle. Entire years spent in libraries, seeking out tiny villages with local legends that contain but a whisper of a hint of the file. I even named my shop after it, hoping that it might attract anyone who had heard of it. And now it's within my grasp. But the Eight, it seems, have chosen me for their amusement. For in my current condition, I'll never be able to lay my hands on it.
Ah! Oh, my can you help me? He's in the tomb doing gods know what with my dead relatives. Val's Varen. My family has never really seen eye to eye with him, and he has finally gone off the deep end. He's gone in to defile our family tomb by using our ancestors for his filthy, dark elf necromancy. My aunt went in after him, but she hasn't come out yet, and I don't think I can take him by myself. Great. I'll unlock the door and meet you inside. Then you can lead the way. We should get after Val's Varen before he does more damage here. Good day. He's barred the door. Gods only know how he's defiling the bodies of my ancestors in there. Agna once told me there is a secret room deeper in, where they bury disgraced members of the family. Maybe that will get us into the main chamber. Thank you for your help with Val's. Please, take this, and leave me to see to Aunt Agna and my other family members.
Hey, who's there?
Stendar's mercy, you aren't one of them. Please, you've got to help me. It's my wife, Viola. I think she's being held in this tower. I'm sorry. You're right. Let me explain. Viola, my wife, left the farm on errands and never came back. It's been months, and I've been searching for her since. I heard a rumor that these bandits were ransoming captives, so I thought she may be here. I managed to sneak past the guards and get this far, but I don't think I can go on. I'm no warrior. Please, can you look for her? Thank you. I don't have much, but I can give you some coin for the trouble. One of the guards dropped this key while I hid. I wager it'll come in handy for you. Please hurry. Until you can find out whether Viola is here, there's nothing I care to discuss.
All right, Snowback. Who are you and what are you doing in my tower? Viola? How do you know that name? Krister? He's here? The fool's my husband. I'm Viola. Or I was, once. Don't you see? I left that old scab. Came home to Skyrim and found this rabble of bandits. Didn't take much to prove myself and knock them into shape. Now every free blade from here to Windhelm wants to sign on for a peace. And it won't end here. I'd die before I went back. None. Not back to him. I don't know. I never expected the old bag to follow me so far. Just get rid of him. But don't kill him. I don't hate the man. I just want him to go back to his farm and forget about me. Take my wedding band. Stune only knows why I kept it this long. He'll recognize it. Tell him whatever you think will convince him to leave. The ring itself is worth a few bits. Keep it as thanks for cutting off the last vestige of an unwanted fate.
What news? Why isn't Viola with you? Her marriage band. Then there's hope. She was here. I have to move on if I want to find her. Please, take the coin I promised. Blessings of Stendar on you. I will find you, Viola.
Oh, it's you. I didn't think you could handle this on your own. Did you get rid of Krister? How did... No, forget it. I don't care to know. I'm free of the little man, and that's what matters. I owe you a debt, and I aim to repay it. We'll see each other again someday. For now, goodbye and thanks.
They burned his body before I could raise him. It should have been returned to me. You will not stop me from killing those who wage this pointless war.
Thank you for releasing us from the spell.
Now we can rest in peace once again. Come, Fury, my love.
Take this with our gratitude.
Ysmir's beard, you're going to freeze to death. Sure, it's full of spiders. That's what's wrong with it. Almost killed Grogmar and me when they showed up. I'm worried that they'll come out of the mine looking for food soon. Then we're in even bigger trouble. Yeah, they're as useless as a fifth wheel on a wagon. Gave me some sort of line about keeping an eye out for enemy soldiers. What's the point in protecting this place if the mine's completely useless? Idiots. I never asked you to help in the first place. Why would... Sure, it's... I'm worried that they'll come out... Yeah, they're... What's the point in protecting this... Tell you what. Keep to your word, and I'll line your pockets with as much as I can scrape up. Red Belly Mine gets its name from the red mist filling the place. You get used to it after a while. Kind of smells like the hot springs out in the tundra. No idea what's causing it, though. You get used. No idea what's causing it, though. Moved right in and made themselves at home. Did it overnight. I'm not even sure exactly where they came from. No one's been hurt yet, and they seem to be staying in the mine. But who knows how long that will last. If we can't get back into the mine, our town is sunk. Looking to protect yourself, or deal some damage? I don't want to be responsible for sending you to your death. Be careful in the mine. Ysmir's beard, you're going to freeze to death. Finally, reinforcements have arrived. I was expecting more, though. It better be good. Good. The place is crawling with bandits. We lost some good men trying to take it earlier. I suspect Brurid planned this. There's been bad blood between us since the king's death. But to invade my home, kidnap my family... You ask a lot of questions for a mercenary. Just get in there and open the gate. We'll try and provide help once that's done. I wish we could offer more help, but our last attack went sour, and we're all that is left. Good luck. I'll never do another span in that stinking jail. I died and give myself up.
Them for me.
Thank you for your help. Did you see my family inside? Hopefully they made it to safety before the attack. I'll begin the search after a quick restock. Anyway, here is your reward. Thanks again.
Stupid bee.
Well, look at this. Another city rat crawled outside the walls. I don't suppose you've come up here to tell old Froki about your supposed divines. Good. This is Skyrim, and we should honor the old ways. These foreigners don't even respect their own gods, much less Kyne and her sacred trials. It's an old Nord tradition, a test to prove your worth in the eyes of Kyne. Show that you're a hunter, and no simple butcher. Kyne teaches us to respect the beasts, and blesses the hunter who will face their champions. True Nord hunters are those who survive the trials. Do you think you're strong enough for Kyne's blessing? I would be glad to pass this tradition down. You must defeat guardian beasts blessed by Kyne. I will anoint you with the symbol of the wolf, the crab, and the skeever. This will compel the Guardian to appear when you reach his lair. Here's where you need to go. Well, can't say I was a great father the first time around. Now that he's here, it's like a second chance. He's a good lad. Those sycophants in the temple would call her Kinnereth. Just a pale shadow of the truth, like all the temple divines. Kyne, blessed warrior wife, Shore's widow, sacred to any true Nord hunter. She's the mother of men and beasts, and her veil is the storm. Return when you've defeated the guardian wolf, crab, and skeever. Don't mock it, Pop. Even the lowliest beasts can kill the weak and arrogant. We'll try more powerful enemies next, if you survive this.
Cowards, every one of them. Running. Oh, I didn't see you there. Of course I'm troubled. I'm on the verge of incredible wealth. But my cowardly workforce ran at the first sign of danger. We were excavating this old tomb when we opened a chamber full of corpses. The team took one look, turned tail, and ran. Well, probably not like these. The ones in there are all still walking around. In any case, if I can't get past the creatures in that room, I can't recover the treasure. I need more manpower. Legend says this tomb holds a treasure that bestows great power on the one who discovers it. Beyond that, not much more is known. Obviously, this treasure will fetch a good deal of gold, and I'm willing to let you share in the reward when we find it. In any case, if I can't get past the creatures in that room, I can't recover the treasure. I need more manpower. Say, that's not a bad idea. You look like you could handle yourself against these beasts. I'll tell you what. You help me get the treasure, and I'll split it with you. Deal? Excellent. With my brains and your brawn, that treasure will soon be mine. Ours. First, I need you to clear the main chamber of those monstrosities. I'll stay here until you're finished, planning our next move. These doors seem to be the only thing left between me and the treasure. There'd better be. I didn't come all this way to leave empty-handed. There must be a way to activate these doors deeper in the ruins. Here, take this key. It should open the doors on either side of the chamber. The treasure is mine. All mine! By the gods, I know this looks bad. Let me explain. I called it home. Now I know that was a mistake. I am, or was part of a coven serving the hag ravens that live here. So was she. I didn't want to, but she attacked to try and keep me from leaving. I can't be a part of this place anymore. The things we do here, evil, evil things. No more! We were supposed to find a sacrifice. Human sacrifice. I told her I couldn't do it, and she attacked. I've done horrible things living here, but never taken an innocent life. I couldn't just find some person for them to kill. The initiation. My mother is going to become one of those things. I can't be a part of that. Gods, I can't run away from this. I have to stop her. I'm going up there to stop her. This cycle must end. I don't know what brought you here, but I could use your help if you're willing. Good. Follow me. We have to fight our way up. I don't think anyone else here is about to have a change of heart. All right. Mother is just outside this door. I have a plan. I'll present you as the sacrifice. Just play along. While Mother begins the ritual, I'll strike. Then together we can kill her. I've thought this through, and it's the only way. She's too far gone, too corrupted by the hags. At least in death, she can be free again. Enough. Let's go. Greetings, Mother.
Daughter, who is this you have brought me?
I found a willing subject for you. Payment has already been discussed, of course.
Splendid. Please take a seat on the chair behind me, would you? I'll just prepare the subject now.
I can't let you do this, Mother. You have to die now. Must be my... Don't be sorry for me. I just... If I would have known it would come to this... Mother... Keep Mother's staff. Think of it as payment. I want to leave everything from this cursed place behind. Goodbye. And thank you.
You there! As an officer of the Imperial Legion, I require your assistance to complete my mission. The General has sent me to obtain a powerful weapon for the war effort. This was the last great bastion of the Dragon Cult, and their leader's mask was reported to be quite powerful. It seems that after the strength of the cult was broken in the Dragon War, a last contingent came here to create a stronghold and regroup. King Harold's forces crushed stragglers here during the First Era, and it has been haunted ever since. But the specifics of the siege are unclear. They were among the first men to arrive from Atmora, and they worshipped certain animals as avatars of the gods, dragons being foremost. And for their bloody sacrifices, the dragons gifted their priests with terrible power. But their cruelty was too great for men to bear, and they rose up in what would be called the Dragon War, and the cult was swept from the land. Research I've done seems to indicate that Storm Snowstrider left part of his journey. I believe it should be hold on, I can explain.
The waiting. The insufferable waiting. Here, I want you to have this. Don't ask, just take it. What are you doing that for?
It should put on some coverings. My job at the Riften fishery is in danger. The owner, Wally, said that if I show up for work in this condition one more time, then I'm out. I don't mean to do this to myself, but I can't help it. I tried some skooma a year ago, and ever since then, I can't stop. If you could give me a healing potion, I could cleanse this poison from my body and get back to my life. Your kindness will never be forgotten. Here, take this. It's all I can offer you for what you've given me. You must take the lexicon. Free me of my burden. The memories, I cannot stand them. You must take them away, return them to Amunshinzel. You must take the lexicon from me. Please, take it now. You must bring it to Amunshinzel. In the west, return it to them. It must go back.
That's not something you see every day. We are devoted to the goddess Mara, who gave mortals the gift of love, that they might have a hint of eternity. Her blessings are many. To love is to know the true nature of the gods. Not all can hear the broad echoes of deepest dawn. To receive the touch of Mara, you must first act as her hands in the world. Explore the facets of the infinite jewel. Are you prepared, then, to help bring the light across this land? The dawn surely opens upon you, child. You must bear its light that all may see. Mara has reflected an image to me. At the foot of the throat and the young woman, almost a girl. Her fickle love must resolve itself. The village of Iverstead. The woman, Fastred. This is the prayer heard by the goddess and relayed to her servants. Return when she has seen her path. I will entreat Mara on your behalf.
I'm sorry to drag you into Markarth's problems, but after that attack in the market, I'm running out of time. You're an outsider. You're dangerous looking. You'll do. You want answers? Well, so do I. So does everyone in the city. A man goes crazy in the market. Everyone knows he's a forsworn agent. Guards do nothing. Nothing but clean up the mess. This has been going on for years, and all I've been able to find is murder and blood. I need help. Please, you find out why that woman was attacked, who's behind Wayland and the Forsworn, and I'll pay you for any information you bring me. She's not from Markarth. The air about her screamed outsider. Visitors to the city usually stay at the Silverblood Inn. He was one of the smelter workers. I used to have a job down there myself, casting silver ingots. I never knew much about Waylon, except he lives in the Warrens, like all the other workers. They're remnants of the old rulers of Markarth, natives of the Reach, followers of the old ways. The Nords drove them out of the city, Ulfric Stormcloak and his men. That was about 20 years ago. But somehow they're still here, and they're killing people. Yes, it all started when I was a boy. My father owned one of the mines, rare for anyone who isn't a Nord. He was killed. Guards said it was just a madman, but everyone knew the murderer was a member of the Forsworn. I've been trying to find out why ever since. Gotten nowhere so far. And then I got married. Have a child of my own on the way. I swore I was going to just give up for my child's sake, but it's like my father's ghost is haunting me, asking me why. Be careful who you talk to.
Bloody enough for you, outsider? Markarth, is it bloody enough for you? If I was threatening you, believe me, you'd know it. You outsiders never learn. If the Forsworn don't get you, the guards will throw you in Sidna mine to work your fingers off. Think that's water in the river? Blood and silver are what flows through Markarth, friend. Jarl is who you want to talk to. Always coined to be made killing off some Forsworn in the hills. As long as you don't mind going axe to axe with a bunch of Daedra-worshipping savages who practice the dark arts. No. I live in a nice house in solitude, where the air isn't filled with smoke from the silver smelters, and golden-haired girls shine my shield. Been here ever since I left the Bard's College. Turns out a few muscles earn more gold than a damn loot. The Silverbloods pay me, let me crack a few skulls, and keep the guards off my back. That's all I need. It's right there in the name of the most powerful family in Markarth, the Silverbloods. They have a whole mine filled with prisoners that dig up silver ore, get smelted by workers they pay, and they own half the city. I work for them. The inn is named after them. When the guards make an arrest, they check with them first.
You, back off. You don't want to know what happens to troublemakers here. We'll see. This is your last warning, outsider. We keep the peace here. Stay out of our business.
Aren't you embarrassed? Oh yes. I know everyone who sleeps in the Warrens. Kind of the one who passes the keys around. I guess someone else will be taking his room now. Sorry, but you don't exactly belong here. Trust is hard to come by here. But all right. It's where you... laborers, the sick, the lame, we're all here.
You've been digging around where you don't belong. It's time you learned a lesson. Someone who doesn't like you asking questions. Come on, let's see what you're made of.
Who taught you to fight? Keep those hands up!
What are you doing here? I told them no visitors. They're crazy. Think they rule the Reach. Well, guess who really runs things around here? Me. I own the mines. I make the coin pass through the right hands. That answer your damn questions. Now get out. What? I'm a busy man. Half this city works for my family, and I have to keep them in line.
Well, hello. My dear boy, what makes you think you're getting out of here alive? You were seen coming in. The girl at the door is a forsworn agent masquerading as a maid. You aren't the first one to have gotten this far. You won't be the last. He is the King in Rags, a man who once held all the Reach within his grip. He stokes the passions of the downtrodden in this city, directs them to kill the enemies of the Forsworn in our name. All from inside Sidna Mine, a Nord prison. The irony is quite thick. Markarth and the Reach are our lands. That is why we are the Forsworn. We cannot claim the home that is rightly ours. But then, during their war with the Elves, we had our moment. We drove the Nords out of the Reach in a great uprising. Then Ulfric and his men came. Those of us who didn't run were executed, except for myself, my king, and a handful of others. I'm sorry, but you're not leaving alive.
We warned you, but you had to just go and cause trouble. Now we have to pin all these recent murders on you. Silence witnesses. Work, work, work. You think you're the only one who knows that? We had a nice little deal going between Thonar and Madanach until you showed up. You'll have plenty of time to take it up with the King in Rags while you're serving a life sentence in Sidna Mine. You'll never leave Markarth.
You've returned. Divines preserve you. You're a hero. We'll reopen the hall right away. Here, take my amulet as a reward. Yeah, take care of yourself.
What are you doing here? The excavation site is closed. I don't need any more workers or guards. Magic. That's what they always want. Never history. Never the secrets of the lost races. No, just little spells and enchantments. You idiot! Do you even know who I am? The most recognized scholar on the Dwemer in all of Tamriel. And you people keep bothering me. I'm sorry, I got too excited. I'm in the middle of some very stressful work, and I shouldn't have yelled. How can I help you? To protect my research, for one. There are more cutthroat scholars out there who would steal my findings if they got the chance. And the excavations into Nichuanzel are dangerous. Dwemer machines and traps still functional, even after thousands of years. Yes, their history and culture is all around us in Markarth. A race of stonecutters, artisans, and engineers. They invented machines and built elaborate underground cities where they researched powers to rival the gods themselves. And then, at a time we are still not sure when, they disappeared. The whole people, all at once, leaving behind only their works. private place where I can catalog my research. Occasionally, the Jarl will come in and have questions, but that's thankfully rare. I'll let you in if you agree to something for me. There's a giant spider in the Chuanzel. My workers call her Nimi, the poisoned one. If you deal with Nimi, I'll let you into both the excavation site and my Dwemer museum. What do you say? Enthusiasm. Good. Here's the key to the dig site. Let's see. Ah, so that's what happened to Staben. Tragic. But I warned him he was leading those people on a fool's errand. Unfortunately, sometimes the stone of scholarship is built on the foundation of death. I'll inform the king. Here, I usually pay researchers for their work when they emerge from the ruins, but they won't be needing it anymore. What? Oh.
Please, turn back, before it's too late. What are you still doing here? Let me guess. You're here for the treasure, aren't you? Just like all the others. It's a long story. You ever heard of Ethereum? A rare mineral used by the dwarves. Supposedly, they had to build a special forge, the Ethereum Forge, to even work with it. The items it made were so powerful, they went to war over it, and the forge was lost. Or so the story goes. I spent my life tracking down that legend, until my damn apprentice stole everything from me, and published it all under his own name. And now I can't rest. Not until I have proof. Something to show the world what I discovered, what I did. That my life mattered. But it's hopeless. I died here, just like all the others. Turn back. Turn back before you become the next victim. Maybe so. Then again, I thought I could too.
Or do you just...
I'm not going to talk you out of it, am I? I know. I was just like you once. Well, if you want to reach the summit, you're going to need some help. You want a hand? All right, lead on then. Dwarves call them kinetic resonators. Don't see them very often. At least not in the friends in Skyrim. Just hit them, and they'll do whatever it is they're supposed to do. Hold up. We need to talk. You know what this is? It's a lock. A tonal lock. Simple and very, very deadly. See the resonators up there? Strike them in the right order, and the doors should open. Get it wrong and, well, you've seen what happened when I tried it. So, it is real. Let me see it. Look, on the edge here. This has been cut, precisely cut. If you had another piece about the same size, it would snap right in. I saw a drawing of this once. This shard, it's part of a key. A key made of pure Ethereum. The key to the forge. We have to find the other pieces, of course. There should be, 3 more. One for each of the 4 cities that worked on the forge. I had a map in my journal. That's where we should start. We still have to find the forge itself. I had a lead on that too. There's so much to do. I'm going to head out and start tracking things down. We'll meet again, I'm sure of it. For the first time in a long while, I think we may actually be able to do this. And I owe it all to you. Thank you.
You've done it. The shrine is ours again. Now we need to prepare a grand feast to welcome you to Namira's coven. You will have the honor of bringing a fresh kill for the main course, and I know the perfect person. A priest filled with the taste of an easy life, Brother Verilus from Markarth. Give him this gold. Tell him you need Arke's help exploring an old cavern for treasure. And when he stands in Namira's presence, she will take care of the rest. Say hello to Verilus for me. Many used to come to these caves, the forgotten, the wretched.
It's nice to see a friendly face around here. You are looking for Arke's protection while you delve some dank tomb, I take it? My duties keep me busy in Markarth. I don't know if I can help you. Treasure, you say? I suppose the Jarl won't mind if I'm gone for a little while. Lead on. I need to lay down. I'll just be a minute.
Come with me. Our feast is about to begin. Don't be shy. You should be the one to carve. It looks so sweet. Go ahead. Have the first bite.
Mortal, I am Namira, the Lady of Decay. Your consumption of the blood and bile of Arke's own is pleasing to me. I give you my ring. Wear it, and when you feast on the flesh of the dead, I will grant you my power. Your mockery will be the end of you. And on that day, another servant will feast on your entrails and discover a ring clenched in her teeth. Be grateful for what time I give you until then.
I knew when you walked into the Hall of the Dead that you were special. I knew when you walked into the Hall of the Dead that you were special. And here you are, champion of Namira, keeper of her ring. You're everything I hoped you'd be. There. It will pass. Going too long without a proper meal can make the stomach weak. Feel free to stay and mingle with your new coven, if you have the strength.
With those 3 vessels, Havnorak can restore himself. Find them before he can. You found the vessels. I was worried that I had sent you to your death. In life, Hevnorak drained his own blood from his body. His goal was to transfer his power back into himself after death, becoming a powerful lich. The vessels contain that very blood. Empty them, and you remove any chance he has of regaining his former powers. Very well. Empty the vessels into the sconce near the throne. Then sit in the throne. When you have done so, I will unbind Hevnorak. He will awaken in a weakened state, but the Lich is still to be reckoned with. Be ready. Thank you, hero. Now, I may finally rest. Take Hevnorak's iron mask. It may be of use to you, and serve as some reward for your feat here.
It's not that simple, Igmund. There are reports.
Treat my people fairly, and I will do the same to you. I'm impressed. Forsworn usually makes short work of mercenaries, but you took care of them. Here is your reward. I do. A personal matter. My father died trying to negotiate with the Forsworn, back when that was possible. They took his shield to those Hargraven beasts they consort with. I need you to bring it home where it belongs. I warn you, it's dangerous work. No man of mine has ever faced a Hargraven and lived. I'll understand if you decline. Divines watch over you. I can always count on you, can't I?
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here. I've got a letter and a lot of gold. Something about it being your, inheritance. Oh, and sorry for your loss. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Did you see a hound on the road? Fine, strong creature that's been wandering near town? No. This one's alone on the road outside of town. I can't afford to chase him down, but I could use a fierce, loyal beast to keep me company. If you are willing to retrieve him for me, I'd give you some fresh meat to attract him out on the road. Good. There's some gold in it for you if you succeed. Here's the meat. Check the road just outside of town.
You are exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, I think you'll be just what I need. You see, my name is Barbas, and I have a problem I think you can help sort out. My master and I had a bit of a falling out. We got into an argument and it got rather heated. He's kicked me out until I find someone who can settle our disagreement. That's where you come in. Thank you. Now, since he banished me, Vile's been rather weak. He can't manifest very far from one of his shrines. I know there's a cult that worships him at Hamar's Shame. We should be able to talk to him there. If this works out, I'll make sure you're rewarded. And just don't trust any offer he makes you, okay?
Good to see you. Teach them to stop paying me. Here, you deserve a reward for your service. You know what? I like you. You're not afraid to get your hands dirty. I hereby grant you permission to purchase property in Falkreath Hove. Talk to my steward if you're interested. There is room in my court for a new thane. It's an honorary title mainly, there are a few perks someone like you could make use of. However, I could only grant the title to someone who is known throughout my home. You help my people, and I'll make you my thane. On your way, then.
The Legion's always looking for strong, capable warriors. If you think you've got what it takes, our headquarters will consult. Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters. Think you've got the metal, eh? Honestly, the Legion can use all the able bodies they can muster. We have our hands full. A dead king, a rebellion, and now dragons. Skyrim's a mess. If you're serious, make your way to Solitude. Our headquarters is Castle Dower. You find General Tullius there, commanding our forces in Skyrim. But talk to Legate Rika. She handles the local recruiting. Not sure I understand the question. The Legion's always been in Skyrim. We have garrisons throughout all the provinces of the Empire. Our mission is to serve the Emperor, uphold the law, and protect the citizenry. Skyrim's days are darkening, and the Legion will soon be called into service like never before. We stand ready, as always, to meet that call. You mean Ulfric's so-called Stormcloak Rebellion? The Nord Kings, excuse me, Jarls. They can't seem to control their own people, so the Legion has stepped in to keep order. Sadly, the Empire's stretched a little thin these days. We've gotten very few reinforcements. We've been forced to recruit locally, but rest assured, citizen, we'll put an end to this uprising. Things will get back to normal soon enough. Not sure I understand the question. We have garrison. Skyrim's days are darkening, and the Legion will soon be called into service like never before. But we stand ready, as always, to meet that call.
By all means, let's hear it. It's the least I could do since you already helped me grant one final wish for my large worshippers. They were suffering so from vampirism and begged me for a cure. Then you came and ended their misery. I couldn't have planned it better myself. So, what's your heart's desire? What kind of deal can we strike? I won't hide down here forever. There are a few of them, brethren. We'll strike out on our own. That insufferable pup! Forget it! Request denied! No deal! I'm glad to be rid of him. Even if it does mean I'm stuck in this pitiful shrine. In the back end of nowhere. Well, perhaps there is a way he could earn his place back at my side? Maybe. No promises. First kill is always the best. There's an axe. An incredibly powerful axe. An axe powerful enough for me to have quite a bit of fun indeed. If you bring it to me, I'll grant you my boon. No strings attached, no messy surprises. At least not for you. As I recall, it's resting in Rime Rock Burrow. Barbers can lead you right to it. Little Mutt might even earn his place back at my side.
Still always hungry. There's no prey down in this hole. Need to hunt more. All this hiding and skulking around. Ugh.
Are my men now giving free rein to anyone who wanders into the castle? Do you have some reason to be here, citizen? Fine. Why don't you have a chat with Legate Rika? I suspect we might have use for someone resourceful like you.
I'm telling you, Ulfric's planning an attack on Whiterun. I've got a good feeling about you, and I don't often get good feelings about anything. A warrior knows to trust her gut. I'm not going to go through the normal process with you. I've got a little test run. Pass that, and we'll talk about you joining the Legion. Is that confidence or bravado? Confidence I can use. Bravado gets soldiers killed. We'll soon find out. I'm sending you to clear out Fort Haragstad. If you survive, you'll pass. If you die, then I'll have no further use for your corpse. The ancients built many of the fortresses that dot the landscape of Skyrim. Sadly, most have fallen into disrepair, and nearly all have been overrun with bandits or other vagabonds. Fort Haragstad is one of the few that remains mostly intact. We're going to install a garrison there, but first, you're going to clean out the bandits that have moved in. Good, that's what I want to hear. Now go make it happen, soldier.
He'd be insane to try. He doesn't have the men.
That's not what my scouts report, sir. Every day more join his cause. Riften, Dawnstar, and Winterhold support him.
It's not a cause. It's a rebellion.
Call it whatever you like, General. The man's going to try to take Whiterun.
Jarl Balgruuf.
Balgruuf refuses the Legion's right to garrison troops in his city. On the other hand, he also refuses to acknowledge Ulfric's claim.
Well, if he wants to stand outside the protection of the Empire.
It's good to see you again. Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here's your reward.
Well now, aren't you putting on quite the show?
She's a vampire.
Ah, it's amazing how much you can learn from a book. Here, let me show you some of the things the temple healers taught me about potions.
You're the one who put out the fire in the lighthouse, right? That was good work. Deja's in the hold of the ship. Go down 2 levels. Until next time.
My brother told me you were coming. I'm supposed to give you what you've earned. Ha! I'm afraid the loot's already been moved. You've been useful to the Black Bloods, though. You've earned a quick death. Just leave.
First you murder my sister, then you massacre my men. To oblivion with your loot. This ends now.
Ah, you've got the axe! And my dog! Splendid! Excellent work! A hero and his faithful companion retrieving the ancient artifact for the prince. It's almost storybook. Ah, but it almost seems a shame to give a weapon like that away, doesn't it? I suppose I could be persuaded to let you keep it. But only if you use the axe to kill Barbas. Simple as that.
Still always hungry. There's no prey down in this hole. Need to hunt more. All this hiding and skulking around. Ugh.
Huh. You're no fun at all. Guess I'll have to make my own fun elsewhere. And with the pup back, I'll be restored to my full power. There's a whole world just waiting for me! Yeah, dog gets master, master gets cosmic axe. Everyone's happy. Just get over here, mutt. That feels so much better. You forget how nice supreme power feels until you've been stuck in a cave for a few years. It's a shame you wished for something so dull as me taking back the mutt. Quite the lack of imagination on your part. A lack of ambition like that really ought to be punished. Perhaps by turning you into a worm, or maybe a few decades, Oh, fine. Have my boon and be done with it. Got more interesting deals to make anyway.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here. It's from Falk Firebeard at the Blue Palace. Ooh, you've got friends in high places. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Good to see you. By the 8, I didn't think he could do it. Now maybe we can put all this behind us. Take this as a token of our gratitude. There is room in my court for a new Thane. It's an honorary title mainly, but there are a few perks someone like you could make use of. However, I could only grant the title to someone who is known throughout my hold. You help my people, and I'll make you my Thane. Good luck. Then by my right as Jarl, I name you Thane of Hjalmarch. Congratulations! I grant you this weapon from my armory to serve as your badge of office. I'll also notify my guards of your new title. Wouldn't want them to think you're part of the common rabble now. The Divines reveal things to me at times, yes. I do not hide this. It is a gift. Anyone who believes otherwise does not and cannot understand it.
What is it? What has happened to the Gildergreen? I have traveled long here to worship beneath its branches.
It was taken by a lightning strike. Wish I had time to deal with it, but it's hard enough with all these wounded from the war.
Please, don't just let it stay like this. It's disgraceful.
I really don't have time to deal with you right now. Please just let me get back to my work.
But this is supposed to be your work.
So, have you gotten Nettlebane back from those filthy hag-ravens yet? Oh, well, I honestly didn't expect you to come back. Of course I'm glad you did. Now, I don't really want to touch that thing, though. Do you think you could handle the next steps? Eldergleam Sanctuary Grove is to the east of here. You can use Nettlebane to retrieve some of its sap.
Was I correct in hearing that you were traveling to the Grove of the Eldergleam? I am a traveler, a pilgrim. I follow the voice of Kinnereth wherever it can be heard. I've dreamed of seeing Eldergleam for years. Might I travel alongside you? I promise not to get in the way. I thank you for your kindness.
Do you have news? I knew it. Let me see, please. The Thalmor. By the 9. It's worse than I thought. So, Northwatch Keep. Then we know where to hit him. I'll do anything if it means saving my brother. You'll join us, won't you? Thorald can't be left to those monsters. What? You, alone, reasoning with the Thalmor? That's madness, friend. You're serious, aren't you? Very well. I'll give you a chance. But if you can't do it, I will.
Is it much further to the sanctuary?
No telling what it means.
What would you
What's
have
the
me do
meaning
then?
of this interruption?
Nothing?
Jarl Balgrup
My
is
lord,
not receiving
please.
visitors.
This is no time for rash action.
Well,
I
that
just think
explains
we
why
need
the
more
guards let you in.
information before we act.
Come on then.
I
The
just-
Jarl will want to speak to you personally.
Who's this then?
Keep your
So,
distance.
you were at Helgen.
I've got my
You
eyes.
saw this dragon with your own eyes? I should have guessed Ulfric would be mixed up in this. What do you say now, Proventus? Shall we continue to trust in the strength of our walls? Against the dragon?
My lord, we should send troops to Riverwood at once. It's in the most immediate danger. If that dragon is lurking in the mountains...
The Jarl of Falkreath will view that as a provocation. He'll assume we're preparing to join Ulfric's side and attack him. We should
Enough! I'll not stand idly by while the dragon burns my hold and slaughters my people. Irileth, Send a detachment to Riverwood at once.
Yes, my Jarl.
If you'll excuse me, I'll return to my duties.
That would be best. Well done. You sought me out on your own initiative. You've done Whiterun a service, and I won't forget it. Here, take this as a small token of my esteem. There is another thing you could do for me. Suitable for someone of your particular talents, perhaps. Come, let's go find Farengar, my court wizard. He's been looking into a matter related to these dragons and rumors of dragons. I'll introduce you to Farengar. Farengar is probably pottering around in his lab, day and night. I'm not sure he ever sleeps.
Come to Dragon's Reach to discuss the ongoing hostilities, like the rest of the great warriors? What? Project? You think you could help me? I really don't think so. Where? I would never... Ah, I see. You are a fellow enchanter. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. I'm so often interrupted by visitors wandering in, I can occasionally become quite savage. Now, what did you say you wanted? Ah, indeed? The Jarl. Oh yes, he must be referring to my research into the dragons. Yes, I could use someone to fetch something for me. Well, when I say fetch, I really mean delve into a dangerous ruin in search of an ancient stone tablet that may or may not actually be there. Ah, no mere brute mercenary, but a thinker. Perhaps even a scholar? You see, when the stories of dragons began to circulate, many dismissed them as mere fantasies, rumors, impossibilities. One sure mark of a fool is to dismiss anything that falls outside his experience as being impossible. But I began to search for information about dragons. Where had they gone all those years ago? And where were they coming from? I learned of a certain stone tablet said to be housed in Bleak Falls Barrow. A dragon stone, said to contain a map of dragon burial sites. Go to Bleak Falls Barrow, find this tablet, no doubt interred in the main chamber, and bring it to me. Simplicity itself. An old tomb, built by the ancient Nords, perhaps dating back to the Dragon War itself. Ah, maybe you just want to know how to get there. It's near Riverwood, a miserable little village a few miles south of here. I'm sure some of the locals can point you in the right direction once you get there. Well, must preserve some professional secrets, mustn't we? I have my sources. Reliable sources. You know, if you've got the aptitude, you should join the Mages College in Winterhold.
I'm sure you two will get along. It's good to see you again. With good planning and constant vigilance. Even now, my court wizard, Farengar, continues his research into ways we might drive back these terrors. We must also have ample reserves of water to combat the fires that will surely spread after an attack. But our greatest weapon? Courage. For if we cannot kill the beast, we must at least have the tenacity to drive it back. Until brave heroes step forward to destroy these monsters, that is the best we can do. No doubt, he thought it was the only way to make his point. And also, because he knew he could. If it's the war you're referring to, I'm on the side of Whiterun. No doubt General Tullius and his friends in the Empire will tell you that I owe them my loyalty. And perhaps I do. Ulfric Stormcloak would say that I owe my allegiance to the Nord people as they fight for Skyrim's independence. Perhaps this is also true. The day might come when I am forced to draw my sword for one side or the other. But that day has not come yet. This is a priority now. Anything we can use to fight this dragon, or dragons, we need it quickly, before it's too late.
Of course, Jarl Balgruf. You seem to have found me an able assistant. I'm sure he will prove most useful.
Succeed at this, and you'll be rewarded. Whiterun will be in your debt.
Oh, I thought you were already on your way to Bleak Falls Barrow. Remember, your mind is the best weapon you have.
I cannot thank you enough for rescuing me.
Why would you
from
risk
this
your
place.
life for me?
I suspect I'd never again see the light of day otherwise.
Of course, I should have known. This was all Abelstein's idea. A wise decision.
They'll go
Where
looking
I fear
for
he may
I
not be
cannot
safe.
Whiterun will
Our
not
best
see us
hope
now.
now is
Will
to
you do me a
fall in
favor?
with the right.
Likely
Tell my
won't
mother
say
to
to
stop
Father
this
Winter's
naive
Fall.
You've given me my life.
Please tell me you have news of my son. Is he? You've saved him? What? How? I must see this one to see the truth, and not just what I want to hear. Next summer. Thank you, dear. For now, it's enough to know that you give this. Why don't you can find peace in this? Could be a present for his return. When this war ends, if I suppose he can't have companies would be too dangerous for now. And not my husband Abraham tends the country to ask him about his work. That the companions need to get up the steps from the mountain and find her smith. My husband Abraham tends the country to ask him about well. That the companions don't even get me started on that snipping the finest smith. Oh, sure. Now that's in money, but
The Dragonstone of Bleak Falls Barrow. Seems you are a cut above
That
the
is
usual
where
brutes
your
the
job
Jarl
ends
sends
and
my
mine begins.
associate.
The work
So your
of
information
mine
was
is
correct.
correct.
Sadly undervalued.
Sound
You discovered its
friend
location by
you need to
forcing
shield
us
the
for
dragon.
trying to
A dragon.
share
I'd
excitement.
like this a bit more
Where was it?
seriously.
What was it doing?
Stop about the
Watchtower?
dragon.
Is it attacking the watchtower? Good work, son. We'll take it. There's no time to stand on ceremony. Irilith, help. I have your help. You have more experience for me than anyone else. I have set this gift from my church now to fail.
I would very much
Property can't afford to risk both. One last thing, Irilith. I need
Don't
you.
worry, my lord.
I'm
If
wasting men
Ulfric gets
chasing
his
after
hand
the
on that.
Nord.
Welcome back, soldier. I'm glad you made it. Before we go any further, I'll send General Terrence
Joining the
We'll
Legion
administer officially to
legendary.
I'm
Binding
impressed.
to the service of the Emperor. Decided you want every soldier for the Empire after all. I see.
Consider this.
The Legion will
What
still be
greater
here
glory
when you
than to
change
serve
your
the
mind.
Emperor
Don't you
and his
Nords
citizens.
put any
We're
stock
back
in
in
those
Not
these
everyone
days
here
starting
knows
to
that
see
Bravo's
why.
are always sensible.
I see.
Consider this.
The Legion will
What
still
greater
be here
glory
when
than
you
to
change
serve
your
the
mind.
Emperor and his citizens here in
Ricka
Skyrim.
believes in you,
in these
and
days
I'm
of
starting
greatest
to
need.
see why.
So what? Ulfric gets this crown and then suddenly he's
And we gave it to Ellis.
Crown it
Perhaps.
would further legitimize.
Please move quickly. Please move quickly. Is it much further to the sanctuary? Is it much further to the sanctuary?
Good. You're finally here.
The So what happened at the watchtower? What else could it mean? Was the dragon there? I knew I could count on Irilith, but there must be more to it than that. So it's true. The Greybeards really were summoning you, masters of the Way of the Voice. The Dragonborn. They live in to be uniquely high on the slow dragon.
Hear that? That was the voice of the Greybeards.
You've done a great service. I write me in my city. I assign you Thane of Whiterun, personal housecarl, my greatest daughter, gone where my armor saying I see you back your part of the common rabble now would be safe.
Nonsense. What? Dragon.
Wrong guy.
I made no.
Next time, you might want to get dressed before leaving the house.
You found it. I've been looking for
Thank
that
you.
blade for months.
Here, my
You
father
took
had
out
a
all those
favorite
bandits
sword and
yourself?
shield tech. Good day to you.
Let me.
Mara, what now?
That Cicero
Tell me
fella?
something I don't know.
Why can't he just
Crazy
leave us
fool's
alone?
already asked me
Hey,
about 5 times.
you think
man
this is about
seems
money?
completely
He's
out of his head.
transporting
Giant
jester
jester.
here in Skyrim,
More
more
contraband,
contraband,
weapons,
weapons,
marry
marry
his
parts for
mother.
100
No way I'm
years.
getting involved in any of that.
Well, there is something. There's a
report
guard
the
that
fool.
patrols the road
You know,
that
say
crazy
he's done
jester
something
is on.
against the law.
He passes by pretty
That will
often.
at least get rid of him for me.
What do you say?
Fine, suit yourself. But you're wrong anyway. Just look at the fool. I don't know
I
what
thought
it
we
is.
talked enough.
He's damn well
Unless
guilty
you've
of something.
reconsidered my offer. Look, that
You're
Cicero
right, you're
sort.
right.
Look, fella might be
Um,
nutters. Might
thanks.
Poor mother. Home seems
so
very far.
You're
here
for your trouble.
So jubilant and
And here comes my first visitor. The Museum of the Mythic Dawn is open, friend. And here you are. Good. Come in. Browse the display and inside. I have a job you look perfect for. Feel free to look around. Come talk to me when you're ready. Did you have any questions about the museum? Or would you rather talk history first? One of these groups found Mehrunes that was almost 150 years ago. Wiping out the remnants of the mythic dawn. At least 2 of those of that guns. Here are my notes about what dangerous marauders pay you for getting the pieces any way you can. The razor is Mehrunes Dagon's personal artifact. The mythic dawn worshiping hazardous bloody chains. Bane of the righteous, my family were once members of the mythic dawn. I realize that one of my forefathers, everyone in Tamriel remember that for a moment the history cannot be denied. They were worshippers of Mehrunes Dagon, killed Uriel's all that remains of the church, triggering the events that led to the oblivion. Dagon's mythic dawn. Dagon is the Daedric lord of change, good destruction, gates into ambition. They called it the Oblivion Crisis. Those robes were worn during the mythic...
So, a Dragonborn appears at this moment in the turning. We will see. Show us, truly, Dragonborn. Gift. Shout at us. Taste of your Dragonborn. I am Master Angi. Welcome, Dragonborn. I speak for the Grey. We are the Grey. I have stand in high. Here we commune with the voice of the sky. We are here to guide you in that between our inner. You are not just the Greybeards. There be many of the only one since Akatosh was not bestowed. We are here to guide you in that pursuit. You are not just the Greybeards. There be many of the only one since Akatosh was not bestowed that gift upon mortal. That is all I can say. We are here to guide you. You are the only one that has been revealed. We are here. You are the only one that has been revealed. We are honored. We will do our best to teach you how it is for you to discover fulfillment of your. We can show you the way. You have shown that you are Dragonborn. Do you have the discipline and temperament to follow it? When you shout towards people, all shout side up to free Master your dragon not roll is yours. That second word, unrelenting. But learning. A word of power. Well, that's only do have the gift. As part of your initiation. As Dragon. You learn quickly. Impressive. Your thumb will perform your... I see that you have already begun to learn the whirlwind now. Hear the word second word yourself. Your quick mastery of a new thum is astonishing. I'd heard the stories of the abilities you are now ready. Retrieve the horn of your remain true to the way of the voice from his tomb in the ancient fane of Wostengraf. No doubt, the appearance of a dragonborn at this time is not an accident, and soon your destiny is surely bound up with the return of the dragon. There is indeed much that we know let your easy mastery of the voice tempt you into the arrogance of power. That has been the downfall of many dragonborn. Honing your voice. Dragons have the inborn ability. A few mortals are born with you have already learned. Some believe that dragonborn are sent gifts away by the dragons at times of great need. Some believe that we will speak more of some later. Believe that Dragonborn are sent into the world by the gods. There is no difference in the dragon languages in we will speak for most people shouting you. The gods consider reading blast the ability to see the voice and open the path. Lives alone on the peak of the front. As I said, you will know you are ready when your voice can open the path to him. Very few are permitted to study. In your case, Dragonborn, Jürgen, he was a great war leader. Guide you to us North. He finally came to the Nord army was first to understand your voice many years arrogantly of the glories eventually overcame all opposition. Your voice can open the way of the voice. You will know you are ready. In your case, Dragonborn, their voices are too powerful for anyone not trained in the way. Although this gift at the dawn of time is used, she gained contemplation of the skies, inner strength, in harmony with the outward and the practice of the Dragonborn is an exception to all rules. We therefore seek to guide you on the proper use Dragonborn. The voice was a gift of the goddess. Although this gift directly from Alcatraz is used, she gave contemplation of the skies, inner strength, in harmony with the outward and the practice of the voice. We strive to achieve this balance. But in your case, Dragonborn, it is a privilege when your voice can open the path of your voice. You will know you are ready to speak to him.
When you're the one they call Dragonborn. Then it is too late. So we shall expose to the Lord Mirac and their hearts, all shall by tearing out doors. None shall stop.
Are you the one sent by Mara? My parents are being impossible. Wants to marry me. He only cares about this. I love him. There's not any hope. He wants to move to Riften afterwards. Than anyone ever has. Oh, thank you so much. It's wonderful to have someone around who understands.
Is it much further to the sanctuary?
Ought to put on some clothes. They call it the past. I'm not certain if I could even make it. I'm sure I know. I think she's in love with that. Until a few months ago, the girl was held. I thought she was really in love with that, to be honest. That would be what I'm talking about. But she's a child. Look around. Used to be a good size. All the young people leave. What happens if you know how rich and like her while. Her fancy shame kind of style. Get out of town as fast as you can.
You must be another pilgrim on the way up to High Rock.
Sometimes I swear I can hear noises rolling down from up there.
Oh my.
Sounds like
probably something.
Even if it means
I don't
they
even
just
know.
snuck out of town together.
I could do that. Let him know that I want.
Passing through on your way to High Hrothgar. I've been to the monastery many times, but I never even laid eyes on it. They seem peaceful, but I wouldn't. I've been to the monastery. Well, not that they would. I've been to the. They seem peaceful. Well, not that they would. They seem peaceful. I've been to them, but I wouldn't want to provoke. Not that they would. Mostly food supplies like graveyards tend not to get out. Well, it's kind of understand fresh for a long time. My legs aren't what they used to feel right to charge them 7 that would be takes bag of supplies. At the top of the steps, you'll see the offering chest. Other than that, watch your foot. That's all I've ever had. When you conditions, I'm not sure the honest would know what's going on. One moment she's smiling at me, when next, I can't even meet her eyes. I guess not.
Welcome to the Villamere Inn. If there's anything
Is it absolutely necessary for you to bother that? They seem like a quiet loss. When the weather really know how much boat he sends you to me. How I long to take her away from all of this. As do I. It's a puzzling situation. Oh, why did Bodhi send you to me? How I long to take her away from all of this. What about him? That brute. He'll come after us, and if she's willing to do it.
Put on some damn clothes already. Grandson, he's a strong lad. His parents were held in. I'll anoint you with the symbol of the saber cattle and the guardian spirits of Gale, Mammoth, and Saber Cattle.
Cross the bridge at your own peril, and the gate will not open. You shall not gain entry.
Oh, most who arrive. This is the college. They have heard of the college before. A safe haven for mages and
I am here to
and
assist
if
in
a place of wisdom my or presence help helps
knowledge.
deter those who might Why seek to do perhaps? harm. But what is it you expect to find within? It's been a pleasure. Welcome to the College of... I trust you found your journey. I am Frodo. If, however, you seek something more, I will be far better off speaking with the good people of Skyrim. Thus, we must take certain precautions in order to attempt to understand what we do here. Perhaps. But what is it you expect to find within? Ah, the immortal plane. It would seem that it is said to be the source anyone is allowed in a small town. This is those wishing to enter must show some degree of skill with magic. You know, I think you'll be a superb addition to the college.
Put on some damn clothes already. Those sycophants in the temple would call her Kinneret. Blessed, just a pale shadow of the shores widows, like all sacred the temples. To any true Nord hunter, can't say I was held mother of men and beasts. Guardian spirits of hares, mammoth, and saber cat await you. It's a good return when they are defeated. One challenge remains. Kain's guardian troll awaits the troll. Complete this trial, and you'll have proven your... Put on some damn clothes already. Finally know what it means to have earned the blessing of Kai.
Why are you here, Tola? You know why I'm
So who are you?
and I were finished with each other under attack everywhere. The vampires are much more dangerous than we
You
believed.
heard right. I'm glad word's finally starting to get around.
While you're thinking about
But that
you
means
there,
long
boy,
vampires take notices, ready to join the fight against the damn vampires. Why do I even post guards? As you can see, this is the headquarters of the Dawn Guard. I need someone out in the field taking the fight to help something. Tell them all around it. Come to think it was related to these recent vampire attacks. And Richard was for the Dawn Guard. I'm trying to put it together. We hunt now. It was a old day. The Dawn Guard kept us trying to re-establish the Dawn Guard was disbanded. Take the fight to the vampires for a change back. I hope it isn't too late when it comes to vampires. I've lasted this long because I don't take chances. I cover my tracks that I heard because my eyes open. Go see what the vampires were looking for in this. You should take a pause for you to poke around the fort. Good for time.
You a dim I know what you think. Stendar granted you do not have to face the same pen.
Oh, what is it? Where is... Who sent you here? I was expecting someone... like me, at least. Can't you tell just from looking at me? A vampire. Not fond of vampires, are they? Well, look. Kill me, you've killed one vampire. But if people are after me, there's something bigger going on. I can help you find out what that is. My family used to live on an island to the west of Solitude. I would guess they still do. By the way, my name is Serana. Good to meet you. Your guess is as good as mine. This place looks pretty different from when I was locked away. Yes, it is. And it's mine. Nothing can destroy an Elder Scroll. Worry more about protecting your hide and let me worry about my things. Good question. Hard to say. I can't really tell. I feel like it was a long time. Who is Skyrim's High King? Oh, wonderful. A war of succession. Good to know the world didn't get boring while I was gone. Who are the contenders? Empire? What empire? Cyrodiil is the seat of an empire? I must have been gone longer than I thought. Definitely longer than we planned. Please, let's hurry. I need to get home so I can figure out what's happened. I'd rather not get into that with you, if that's all right. I'm sorry, it's not that... It's just that I don't know who I can trust yet. Let's get to my home.
and I'll have a better sense of where we all stand. It's on an island near Solitude. Hopefully we can find a boat to take us there. It's my family home. Not the most welcoming place, but depending on who's around, I'll be safe there. My father and I don't really get along. Ugh, saying it out loud makes it sound so common. Little girl who doesn't get along with her father. Read that story 100 times. I don't think so. I'll hang back for a bit, but you're not leaving me behind. This is too important. Not going to happen. And go where? You can't just leave me alone whenever you feel like it. I'm coming with you, like it or not. You can't get rid of me that easily. I disagree. I disagree. Let's go.
I am Harkon, Lord of this court. By now, my daughter would have told you what we are. Perhaps you should. I count some of the oldest and most powerful vampires in Skyrim among the members of my court. For centuries we lived here, far from the cares of the world. All that ended when my wife betrayed me and stole away that which I valued most. I was about to suggest that very thing. Yes, you must certainly deserve a reward. There is but one gift I can give that is equal in value to the Elder Scroll and my daughter. I offer you my blood. Take it and you will walk as a lion among sheep. Men will tremble at your approach and you will never fear death again. Then you will be prey, like all mortals. I will spare your life this once, but you will be banished from this hall. Perhaps you still need convincing. Behold the power! This is the power that I offer. Now, make your choice. So be it. You are prey, like all mortals. I banish you.
The Greybeards seem to think you're the Dragonborn. I hope they're right. I hope you're just playing dumb. I'm the one who left the note in Ustengrav. I didn't go to all this trouble.
I am not your enemy.
I needed to make sure
I already
it wasn't
gave you the horn.
Trap.
I'm actually trying to help you. I just
like I said in my note, I'm part of a group that's been
if you really are a Dragonborn.
Well, someone like you for a very
Before
long time.
I tell you
anymore.
You were a fool
I
to
need
walk
to make
in
sure
here in
I
the
can
first
trust
place.
you.
We remember what most
You're
don't.
the only one
that
that
can
kill
kill
a dragon
permanently.
Can you
Dragon's
devour
soul
a dragon's soul? Good, and you'll have a chance to prove it to me soon enough. Dragons aren't just coming
They weren't
back.
gone somewhere.
They're coming
Now
back
something's
to life.
happening to
They were
bring them
dead,
back to life.
Killed off centuries
and I
ago
need
by
you
my
to help me
predecessors.
stop it.
A few years ago, I said almost the same thing to a colleague of
I
mine.
know they are.
And I figured out
I'm
where
going
the
to
next
go there.
day
He was right.
you're going to
I
kill
was
that
found
dragon.
empty.
If we succeed, I'll tell you anything
You should know.
want to know.
The Dragonstone
You got
was
the
a
map
map
of
of
it. It
ancient
seems to be
dragons
spreading
and
from the
arrows.
southeast.
I've looked at Dragonstone now, and it seems to be spreading. The one at the Dragonstone, it seems to be spreading. I know, and we're going to go there, and you're going to kill that dragon. There's an ancient dragon burial near there. I need to get into my traveling.
Ah, well done. Retrieve
Come
the
with me.
horn
You
of
have now
Jurgen.
passed
It's time
all
for
the
us to
trials.
recognize you formally as Dragonborn. You are ready to learn the all three words together. And between
What is it? Do you have one of the razor fragments? All at once. You're efficient. All the highlights of my runes razor fragment with all the pieces together. Built to house the razor, take them to Dagon's shrine. And ever since I was a boy, don't you see? Strange sense of destiny. I'll place the pieces on the altar. Mehrunes Dagon should speak to us. Why don't you give it a try? Just put your hands on the altar. Bring the blades. Try maybe Mehrunes Dagon.
You, mortal, but Dagon does not declare a winner while there is a pawn on the board. Kill Silas. He and his family have served their purpose. Kill him. Take your rightful place as my champion. I am pleased, mortal. I will give you my razor. Use it to wreak havoc on Tamriel. Spare me your pitiful. Place your hands on my altar one last time, and you will witness the power of Mehrunes Dagon for yourself. Before you go mortal, one final.
I believe I've made myself rather clear. Welcome to the college. Another new student. Well, first you'll need this. I'll give you a brief. You're not required to wear. Please follow me. You may find difficult to like Skyrim in thousands while technically in charge in the Archmage's quarters. The Archmage's I'll show you how to don't have a real entrance, but thus after I run showing the operations. Our newest members I'll ask that you please keep your voice down while inside, as others may be working. Now I'll show you to your quarters. This is where you'll be going to be sharing space. Let's go back to all of the elements. Please try and be considerate. Initially, you'll be learning from Tolfdir, one of our most esteemed wizards. Tolfdir is likely already addressing you. Hopefully any discoveries made in your pursuits will be shared with the members of the college. That depends on what that one of the best. Don't let novice train Skyrim. If you can find eminent scholar, and finally there's one of the best in town. A great deal Travis can she may be magic. If there are any problems, let me know.
Welcome, welcome. So, as I was saying, beginning, unless you can control the
Of
course, my dear. Well, I'm talking all of us.
What are we waiting for? Let's get started.
We've only just arrived. You've been quiet so far. I admire your strength. All right, settle down. What's the worst that can happen? Would you mind helping me with the demonstrations? That's all right. Are you at all? I can now stand over there. That's enough for the stop. You have to keep your ward up, or else this won't work. I don't want to hurt you. Over there, please. Just opposite me. Wouldn't want anyone else in the way. Hold still. Excellent work. Well, I think this is an excellent start. I'd like you all to continue practicing with wards, please. I think perhaps we're ready to begin exploring some of the various applications of magic throughout history. The college has undertaken a fascinating excavation in the ruins of Sarthor nearby. I suggest we meet there in a few hours. And here we all are. Shall we step inside? Please stay close to me while we're inside. It should be safe. By the As some of you may know, sacked by the elves in the infamous this is an exciting opportunity. Well, are there any questions before we begin? Ah, yes. I expect to see if any is telling you locating any additional scholars you're working on now. Let's see. Fine. What shall we have the rest of you do? Berlina, my dear, why don't you search for magics? Anything designed to keep people out. Don't interact with them. Just identify them. Almond, please search that area over there. What shall we have? All right, everyone. Well, are there any questions before we begin? Ah, yes. I expect to see if any is telling you locating. Now let's see.
bet some of these artifacts would fetch a good price.
I'll be amazed if I find anything. Try and be. Just round up the rest of the magic.
Hold on, I thought it my time I caught up with you. Well now, I never imagined that this so far.
Look at this. It's the price we should have known those opposed to have some good news. We'll have to step up our defenses. Of course. Why did I suppose differently? Fine. A woman. Tell me what you know. There? That doesn't make any sense. Who is she? More importantly, I'm waiting to hear what any of this means. You didn't stop them? You didn't secure the scroll? I suppose you're lucky you're not by dead. The divine. Or worse. This couldn't get much worse. This is more than you and I can handle. We just need... If they're bold enough to attack us here, people I've met and work with them. If you can find them, I have good men to the point of their talents. We should keep it small. I think we'll want to reach for all last night. She was out in the smudge. Might be that she lost fascination on Mars. Got it to his head. Last I knew he was bringing vampires back here. And we can get started on coming up with a plan. Vampires need to be dealt with. Once there was a group dedicated to a long time ago. This label the idea was it's the right time. Isn't it obvious? Totally unprepared. That's why it brings too extreme. They called me. Yet I was.
You haven't seen a sack full of dwarven gyros lying around, have you? Just look around. I left it right here. He's wrong. No, you must be mistaken. I find it hard to believe. Anyway, I'm quite happy in my current pursuit. Very hurtful. He had no interest in my help. Yes, that was my point. What is it you want? It was rather clear. Oh, and I suppose now he remembers that I proposed no less than 3 different scenarios that involved vampires overrunning the population. In case you haven't noticed, Isran is always concerned about something. If nothing else, I suppose working together more. Either I need to find so I can better defend those mud crabs stole, or I need another gyro from some dwarven gyro. You wouldn't happen to have one, I'm very sorry, but I can't just walk away from this project yet. But I really can't leave here without at least one usable piece of dwarven equipment. Useful stuff. Can't afford to forget about this. Supposed to be going? Been working more. I'll finish up here and head in that direction as soon as I.
You there! I've tracked this damned bear for 2 weeks. Isran? I'm afraid he's a few years too late. Besides, he can handle anything alone. More important, issues about all right, look. Once it's dealt with, then perhaps I'll just ease his pain. Don't know how well I'd have helped me by myself, so I suppose the least I can do is find out what he's been working on that his own little force stand on each weekend. All right, Isran. You've got us all here.
Hold it right there.
What are you doing?
Making sure you're not vampires. Can't be too careful.
So welcome to Fort Dawnguard. I'm sure you've heard a bit of what we're up against. Powerful vampires, unlike anything we've seen before. And they have an Elder Scroll. If anyone is going to stand in their way, it's going to be us.
This is all well and good. Know anything about what they're doing? What do we do now?
We'll get to that. For now, get acquainted with the space. Soreen, you'll find room to start your tinkering on that crossbow design you've been working on. Gunmar, there's an area large enough for you to pen up some trolls. Get them armored up and ready for use. In the meantime, we're going to get to the bottom of why the vampires showed up here looking for you. Let's go have a little chat with it, shall we?
I knew it would come to this one day. I knew. The Jarl's in danger. A vampire plays as a visiting advisor to the court. But be warned. Destroy it. The Jarl's guards are unaware of it. Quickly now, let you destroy the Jarl and delay. If not, then do your best. Back in the Second Era, the Jarl of Riften had a sire. Their job was to keep the Jarl eventually forced them to reform vampires. The Jarl banished them.
Nasty little buggers, aren't they? Moved right. No, if we can't get back into the mine, fine, we can reopen the mine. Please accept this.
There you are. Give
It's unnatural building all these machines.
Thanks again. That's the last one, isn't it? It's almost time. I almost can't believe it. One thing left to do. We have to prove this actually works. That by forging is the real theory after everything you've done. You should do the honors. Wait, is there? Yes. And the shards we collected, they're pure every month's account. It's not much. This may be the only. Beautiful. And with that shield, it's done. It's no one could possibly deny what we found now. For me, but I've done what I set out to do into the world. And if anyone asks, long to tell them how we discovered, we've got to answer.
That's quite a bold claim. I'd need proof before I...
I owe you some answers. Go ahead. Whatever you want to know. Nothing held back. I'm one of the last... A very long time ago, the last 200 years, now that dragons are coming back, dragon purpose, the blades have been searching for not a damn thing. I was just as surprised as you to find that big black dragon here. I was just as surprised as you to find nobody even remember for the last 200 years. We never found searching for the next day's damn. I'm one of a very long for the now that dragons are coming back. Our purpose is clear again. I'm one a very for the last now that dragon not really where interesting. Damn it, we're blundering around in the dark here. We need to figure out who's behind it all. But we never found one. The first thing we need to do is figure out who's behind the dragon. If they aren't involved, they'll know who is. The faction that rules the Aldmeri There's no worse enemy to humankind. The ones who almost destroyed the Empire during the Great The Empire barely survived had captured, but my gut and now the dragon will tell me who else gains room than a dragon attacks. Skyrim escapes. The Empire's back on. Before the Great War, our Grandmaster saw them as the greatest, so we fought them in the shadows. All across Tamriel. At the time, that was true. We could get into the problem is that place is locked up tighter than the center of their operations in Skyrim. They could teach me. Meet me back in River. I have a few ideas. I'm not back on time.
As steward. Well, I trust you'll take care of this unwanted visitor. My guards will not interfere with you carrying out my justice. Keep safe.
Another
the Jarl
wanderer,
is,
here to
as
lick
you
my
can
father's
imagine,
boots.
very
Good
busy.
job.
Perhaps I can assist.
Go back.
You probably
I
weren't
knew.
expecting to see me again.
And no one believed.
I'd rather not be here
It's
either,
important,
but
so
I
please
need to
just
talk
listen.
to you. Well, it's about me
loses his patience.
and the Elder Scroll that was buried with
The
me.
reason I was down there.
I'm guessing you figured this part out already.
He wasn't always
My
like that.
father's not exactly a good person, even by vampire standards. He stumbled onto this obscure prophecy and he just kind of lost himself.
Like all
That's what he's after.
Anyway,
he wants to my mother and I
vampires
feel like inviting
no
a
longer
family to all of
vampires
Tamriel. So we tried to stop it. I did. But
That's
something about
why
you
I
makes
was
me think
sealed
I
away
can
with
trust
the
you.
scroll.
I hope I'm not wrong. Well, let's move then. What is nothing if not persuasive.
All right, you've heard what it has to say. Now tell me, is there any reason I shouldn't kill this blood-sucked? Set my hatred aside. Not a chance. It's what better know what stay for now. You hear me? But if it so much as lays a finger on you because you're not holding you respect my sudden.
So, in case you didn't notice the giant thing on my back, can I stop me the Elder Scroll with? Well, the moth priest, not that it helps us anyway.
Some imperial scholar arrived in Skyrim a few days ago, and I was thinking to find him. I saw him talking with
Any idea how you're going to find a moth priest? Skyrim's a pretty big place. Well, back before the wizards know about all kinds of things. Let me know if come with you. I don't know if I can trust you. If you want to come along, it has to just be me. If you want to come along, it has to just be me and you.
I knew it would come to this one day. I knew. And no one believed me. Now they'll afford the vampire threat a tad bit more respect.
Are you of the sort that believe you're here to change the world? Or are you only in it for yourself? Now that stability has been established to guide its people through this time of transition, we seek only to I am at the Archmage's disposal if wish to promote relations, perhaps not as often as he should. In time, I believe he will be more trusting.
You are now in the Arcanium.
Disrupt my arcane charge, and I will might as well torn apart by angry Atronachs. If you're feeling adventurous, I'm always looking for someone to procure valuable books from some more dangerous locations. Some other time, if you're feeling adventurous, well, all right, here.
I scribbled down the last place I'd heard about. What an oblivion
Check it out.
moth priest
Priest
took something
we
to
go out looking for Elder Scrolls to do some research on the library. Go left to Skyrim right now. If you hurry, you might catch him there.
seen enough. Of course I do. If I didn't need to be reminded to be careful around, a mage is only as good as not keeping this collection. Try to make sure as much knowledge as available.
As a matter of fact, powerful man, holding out my labyrinth. Since then, avoided all my times. I've heard all of us much more than a little bit of anyone possibly track it down.
Greybeards have some.
He rode through town.
So that was a moth
with an
priest
escort of
then.
soldiers. They didn't stop. Just headed south.
So that was a
across
moth.
I serve by my master's dead, and his enemies will pay.
Who's there? Will be sated.
I was sure I heard
You
something.
think you stand a chance?
Who's there?
Going to enjoy killing you.
I was sure I heard something.
You're pathetic.
Who's there? I knew I'd come.
Stop! I yield! That wasn't breaking our fighting illusions.
Thank the divines for that. I'm quite all right. These vampires claim they had some Dexian efficacy. Is my name. All right, then. Enough priest of white gold tower have an elf. My knowledge of history serves me. Happy to assist you. Call very well. Dawn guard. I was just on my.
I'm impressed you could find a moth priest so quickly. For the reading? Yeah. Just let the old man know when you're ready.
My trip to Skyrim has become quite the adventure. My rescuer. It's not exactly the hospitality I had. But your man Moskov has seen it now. I have colleagues find out what secrets now voice an image in an age of great saying, when the I know this much, it is Orion who darkness will wait. I think more one contains the ancient recorded on the scrolls must have the other scrolls speak the potency of ancient blood.
You have a moment. That moth priest, Dexian. He said we needed two other elders. I got a woman welcome in this town till we can start not saying something. It's not a question of trust. And from what I could tell, he's just obsessed with his years of his daughter. We need to find my She'll definitely know where it is. The last time I saw her, she said that she actually hasn't said anything. Somewhere that my father would never search. It was cryptic, yet she called attention to it. That's always a possibility. But I can't worry. She was almost as obsessed as my father. I can't imagine a single place she's our father would avoid looking. And he's had all this time, too. I don't think so. She said she wanted to stay awake in case the situation She's so much more powerful than I am. It just made sense for her to be out here. There's a courtyard all of the ingredients. I used to help her tend a garden there. Oh, absolutely. She used to say that my father. But I don't think we'll actually trip over her there. But I know a way to do it. An old escape tunnel from the castle that was used by the previous owner. I think that's our way in the castle. Well, I don't take just any way for you to see the night.
Put on some clothes, you damn fool. It would seem so. Thanks. Good luck out there.
Yes? Of course. That doesn't change anything. What? No!
Looking for something?
You expect me to believe that? It speaks the truth. What? No! You expect me to believe it speaks the truth. What? No! You expect me to believe it speaks the truth. My thanks to you.
I don't know you. You and Riften looking for trouble? Don't say something you'll regret. Last thing the Blackbriars need is some loudmouth trying to meddle in their affairs. The Blackbriars have Riften in their pocket, and the Thieves Guild watching their back, so keep your nose out of their business. Me, I'm Maul. I watch the streets for them. If you need dirt on anything, I'm your guy. But it'll cost you. could have found one of those is by stealing it. Guess you'll fit in around here better than I thought. So what do you want to know? Do I look like a merchant to you? You're gonna have to take that up with Vex in the Thieves Guild. Get in good with them and you'll find her. You kidding? My brother Dirge works in their hideout. I used to run with them myself, but took a job with Maven after they started hitting a rough patch. If you want to get in on that action, find Brynjolf in the marketplace. I'm sure he could use someone like you. Well, you got Maven. She pretty much runs the whole operation. She's got friends in high places, if you know what I mean. She's also got ties to the Dark Brotherhood and the Thieves Guild, so basically, no one can touch her. Just remember, if she tells you to do something, you damn well better do exactly what she says. The only thing I heard is a rumor that a boy named Aventus Aretino in Windhelm has been attempting to contact the Dark Brotherhood. He used to live here in Riften at the orphanage on the other side of town, but I think he ran away. Can't say I blame him. Be seeing you.
Hello, friend. Bolly is a good man. He pays us well and watches out for us. I used to work at the Blackbriar Meadery, but Indarin and I never saw eye to eye. That elf has no patience at all. It's probably for the best anyway. I'm far better at fishing than working in a meadery. I'm not sure what it's made from, but I can tell you that once you've had a taste, you'll never crave anything else. The Dunmer came up with the stuff a long time ago. Very illegal and very hard to come by. I got mine off a merchant ship in Solitude. Worst mistake I ever made. Look, I don't think I should say. I mean, they could kill me. Okay, I'll tell you. I get my skooma from Sarthas Idrin. He has some sort of a setup over the Riften warehouse. You can't get inside, though. They've kept that place locked up tight since the war began. I overheard Bolly say that only the Jarl carries the key to the warehouse. When I meet Sarthas there, he's usually waiting for me outside with his bodyguard. Bolly is I used to work. It's probably for the best anyway. I'm far better. If it wasn't for skooma, I'd already be on my way out of this horrible city. All my gold, completely gone. Now I have to start over. I'll never use skooma again, although I suppose a little mead now and then would be harmless. I enjoyed our talk.
Put on some clothes, you damn fool. Yes, I'm afraid we're aware of Sarthas' presence in the warehouse. Unfortunately, we're certain he has informants within the city guard. Every time we've made a move to arrest him, he's escaped. However, if you take care of this discreetly, you might be able to surprise him without warning. Excellent. Here, this is the key to the warehouse. See if you can drop in on this dealer of poison and convince him to close down his operation permanently. While I feel Ulfric's cause is just, my concern is for the people of the Rift. How can they continue to lead their already meager lives with dark clouds looming overhead? My heart goes out to them. If only our coffers were deeper, I could protect them as they were my own family. With the Stormcloaks at his back, Ulfric's poised to rid Skyrim of the Empire's forces and invalidate our involvement with the White Gold Concordat. Many have died taking up arms for this cause. I fear that the land will be stained with blood for years to come. Surely you're aware of the Great War between the Imperials and the Elves who called themselves the Aldmeri Dominion? When the smoke cleared, the White Gold Concordat was signed. It was supposedly a treaty aimed at establishing peace within the Empire. One of the terms of a treaty was the outlawing of worship to Talos. To the Stormcloaks, this was viewed as the moment when the Empire became unworthy of the allegiance of any true Nord. We're all eager to see them brought to justice. Maven Blackbriar has assured me that they're being dealt with appropriately. As one of our city's most influential citizens, she's taken it upon herself to oversee their incarceration. Sadly, they're proving elusive, but I have confidence that Maven won't give up until this city has been rid of them all. What can I do for you? It's nice to receive good news for a change. Did you recover anything else from the warehouse worth mentioning? Then there's no time to lose. It won't take long for Sarthis' associates to learn of his death. The source of the poison must be destroyed once and for all. Otherwise, another dealer will simply take his place. Do this task for me, and you'll be well on your way to a title in Riften. Good. Report back to me when your task is complete. Good journey to...
Never done an honest day's work in your life for all that coin you're carrying, eh, lad?
All meats guaranteed.
I'm saying you've got the coin, but you didn't earn a septim of it honestly. I can tell. Oh, but that's where you're wrong, lad. Wealth is my business. Maybe you'd like a taste. I've got a bit of an errand to perform, but I need an extra pair of hands. And in my line of work, extra hands are well paid. Simple. I'm going to cause a distraction. You're gonna steal Medesi's silver ring from a strongbox under his stamp. Once you have it, I want you to place it in Branche's pocket without him noticing.
All meats guaranteed. Clean and
There's someone that wants to see him put out of business permanently. That's all you need to know. Now, you tell me when you're ready, and we'll get started. We've been contracted to make sure Branche remembers not to meddle in affairs that aren't his own. Now, since we're not the Dark Brotherhood, we're not going to kill him. We're just going to make sure he sits in the prisons for a few days. Do you want me to hold your hand as well? You're going to have to sneak over to Medesi's stall and use your lockpick on the strongbox. Then, when you have the ring, you pickpocket Branche and leave it behind.
vegetables as crisp as a winter's morning.
Good. Wait until I start the distraction, then show me what you're made of.
Everyone, gather round. I have something amazing to show you that demands your attention. No pushing, no shoving. Ibro. No pushing, no shoving. Plenty of room. need to hear this.
Come on, Bryn. What is it this time?
Patience, Branchet. This... rare opportunity. I wouldn't want you to get left out.
That's what you said about the wisp essence, and it turned out to be crushed nerve root mixed with water.
Well, that was a simple misunderstanding. But this item is the real thing. Lads and lasses, I give you Falma blood and...
Elixir. Oh, come on. Are you talking about the Snow Elves?
The one and only. Mystical beings who live in legends and were masters of Greek magic. Imagine the power that comes through their veins.
How did you get that, then? No one's seen them in years.
My sources must remain a secret for their own protection, but I can promise you that the contents... Well, I see that my time is up. Come back tomorrow if you wish to buy.
What a waste of...
Damn. I knew I shouldn't have waited.
Looks like I chose the right person for the job. And here you go. Your payment. Just as I promised. The way things have been going around here, it's a relief that our plan went off without a hitch. Nah. My organization's been having a run of bad luck. But I suppose that's just how it goes. But never mind that. You did the job, and you did it well. Best of all, there's more where that came from. If you think you can handle it.
If the Empire and the Stormcloaks want to kill each other over some foolish cause, I say let 'em.
Rare trinkets and the finest oddities from Morrowind.
Look, I'll make this simple for you. The group I represent has its home in the Ratway beneath Riften, a tavern called the Ragged Flagon. When you make up your mind, come find me there, and we'll talk about your future. All right, I'll entertain you a bit more. If I have to hold your hand through everything, maybe you aren't cut out for this kind of work. It's under your feet, lad. Just follow the smell. The walls have ears, and you're being tested, lad. We'll talk in the Ragged Flagon.
What in blazes are you talking about?
Come back when you grow a backbone.
I said turn out your pockets. Now.
I'm telling you, I don't... Wait, what's this ring? This isn't mine.
That's right.
It isn't yours. You're under arrest, Branche.
This is insane. I didn't steal anything. I never saw this ring before in my entire life.
We can do this one of two ways. You can walk with me up to the keep, or I can drag your lifeless body. Your choice.
But I...
Fresh meats
Very
and
well.
produce. Get them before they're gone.
Beautiful baubles and gleaming gemstones over here. Buying and selling fine jewelry here.
Lady Death, you will see me soon.
Who did this to me? Who did this to me? This city is corrupt. You're all corrupt. Who did this to me? This city is corrupt. This is unfair. Who did this to... This is unfair. I'm innocent.
Hey, the way you walk around at home is your own business. When you're at home. What? What are you looking at? Get away from me. What? What are you looking at?
Are you sure you don't want me to release you, Mr. Dragonfly? No? Are you ever going to meet Mrs. Dragonfly stuck in there? Come to kill me at last, have you? Thank the gods. I can bear the guilt no longer. I know I must die. Beware, though. My newfound honor demands I defend myself. I am in no mood for jokes. Strike me down. Take your revenge. You don't remember? That is my fault also. I am your so-called friend Inigo. I was the one who killed you. I tried anyway. I am guilty. Kill me. After I shot you, I finally realized my mistake and tried to turn myself in. Your body was gone. The guards did not believe me. They said I was wasting their time. I had to pay them to put me in this cell. It is where I belong. I needed to repent. I need to repent. I heard tales of a remarkable adventurer, both brave and resourceful, matching your description. I knew it was you. It had to be. I knew you would be coming for me. so I waited. Are you going to kill me or not? I see that I must relive it again. Your memory is not what it was. We met on a job. The killing kind. We were hired by a lord called Dupin to kill his brothers. With them gone, Dupin would inherit a great fortune and promised us much gold in return. Do you remember none of this? Before we left, Dupin told me that if only one of us returned from our mission, that one would get the other's reward also. I was hooked on skooma at the time, and I had a bit of a debt problem. So... I tried. That is what matters. It was not an easy choice. We only knew each other for a short time, but I had grown to like and respect you. We got on well and fought bravely side by side. I threw all that away for gold and skooma. No, Dupin was murdered by his sister before I made it back to his keep. Our deal died with him. Money is an evil like no other, my friend. It is only just that I die at your hand. No, I am done with this stuff. I want to die with my senses intact. Kill me now. I am ready. I fight with you? Or die defending you? Yes, I accept. I feel lighter in my heart now you have given me this opportunity. It will be like old times. Do not joke about such things, my friend. The sadness I feel for what I have done is brutal enough. For now. Something on your mind? I'm thinking this jail will be my home until I die, or until I repay my debt to you. Of course. What do you want to know? Okay. Fire away. Okay. Some things need to be said, but I will do my best. Of course, I will speak my mind. Some things need to be said, but of course, I will speak my mind. Some things need to be said, but of course, I will speak my mind. You have my full attention. No, thank you. I am okay. Go ahead, ask away. I will listen to you talk about talking, and we will take it from there. Okay. Okay, I will be insulting and distracting. Okay. An exciting subject. I am attacking on sight, and in battle I am fighting how I choose. Rawr. I will keep the violence to a minimum. I am versatile. I approve of this plan. I am being aggressive, and in battle I am fighting how I choose. I can be quite excitable. I will resist causing a bloodbath when possible. I am attempting to control my temper. And in battle, I am fighting how I choose. And in battle, I am fighting. I am all ears. When no one is watching, I sometimes chase my tail. Silly tail. Machines are interesting, but I do not trust them. I'm not a heavy drinker. Violence is my only remaining vice. When I am alone traveling the land, I often talk and sing to myself. I am good company. I can talk without moving my lips. My favorite smell is green. My mother called me Sky and my brother Sun because of our colorings. I look like a blue sky with clouds. My brother was golden and a bit round. I have no knack for magic, I'm afraid. Ugly is a state of mind. I hate ugly minds. I hate the way chickens look at me, like they know what I've done. I like eating trout and walks in the dark. One day when I have fully repaid my debts, I hope to build my own home, somewhere in the rift. My first and only attempt with magic did not end well. I am still deaf in one ear and a little blurry in one eye. I am taller though. One-handed weapons suit me very much. They leave a hand free to perform rude gestures. A witch once turned me into a dragonfly. I got better. If you turn around and I am not there, do not worry. I will catch up eventually. Sometimes a man needs a little privacy. Unlike most Khajiit, I have never spoken about myself in the third person. I guess it is how I was raised. I'm not the best judge of character. I will let you decide who deserves to die. My heart swells at the sight of natural beauty. Taking the scenic route is my style. I'm all for risk and adventure, but why throw yourself off a cliff for no reason? My foster mother was Khajiit, but my foster father was Argonian. Some found their union hard to understand. They were just mother and father to me. I've been obsessed with dragons since I was a child. I cannot believe they are back. I like Skyrim very much, to oblivion with those who don't. I hate pickpockets, those who pick my pocket anyway. I like talking about myself. I am very interesting. I like a little bit of lollygagging. My senses rule me. If something smells good, I cannot resist. If we ever find ourselves in the Bard's College, remind me to share some songs with you. Remember to take a seat though. I like a focused audience. I've been practicing. I can defeat almost any lock as long as I have a pick to break. Every time I accidentally snap one, I picture a spider's leg. Some folks seem to have a magical, never-ending supply of arrows. I have no such enchantments working on me, unfortunately. I'm very stealthy, if need be. I do not like chickens or rabbits. Why? I'd rather not talk about it. I like to have a full quiver. You can never have too many arrows. My least favorite place in Skyrim is anywhere the dead still walk. And Windhelm. Maybe one day I will leave my cell for good, but not yet. I still have much blood to repay. My favorite weapon is the bow. I like looking good. Sometimes that means being naked. You have to work best with what you have. How many soul gems can you fit in your mouth? My record is 3. My time as a bandit taught me very little. It was a means to an end. Sick people attract their own kind. There is nothing for me in my homeland now. This is where my heart says I should be. I'm picky about what I read, but I do enjoy a good book. My thumbs are not quite the same length. Never feed a slaughterfish your lunch. They will not be satisfied. By fighting at your side, I believe I now walk a better path. After exploring many ruins here, I have become good at avoiding most traps. Poison, spikes, and fire do not agree with me. I like the simple things in life. Sitting in a warm bar, the company of a beautiful woman, bashing a giant spider in the face. I love killing spiders. They are so satisfying to squash. It sounds strange when I say it out loud. I love archery. I once shot a man's hat off at 60 paces. If he hadn't ducked, I would have got his head. Some people say they don't like me because the color of my fur. I don't like ignorant racist bigots, so I guess we're even. My favorite place in Skyrim is Riften, without a doubt. It smells perfect. My honor is very important to me. I have many thoughts, all of my own. Many are fleeting though. Better catch them while you can. You can trust me to carry your gear. I am very strong and discreet. you want to get to know me better, we can always sit in an inn and have a chat. I like your voice almost as much as mine. The first time I went to the Bee and Barb, that Maven woman pinched my bottom. I am not just a piece of meat. Some people say I talk too much. Maybe it is true, but when we are up to something sneaky, I will always shut my mouth. Hello, my name is Inigo, and I am a recovering skooma addict. My fur bristles when a thunderstorm is on the way. I'm pretty handy in a fight, even if I do say so myself. I have traveled to many places. As a result, my accent is eclectic. I'm not scared of ghosts, but the Walking Dead chill my blood. I hate racism. This land is full of it. We all laugh and bleed and love, don't we? I've never ran from combat. It will no doubt be the death of me. I am done with skooma. It has caused many regretful choices. I can hack a foe's head from their shoulders with one blow. It is not boasting, it is just a fact. I hate those giant black chittering insects you get here. They make my eyes hurt, and my fur stand on end. My parents used to read to me in bed. I used to pretend I was ill, so I could hear more tales of adventure. I still love a good story. I don't get cold very easily. My favorite color is blue. One day I hope to learn how to fight underwater. I just can't seem to do it. My fleas keep me company when I'm alone. They are quite funny when you get to know them. Apparently, I taste good. Sand and sun is not for me. Sometimes I wonder if I'm really Khajiit at all. Rabbits are not all they seem. Believe me, I found out the hard way. It has been said I have the voice of a lark that is on fire and is being eaten by a mud crab. There is much about me I do not know. I have many thoughts, all of my own. Many are fleeting though. Better catch them while you can. My favorite weapon is the bow. By fighting at your side, I believe I now walk a better path. You can trust me to carry your gear. I am very strong and discreet. If you turn around and I am not there, do not worry. I will catch up eventually. Sometimes a man needs a little privacy. I like Skyrim very much, to oblivion with those who don't. I've been obsessed with dragons since I was a child. I cannot believe they are back. If we ever find ourselves in the Bard's College, remind me to share some songs with you. Remember to take a seat though. I like a focused audience. Unlike most Khajiit, I have never spoken about myself in the third person. I guess it is how I was raised. One day when I have fully repaid my debts, I hope to build my own home, somewhere in the Rift. After exploring many ruins here, I have become good at avoiding most traps. Poison, spikes, and fire do not agree with me. My favorite smell is green. Fire away. My brother and I never knew our real parents. We were found abandoned in a smelly shack by a soldier on his way to battle. We melted his heart with our fuzzy little faces, and he carried us to the nearest town. He deposited us at an orphanage, and that is where we spent most of our childhood. My brother and I were adopted by a couple of retired assassins. I guess the orphanage did not do a family background check. Mine was perhaps a little more unconventional than most, but I suppose all childhoods are interesting to some degree. My parents provided me with love and encouragement. Apart from the nightly training sessions, we were a normal family. I was bullied by the other Khajiit children because of my unusual color and markings. My mother showed me a handy trick with a rock and a glove. I was never bothered again. Childhood is extreme. It is a time of hard learning, but also teaching. Anyway, I never seriously hurt anyone until I was a lot older. My father showed my brother and I how to use a sword. My mother taught us the bow. Happy childhood memories. I grew up in Riverhold, not far from Citadel. My brother and I headed for the Imperial City to find our fortune when we came of age. I found love, for a time at least. My brother found death. Well, now that I think about it, maybe it was not love. It was brief and, as it turned out, one-sided. Anyway, all that happened later. I will come to that soon. There is a little more to hear first. My mother and father are both gone. They died protecting a trading caravan a few years back. I guess I am an orphan again. I suppose they were a bit of an odd couple, being an Argonian and a Khajiit, but they adored each other, and us. Despite their previous profession, they were good people. That means a great deal. Thank you. My brother and I found much work as sellswords. We never made it to the Imperial City, but we made a lot of coin. A bit of giant killing here, a bit of witch slaying there. We took gold when it was offered, but sometimes we worked for nothing. It is hard to deny those in need, whether they have coin or not. We made more than enough from those who could pay anyway. All over Citadel, from the Gold Coast to the Gerald Mountains. It is a wonderful land, but quite tame compared to Skyrim. Those were happy times. Traveling or working during the day, camping out under the stars at night. Life was good. I awoke one morning to a lot of noise outside our tent. My brother staggered in, bleeding, and pushed our father's sword into my hand. He said that if I loved him, I would run. He used the last of his strength to rip out the back of the tent and push me down the slope beyond. Some Khajiit-hating locals had blamed us for a spate of robberies in the area, and had decided to take the matter into their own hands. 12 of them had snuck up on us in the night. My brother died, but I live because of him. Yes, that morning I lost all that was dear to me. Unfortunately, I also uncovered a side of myself I never knew existed. His name was Fergus. I miss him very much, but part of me is glad he did not witness what became of me after his passing. Maybe you are right. It is a nice thought, but I suppose I will never know. Every day, my friend. Every day. I was recruited by a group of bandits a few years ago. That is when I discovered skooma. It was the beginning of a lot of nastiness. I was with a bandit girl for a while. Turns out she was using me. She wanted protection, not affection. As soon as she found someone more psychopathic, I was dropped like a sack of troll dung. I thought I did. We dulled each other's pain somewhat. She seemed like the only bright thing in a very dark place. Regrettably, she was a vicious, manipulative harpy. I left the bandits and took the only ally I had with me. He was also an addict, but we thought we had it under control. His name was Felix. He was a big fellow, good in his scrap. We became mercenaries together. After a few months, Felix and I had made a little gold, but our addiction to skooma was getting in the way. No one trusts an addict, my friend. Especially not another addict. There is not much to tell. He never spoke about his past, but it was clear he had also been through a great deal before becoming a bandit. That life did not seem to suit him. He had been an educated man at some point, I am sure of it. He was violent, but he had retained some dim vestige of honor. I wish we had met under different circumstances. From time to time my body does, but my mind is made up. I am never touching this stuff again. It helped me smother some painful memories, but it took my sense and reason as payment. It was not a fair trade. One day, Felix burst into my chamber. Instinct took over and I reacted. His murder was my second-to-last step on the road of dishonor. Trying to kill you was my last. My journal tells the rest. Read it if you want. I do not enjoy speaking of these things. That is my story. Not a happy one, but maybe the happy stuff is still to come. witchery. Fire away. No, thank you. I am okay. What would you have me do? Yes. Do you still need something? Yes, my friend. Okay, let us get back to it.
Hey, the way you walk around at home is your own business. When you're at home. Look, we all have our flaws. Mine is that women can't get enough of me. So I had this little affair going on while I was betrothed to a beautiful girl named Svidi. Well, she finds out and she tells her brother Wolfer that her brother attacks me with a knife. I mean, I had to defend myself. Exactly. Now I have to stare at these bars for 8 months. Can you believe it? I was about to let that wench marry into the richest family in Riften, and this is how she repays me. I'd do anything to have that whore's head on a platter. All I need to know is where she is. Ah, that's the spirit. Find her, and I promise you'll be well compensated. She was a young woman, buxom, with long, flowing black hair. She used to sing the most lovely songs to me when we were courting. Never heard a voice so beautiful. All that talent will go to waste when I'm finished with her. Yeah, Mother thought I should be taught a lesson for airing the family's dirty laundry in public. I mean, I've taken care of many people for her in the past. What in oblivion did she expect me to do? Ah, well, at least I have all the comforts of home during my stay. Well, except the touch of a woman, of course. When speaking of the Blackbriars, only one thought should spring to mind. We are not to be trifled with. Help us, you end up rich. Cross us, and you'll end up a memory. Is that enough information for you? When I find that bitch, I'm gonna wring her little neck.
Let me out of here, damn it. I'm not a criminal. This is what happens to you when you speak your mind in this city. They threw me in here because I called Ulfric a liar, a deceiver. Ulfric doesn't care about Talos. He yearns for the throne of Skyrim, and he'll say anything to rally people to his side. On second thought, maybe I'm better off in here. At least I'll die with a clear conscience. Is there something I can do for you? What can I do for you? Is there... what do you... Yes? What do you need? Yes? What do you...
I wasn't certain I'd ever see you again. If you were expecting a palace, then maybe you're not cut out for this line of work. Our methods involve secrecy and discretion. Now, if you're done belly aching like a child, how about handling a few deadbeats for me? They owe our organization some serious coin, and they've decided not to pay. I want you to explain to them the error of their ways. Kirava, Bersi Honeyhand, and Helga. Do this right, and I can promise you a permanent place in our organization. Honestly, the debt is secondary here. What's more important is that you get the message across that we aren't to be ignored. A word of warning, though. I don't want any of them killed. Bad for business. Good. If you need any details on your marks, I'll be here. Now get going. Kirava's stubborn, but she's got a soft spot for family. Talk to Talon Jay at the Bee and Barb, and see if you can get something out of him. They're well acquainted, if you catch my meaning. He's as pig-headed a man as you'll ever find. The key is that ugly dwarven urn in his shop. Smash that thing to bits and he'll change his attitude. Helga is a devout follower of Dibella and dotes over the statue to the divine that she keeps at the bunkhouse. Use it as leverage, and she'll cave.
Doing anything today? What? Oh, it's one of you people. So Brynjolf doesn't even bother to show up himself anymore, eh? What's this message? Petty threats and fist-waving are not going to sway me. You people are all talk, and everyone knows it. You demand payment for protection, and you can't even protect yourselves. Don't fool yourself. It's only a matter of time before you people are run out of Riften. Likewise. Now I have a lot to do, so I'm afraid you'll just have to leave.
For a room or something to drink? Show me some coin first. I've already told that buffoon that I'm not paying you people a single coin. Look around you. I'm barely keeping this rat hole together. The war's seen to that. Good, and take this little message back to your bosses. I'm not paying any of you a single septim, ever! Now get out of my inn. No, Maramo. We talked about this. Talon?
Kirava, certainly we can come to some sort of an understanding. These people must be made aware of the chaos they've sown.
Enough, Maramo. We've all heard of the dragons and their return. There's no need to use them as an excuse to harass our customers.
Very well, Talon. I'll remove myself from this den of iniquity.
We're not kicking you out. Just keep the sermons at the temple and let us all sin in peace. What do you want? I met her when I wandered into Riften a few years ago. Been smitten with her ever since. In fact, I'm thinking of asking her to marry me. In Blackmarsh, tradition dictates we present a potential mate a unique wedding ring to represent our future bond. I already have the gold band, but all I need are 3 flawless amethysts to complete the setting. I was hoping you'd offer I didn't think it was my place to ask such a favor of you. I thank you. Every Argonian wedding proposal band is supposed to have 3 flawless amethysts as part of their design. 2 of the gems, the ones on the outside, represent the couple to be married. One for the husband, one for the wife. The amethyst in the center represents the Hist, the entity that all Argonians consider a sacred part of our lives. Depends. Are you thirsty? Hungry? Both? Three, in fact. They're my own recipe. Brought them over here from my days as a bartender in Gideon. First is the Velvet Lachance, which is a mixture of blackberry, honey, spiced wine, and a touch of nightshade. Perfectly safe, I assure you. Second, we have the White Gold Tower, which is heavy cream with a layer of blended mead, lavender, and dragon's tongue on top. Last, and only for the bravest of souls, we have the Cliff Racer, which is firebrand wine, Cyrodiilic brandy, Flynn, and Sujamma. With the rumors going around about how poorly your guild's been doing, she's become much too bold. I'm not that foolish. The last thing I want is a war with your people. Look, I'm only telling you this because I care for her. Don't mistake this as acceptance for what you do. Kirava has some family at a farm just inside of Morrowind. If you mention you know about it, she might just listen to you. Just please don't harm anyone. I couldn't bear the thought.
If you're looking for a room, try the Bee and Barb. This place is for the working man. What does he want now? I already explained to him that you can't get blood from a stone. Look, I can't make the coin appear out of thin air. Please, be reasonable. I'll pay next month. And so have I. What's the point of paying anyway? Your outfit can't even fend for itself. I could do better tossing the gold into the sewer. You can't scare me with your tough talk. I'm not paying you people a single coin.
No! That urn was priceless. Excellent. I think you'll be glad that you made this decision. If you change your mind. Excellent. I think if you change your mind. Excellent. Thank you. I'll be sure to put it to good use.
Please, don't take the statue. It's the only thing of value I have left. Not Lady Dibella. No, please, I can't lose her. I get the message. Here, take your gold. I hope you choke on it. Look, I got the message. What else did you want? Of course not. You expect me to take care of it by myself? My niece Svana helps me with the chores. She'd be more help if she kept her head out of the clouds. She's been with me ever since her parents were killed by bandits and she was dropped in my lap. This heap of matchsticks is what everyone calls Helga's bunkhouse. Can you stay here? No. The bunkhouse is for the working man, not some sort of luxury inn for tourists.
You or Brynjolf a single coin. Now get out of my tavern. Here, take a look at this. Some of the Jarl's men came by and left this bounty letter. Riften's biggest exports used to be fishing and honey until the Blackbriar family moved in. Now the meadery is the biggest game in town. Have you seen that shrine of Azura? They say the Dark Elves built it after they fled from Morrowind. Sight to see. Look, everything was all just a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to tell Brynjolf to go jump off the pier. You'll tell him I'm sorry, yes? Take this. Every single coin I owe is there. I swear it.
So, job's done and you even brought the gold. Best of all, you did it clean. I like that. Dumping bodies and keeping the guards quiet can be expensive. Well done. And it would seem I owe you something in return. Here you go. I think you'll find these quite useful. Judging from how well you've handled those shopkeepers, I'd say you've done more than simply prove yourself. We need people like you in our outfit. That's the spirit. Larceny's in your blood, the telltale sign of a practiced thief. I think you'll do more than just fit in around here. What's on your mind? We've run into a rough patch lately, but it's nothing to be concerned about. Tell you what, you keep making us coin, and I'll worry about everything else. Fair enough? Now, if there are no more questions, how about following me and I'll show you what we're all about?
Let's wait until Brynjolf's here before we begin.
Mercer, this is the one I was talking about. Our new recruit.
This better not be another waste of the guild's resources, Brynjolf. Before we continue, I want to make one thing perfectly clear. If you play by the rules, you walk away rich. You break the rules and you lose your share. No debates, no discussions. You do what we say, when we say. Do I make myself clear? If you're not sure, maybe you don't belong here. I'll ask again. Are we clear on all of this? Good, then I think it's time we put your expertise to the test. This better be important.
You're not talking about Golden Glow, are you? Even our little Vex couldn't get in.
You claim this recruit possesses an aptitude for our line of work. So let him prove it. Golden Glow Estate is critically important to one of our largest clients. However, the owner has suddenly decided to take matters into his own hands and shut us out. He needs to be taught a lesson. Brynjolf will provide you with details.
Mercer, aren't you forgetting something?
Since Brynjolf assures me you'll be nothing but a benefit. To us, then you're in. Welcome to the Thieves Guild.
Welcome to the family, lad. I'm expecting you to make us a lot of coin. So don't disappoint me. Simple. Do as you're told and keep your blade clean. We can't turn a profit by killing. You should talk with Delvin Mallory and Vex. They know their way around this place, and they'll be able to kick some extra jobs your way. Oh, and talk to Tanelia in the Flagon. She'll set you up with your new armor. Golden Glow Estate is a bee farm. They raise the wretched little things for honey. It's owned by some smart-mouthed wood elf named Arengoth. We need you to teach him a lesson by burning down 3 of the estate's hives and clearing out the safe in the main house. The catch is that you can't burn the whole place to the ground. That important client Mercer mentioned would be furious if you did. The guild depends on an arrangement of influential people to keep things running smoothly. Without them at our backs, we'd be in serious trouble. Maven prefers that Arengoth remains alive, but if he tries to stop you from getting the job done, kill him. The guild has a lot riding on this. Don't make me look foolish by mucking it up. They're built like small fortresses to resist the weather, but their one weakness is flame. Besides, nothing tells the people of Riften we mean business better than a huge column of smoke. I'll give you one good reason. Maven Blackbriar. Burn all the hives, and she'd have to import honey for Blackbriar meadery, which would cut into her profits. They're built like... Besides, nothing tell... I'll give you one... Burn all the hives, and she'd have to import honey for Blackbriar. Golden Glow Estate brought in a mountain of gold for the guild. You could almost call it our sweetest deal. Then out of the clear blue, Arengoth stopped sending us our cut. Mercer was, well, angry to put it kindly. So we send in Vex, and find out he's hired a bunch of mercenaries to guard the place. Aye. Arengoth sent the city guard packing and fortified the entire island. In fact, Vex barely made it out of there alive. You should talk to her about it before you go. We had an arrangement with Maven. We kept an eye on Golden Glow Estate to make sure the honey kept flowing. If the workers had a dispute, we'd rough them up. If competitors tried to buy honey from Arengoth, we'd steal the shipments. In return, Maven allowed us to extort Arengoth and bring in a huge payout. Let me put it to you this way. Nothing happens in Riften without Maven's consent. One word from her, and you could spend the rest of the 4th era in prison.
Before we begin, I want to make 2 things perfectly clear. 1, I'm the best infiltrator this rat hole of a guild's got. So if you think you're here to replace me, you're dead wrong. And 2, you follow my lead and do exactly as I say. No questions, no excuses. Easy, huh? So, should I just hand you purses of coin, or are you gonna work to earn your keep? Let me give you a small bit of advice. Nothing in this line of work is easy. If it was, every dreg in the Ratway would be robbing Riften blind. If something's being handed to you on a silver platter, then there's a catch. Steal the platter instead. You get it? Then we understand each other. Good. Now, it's time to get your feet wet. and I don't want to waste a lot of time talking about anything but business. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for you. We're in a bad way down here. Who knows? Old Delvin thinks it's some kind of curse. I think he's crazy. If you want my opinion, I'd say it's just plain old bad luck. You can get out there and start making a name for us again. Make them start fearing us like they did long ago. And while you're at it, make a little bit of coin on the side. Not a bad deal, eh? I handle the burglary, shell, sweep, and heist jobs. Most of them involve breaking and entering. If you don't like that kind of work, talk to Delvin. He runs the more up-close and personal jobs. Pretty simple. Break into a house, grab a specific item, and get out before they realize what's going on. The catch is you can't kill anyone who lives there, or you forfeit the payment. You ready for some good old-fashioned burglary? Good. Here's what you need to do. Well, first you take the job, now you don't even want it? Wish you'd make up your... Okay, what'll it be? Have a house with a good bit of valuables and... Good. Here's what you need to do. Back with good news, I trust? Been a while since I've seen one of those. What you've got there is a stone of Baron Zaya. Not like that, it isn't. The stone was pried off of Baron Zaya's ceremonial crown by a thief in order to cover his tracks. I think there were 24 in all. Most people keep them as a curiosity. Some of the guild members have tried to locate them over the years, but they haven't been successful. Well, until now. Look, I only buy things I can turn around quickly for a profit. And no one wants these stones unless they have the whole set. Tell you what, if you find the rest of them, talk to me again. Otherwise, keep it. Maybe it'll bring you luck. Yeah, I did. That wood elf's wit. He's a lot smarter than I expected. Can you believe that fetcher had more than tripled the guard? There must have been 8 of them in there. It was like he was daring us to come and get him. Well, there's an old sewer tunnel that dumps into the lake on the northwest side of the island. That's how I slipped in there. Should still be unguarded. Are you kidding me? Ever since the guild's luck turned sour, we haven't had a coin to our name. And when the coin dried up, that's when people started to leave. We had the best of everything down here. The Ratway was a damn palace. The only way this place will ever return to its glory days is if we can finish these extra jobs and start the gold flowing again. The Flagon was once a city beneath the city. We had our own smith, our own alchemist, you name it. If we can make a name for ourselves in Skyrim once again, I can almost promise you those merchants would return. Best of all, we'd have enough gold to throw around so we could start living in the lap of luxury again. First you take the job, now you don't even want it? Wish you'd make up your mind. If you're ever in need of some quick coin for items you find on the job, Tanelia is the best fence around. And besides myself, Delvin, Niruin, and Vipper can help you with any sort of training you might need to sharpen your skills. I bet you are. Which one do you want? Have a house with a good bit of valuables inside, but one particular item's caught my eye. Good.
My friend, I feel my mind is vibrating in my skull. It feels like it is at the end of a hook. I do not know. The sensation is receding. That was horrible. I'm okay. I have no idea what it was. All of a sudden there was a bright flash, and it felt like my mind was being pulled out of my ears. Do not worry about me, my friend. Let us get back to it. Ah, it is happening again. Wait, my mind is vibrating again. God, it is working me. It is fading. I saw brief flashes of a cabin in the snow. It was surrounded by trees. What is happening to me? Yes, something small and shiny. A coin? A ring? No, I cannot remember. I think my brain is broken. Yes, something small and shiny. A man, perhaps? A bearded man. I did not recognize him. The flashes were very fast and confusing. No, but something about the landscape was familiar. I wish I could remember where I have seen it before. Yes, something small and shiny. Yes, something small and shiny. Yes, something small and shiny. A coin? Okay. If it does happen again and my brain tries to escape through my nose, push it back in, please. What can I do for you? You want to talk? I'm wondering how you are doing. You look injured. This place smells fancy and fanatical. Let us go. My friend, my mind is being tugged again. It is happening this time. The door is tied in posts for night in the snow. My head is pounding. I recognize the tower. I think I know where to start. I saw a ruined tower in the snow. I think I camped there once long ago. The tower is a short hike from Dawnstar. It is called Snow Point Beacon. It is nothing special from what I remember, but I think it is close to the source of these embarrassing episodes. I understand if we are too busy, but what do you say? Shall we go? Thank you, my friend. I will mark Snow Point Beacon on your trusty map. Let us go. Yes, my friend.
Yeah, don't mind falling for my trap. You missed some of it. Gotta be somewhere around. I hope they're not. Yeah, I put it over here. It is. Oh, and I wasn't in
desire. You. The Jarl has put out a bounty on some bandits. Hey there. Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here's your reward.
To the steward, Folk Firebeard.
There's something personal I was hoping you would do for me. Falk told me what you did for us. As you may know, when he buried my husband, I would like you to take some offerings to all the gods, a war horn handed down from his father, and place it at a shrine of Talos. Thank you. It would mean a lot to me.
I figured out how we're going to get you into the Thalmor embassy. I've been doing this a long time, remember? The Thalmor have been looking. I can get you into one regularly. I have a contact. Once you're inside, his name is Malborn. He's not up to it. He's plenty of reason to hate the Thalmor skeever. You can trust him. While you're doing that, I'll work on getting Solitude Stables after you've arranged things with Malborn. Any questions? Don't worry about Malborn. He's a wood elf. He's not a dangerous. Luckily, they wiped out his family, but he hates the Malborn. Let me handle that out. You'll have a real invitation. Don't worry. As long as you can act the part of a Thalmor toady, let me handle that. Guards. You'll have a real invitation. Don't worry. Let me handle that. As long as you can have a real invitation. That's when the fun starts. Then you'll need to as you can act the part of a Thalmor without raising the alarm. That's when the fun. Malborn. Then you'll need to find Ellenwin's office. Don't worry. He's a wood elf. Luckily, they don't know who he really is. Don't worry about Malborn. Luckily, they don't know who he really is, or he wouldn't be serving drinks at the ambassador. Be careful.
Around. I'm sure you'll find
Imperial. Really? Here's the deal. Who she picked? Don't plan on bringing anything else in with you. Can't live with Thalmor, and I'll make sure to get it into the embassy. The rest is up to you. Okay, I'll get this inside the embassy for you. I've got...
Have you given Malborn the gear you want to smuggle into the embassy? The only way you're going to get patients, you need to look the part, and you're ready. You'll only have what Malborn can't go into.
Who's that? No mercy. Rodolphe? That you? Boss was looking for you. Said he'd be up at the summit.
Take this and hold on to it. I'll be back for it later. I'll pay you good. Don't lose it. No time to talk. Snitch or double-cross me and I'll kill you.
Did you see someone run past just now? Great. Thanks.
It's a fine day with you around. Falk said I could more than earned the right to Falk when you have the funds and take the next step to becoming a Thane. Because that's what traitorous cowards do when they desire before my husband. And when Ulfric unleashed Ulfric, that is all I will say. That terrible voice, or it grieves like something out of a legend. Not yet, no. Or a nightmare. This land is my husband Torrid was the High King, and her people suffer his rightful place. The Stormhawks are the time in my court for a new Thane, and like I could only honorary title someone must purchase their own lust to someone like you, and I'll make one piece of property. A question I am all too familiar with. Irony is that one my very own general forgetting was especially for my people, the people of Skyrim.
Curse this chill. I should have dressed more warmly.
This is Snowpoint Beacon. Next, we need to find the wooden posts I saw. They must be close. In my vision, the posts were worn and weather-beaten. According to my nose, all the wood here seems to have been cut fairly recently. I can also smell stone, and ice, and you, and... Wait, I can smell old timber. This way, my friend.
See how he likes that scuba.
The source of my mind vibrations is east of here. I am sure of it. The cabin must be nearby. These are the posts from my vision. Come on, let's follow them. No, but we are on the right path. I am glad you are by my side. Let us push on. Thank the gods! I am not crazy. There it is. The cabin I saw. My friend, I bet you 100 septims the door is locked tight. I think I have a solution, though. During one of my painful episodes, I said, "It is under the rug." Remember? Give me a moment. Yes, here it is, a key. Back home, my mother used to keep a spare in the same place. Why don't you do the honors? My hands are uncharacteristically shaky for some reason. Okay, let us see what is inside.
Oh my, you're here. I was beginning to lose hope. Yes, I think that's enough chit-chat for now. Beginning to lose hope. What? Dragon Bomb? No, not you, whatever you are. Him. Get out of the way. Inigo? Is it really you? Or am I dreaming?
That is my name, and let me tell you this. If you insult my friend again, I will be forced to harm you. Do we have an understanding?
My apologies. I am often too terse for my own good. I mean nothing by it, I assure you.
Okay, my friend here is the legendary Dragonborn. He deserves your respect.
I see. Well, I'm sure you make quite the team, Inigo, but it's you who I've been seeking all these years. I'm so glad you're still alive.
Who are you? Why have you been seeking me?
My name is Langley. Langley Longseer to some. Dear boy, I have much to tell you. How did you find me?
I started to get brief, painful visions a while ago. They showed me flashes of this place. And you. I also felt a nasty tugging sensation.
Ha! The spell works. Not quite as was intended, but it got you here in the end. I was about ready to string that conjuration mage up by his toes.
You summoned me? I have to tell you, your spell needs work.
I've been trying to locate you for quite some time. I even traveled to Riverhold. I found your parents shortly after they died, gods rest their souls. Oh dear, you do know about that, don't you?
They were killed protecting a trading caravan. I heard. You were there?
Yes. I am so sorry for your loss. For all your losses. In a way, I've been traveling with you. Just a step behind.
Did my mother and father die well?
They met their end with dignity. I was the one who found them, and I made sure they had a fine burial. They died holding hands.
Why were you there? Were you looking for me even then?
I had hoped they could lead me to you. I continued to track you for years. Then the trail went cold after I found your brother.
You found Fergus? How? Have you always been hiding in my past, haunting every step I take? Why? I do not know you. What do you want from me?
I've come to know you very well. I am your friend, Inigo. Perhaps the greatest friend you have. We are destined to work together.
I already have the only friend I need.
You don't understand. There's a great evil coming. I don't know when exactly, but it is close. I've seen it in my dreams. You are there too. You are the champion destined to destroy the Doomstrider.
What are you talking about? The Doomstrider?
Yes, the very avatar of destruction and death. The demon that has plagued my dreams for decades. Ah, Inigo and I have much to discuss. I don't wish to be rude, but perhaps it's best if you leave us to it for a bit. In fact, if you could do something for me, I'd be most grateful. Eggs. Eggs! You know, birds lay them. Snow thrush eggs, to be precise. 6 should do the trick. They often boost my visions, allowing me to see further into the future. If Inigo is here, then maybe the Doomstrider is finally preparing to strike. We must be ready. There are at least 8 nests outside my home. You shouldn't need to go very far. I hope you don't mind heights. They are usually rather elevated. Come back to me when you have 6 eggs, no fewer. Find 8, and I'll give you something precious for your trouble. I don't know. Maybe in time we'll find out together. Go on, go and get those eggs and let Inigo and I talk a while. Search up high, and try not to fall off anything.
This Langley fellow seems to have a lot to tell me, and sadly I don't think he'll do it with you here. I'm a bit shaken by how well this man seems to know me, but I'll be okay. I wonder what else he has to say. I hope my poor mind can take it. I have heard the snow thrush likes to nest up trees and on the edge of cliffs. Be careful you do not slip. You survived your perilous egg-fetching adventure, I see. I have much to tell you, but first I think you should give this man his precious eggs.
Well done, you got the eggs. Very good. Your prize? Oh yes, here you go. Take my thanks and my gratitude. Very precious commodities indeed. What? I didn't need eggs, I just needed you out of the house for a bit so we could talk. Keep them. Turn them into an omelette for all I care. Anyway, Inigo and I have had a bit of a chat, and he's persuaded me that you can be trusted. It seems we 3 are in this together. I've given him my notes, and I'm sure he'll let you read through everything. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. Maybe you should talk to Inigo first, though.
Good job getting those eggs, my friend. This Langley fellow may be a bit rude and gruff, but he's on our side. He gave me these. He found my father's journal, can you believe it? He also gave me 2 books he's written about his search for me. They contain a lot of information about how important I am. They are very good books, but also sad. Apparently, I have my own prophecy. If you want to hear more about it, I'll tell you what I know. Langley says we are going to save the world. That is, of course, unless you think we have something better to do. It is still a little tender. Oh, that reminds me. You should ask Langley about the summon spell that has been causing my mind vibrations. He has a spare copy. Maybe he will let you give it a go. My mind is not keen on the idea, but I think a spell like that could be useful, my friend. I'll tell you what I know. Okay, the Inigo Prophecy. Somewhere out there in the world, there is a very nasty being gathering its strength. If left unchecked, it will grow until its evil influence burns away all that is good in this world. It has appeared in Langley's dreams for many years, often as a gigantic figure striding through the land, leaving nothing but pain, anguish, and death in its wake. He calls it the Doomstrider. In the same dream, he sometimes sees a handsome blue Khajiit defeat the menace with his help. He calls this fellow the Champion. That is me, my friend. Much of Langley's prophecy is hazy, and he says that sometimes his dreams show more than one possible outcome. But now he and I have finally met. He believes we stand a good chance of preventing much suffering. He is interesting. Langley has dreams that often come true. He usually foresees the beginning, the middle, or the end of a future event, but never all three. So he may know that a man at the market will get into a fight, but he won't know why. Or he will see a dead man at the market, but not know how he died. To make matters worse, he sometimes sees 2 or more possible endings. Until we met, he couldn't be sure that we ever would. He is understandably relieved. Ever since I appeared in his dreams, he has been looking for me. All he knew in the beginning was that the champion was Khajiit, avoided death at an early age, and had blue fur. He finally heard about a remote village among the shifting sands of elsewhere that ritualistically sacrifices any child born among their number whose fur is blue. He deduced that the champion was likely a blue child from this village that somehow escaped their fate. He set off in search of the village, but on the way, he found Riverhold and heard about me. This was a few years after Fergus and I left to find our fortune, though, so he began tracking us. Along the way, he heard tales about my brother and I. He even collected mementos from our endeavors. You can see a few of them over there on those shelves by the chest. After finding Fergus, lying among the remains of our camp, he lost track of me. The years went by, and he grew weary. He eventually returned here, and employed a group of adventurers to continue the search for me, and to look for any signs of the Doomstrider. He also paid a conjuration mage to concoct a summon Inigo spell. My mind vibrations were the result of him trying unsuccessfully to use the spell. What would you like to know? What details can I help you with? Not much, I'm afraid. Langley is the man to ask about that. All I know is that I am destined to fight whatever or whoever it is. I hope you will be at my side when the time comes, my friend. Of course, I will do my best to keep this from interfering with my debt to you. It warms my heart to hear you say that, my friend. With your help, I know I can finally put some good back into this world. They are called In Search of a Champion and Da Vinci's Journal. My father wrote the journal, and Langley wrote In Search of a Champion. Langley's books contain the story of his search for me, and a few tales about Fergus and I. The journal is my father's personal account of our upbringing. In my opinion, the books are informative and quite moving. Not much, I'm afraid. Langley is the man to ask about that. All I know is that I am destined to fight whatever or whoever it is. I hope you will be at my side when the time comes, my friend. Of course, I will do my best to keep this from interfering with my debt to you. They are Langley. The journal is my father's personal account of our upbringing. They are Langley's. The journal is my father's personal account of our upbringing. What would you like to know? What details can I help you with? Like all Khajiit, my physical characteristics were probably determined by the moons at my birth. I seem to be the product of a very rare celestial alignment that only occurs briefly, every few hundred years or so. In the backward village where I was born, a blue child was seen as a bad moon omen. I would have been sacrificed if my birth mother had not smuggled Fergus and I away. We were not identical, but we were twins. Perhaps his life was forfeit by association. Whatever the case, I like to think that my birth mother could not bear the idea of separating us. I can only guess that there was enough time between our births for the moons to shift. Langley thinks the alignment that produced me may only last for a few moments. I am incredibly unique, my friend.
I've already written this. I can't remember.
What can I do for you?
If you could attach it without
Sure.
killing yourself, I think.
Taking the scenic route is my style. Fire away. All right. I will miss you.
Observation. Inigo's friend is clearly a vampire. It may be a good idea to move somewhere less overcast and install a window in the ceiling.
Waiting is boring. Shall we go? Yes, let us go.
I must warn you, I'm recording this conversation for posterity. I don't know, can you? It's rubbish, tosh, hardly works at all. All it seems to do is give poor Inigo vague directions to the summoner, and a headache. I followed the instructions dutifully. There's no reason it shouldn't work. No one knows Inigo better than I do. The conjuration mage who created the spell told me that as long as I was Inigo's true friend, I should be able to get it to work. It's clearly broken. I'm the greatest ally Inigo has. Oh, I'm sure you know him a little, but I've been studying him for decades. No, if the spell doesn't work for me, it won't work for anyone. Isn't that right, Inigo?
I think you should let him try it.
Exactly. What? Why?
Langley, I am sure we are great allies in the making, but my friend here and I have a more immediate bond.
What do you mean? Oh, I didn't realize you were an item.
Not that kind of bond. We have traveled together. We have enjoyed sharing our views on many subjects. We have fought bravely side by side. I have placed my life in his hands. What I'm trying to say is, we are friends. Go on, hand over a copy of the spell. I am the only one who will suffer if it goes wrong.
I see. I won't argue with you, even though it's a waste of time. I will do as you ask.
Thank you. What is the worst that can happen?
You don't want to know. If we're going to do this, we must be scientific. Inigo, you stay here, and your friend and I will go outside. Once we're on the path, I'll give you the spell, and you can try unsuccessfully to teleport Inigo to us. Stare vacantly if you understand.
Good luck, my friend. I will wait and brace myself.
Okay, you can quit the vacant gazing routine now. Come on, we should head outside and get this over with. Let's get started. Here is the spell. I had to pry it open just to read half the incantations. I doubt you'll have better luck.
You want to talk? I will miss you. What is on your mind? I'm right behind you.
Inigo, I've been thinking, when you're not out adventuring with your friend, where do you stay?
I have a place in Riften. It is a bit cramped, but it is dry, and it often smells interesting.
Well, if you ever want to come and stay with me, you're more than welcome. It could be beneficial to our cause.
That is very kind of you, but I do not wish to intrude.
You wouldn't be intruding at all. If you decide to move in, I'll make you a sleeping area. There's no shortage of timber around here.
Thank you for the offer. I will certainly consider it.
Good. I'll consider making some renovations then.
You. Splendid. There's a house available right now. Here is the key to your new home. I'd be glad to help you. And of course, many ways to improve your home. What would you like to purchase? You have descriptions of the decorations you can buy. Speak to me again if you decide to purchase. What would you like decorations? Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to purchase? 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 As you wish. Speak to me again if you decide to purchase some decorations for your home. What did you have in mind? As you wish. Speak to me again if you decide to purchase some decorations. Is there anything else you'd like to purchase? Is there anything else you need? The Jarl has put out a bounty on some bandits. Here, take a look at this decree for details. Watch over your battles, friend. Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here's your reward.
All right, we've all seen enough. Put on some clothes. Looks like you're still in one piece. More importantly, so is the book. Thank you. Excellent. I'll start translating it. Shouldn't take me more than a day or two. There are more books to be recovered and secured in the Arcanium. All right. I wrote down the last place I'd heard about. Don't get killed. I only just got my hands on it. I can only work so quickly. Please make sure your hands are clean before touching anything, all right? I have a few things laying around that weren't worth adding to the collection. And what do you plan to do with it? Do you even know what you're asking about? I knew it. Everyone comes in here interested in my knowledge. The person must have the mind usually trained to sight it, or else it's a reflection of all each reader sees nothing but reflection of possible insights, and may come away even the false month, especially how that very question doesn't even but also talking about the scrolls. You usually end up irritated. You think that everything would give them the highest at some people, so we can the greatest thief in the world wouldn't be able to lay out bring everything. So don't get your hopes up.
Azura has seen your coming, traveler. It was not curiosity, but fate that has led you here. Perhaps that is what you are meant to believe. Fight it. To better serve your role as Azura's champion. To deny them is to go headlong into the darkness with no light to guide you. Twilight, guide your path. Perhaps that do not fight it. Azura's prophecies is no one else. But to deny them is to go headlong into the darkness. For I live under Azura's shrine was built by the Dawn. Protects me as our land was a powerful being who watches from beyond. Azura is no one else. She has given me the gift. I cannot you have been chosen. I had a vision of you walking up there. There is no one else. Azura has seen perhaps I cannot fall. You must go to a fortress inside, endangered by an elven I know, who can turn the brightest stars are never wrong. Black as I believe the fortress may refer to Winterhold. Ask if they know this elven enchanter. And just lounge around. Twilight, guide your course. We are children. All will happen as it has been. She is the goddess of dawn and dusk. Azura sees into the twilight of those of us who were fled from Morrowind was given our thanks to her. Led us away. None who there were others for the worst, but I Azura's vision to abandon everyone.
The waiting, the insufferable waiting. You know Bellathor's shop in Whiterun? That'd be a good place to start. Thanks. He carries all sorts of... Couldn't have done that without you. Here.
You've made a mess of things.
I've smoothed things over with her for now.
I told you not to
shoot her more than he has no idea the extent of the fury the buyers cut out of it. But for now, I'll check my source and even speak to Mercer. She asked for you by name. If it was like that, she wouldn't be asking for you. That's between you and keep your ears open. I prefer.
Back with good news, I trust? Oh, you're back? I suppose you'll be wanting your pay then. Good. We could use the coin. We're looking to recover an heirloom for a client. They claim turning down jobs like this, and the guild will begin to lose respect for you.
So you're the new recruit, looks like you and I are gonna have to get very well acquainted. I can also provide a few supplies usually to our
How about I get dirged?
I've been personal at the end of the day, and I've seen all we care about down here.
Here's how much gold you can play
to put it to good use. Whatever. I've got coin and I've got merchandise.
Let's see.
Well, you could always speak to Delvin or training. We've got plenty of it down here. Delvin, Vex, Mirwin, and Vipper can give you a leg up on that.
Brynjolf, eh? Let me guess. He just plucked you off the street, dropped you into that kind of attitude, which way he's up. Someone who wants to get away, stay relaxed, not your guild, just helps you to get busy, that's all. I know the other thing out there is his drugs over a stealer instead of who or street, cursing you like you and certain things around their lives, because they slack a road they were. This guild needs the coin. Walking away without taking work is not going to make you popular around. Got lots of jobs available. If you're looking to get some coin for the fruits of your labour, you should talk to Taneria. She said that years ago, the guild used to have a fight going at Angels. It wasn't long before my difficulties would all survive and put some flesh to base influential contact with Skyrim. The only way we get our special jobs there is by doing a small one to the job I had until we fishing.
Yeah? What's your problem?
Look, I don't really
Why do you
know.
care anyway?
I don't even
It's
really
not
know
like
any
we're
family.
family.
You want to know
I'll tell
about
you
some
about the
time I
business.
was
All right.
young,
Have a
barely
contact
out of
between our
her
entire
teens.
family.
Oh wait,
Living on a
farm
much in the middle of our livestock.
And
They
they
took
killed
my
my
entire
entire
family.
Carrying
Didn't
around
even
a
bring
red
it to
dust
someone.
against
Over
me.
time, I managed to gain their confidence. I never returned to that. So that's when one night I grabbed it. They nothing. Waited until not to.
I don't. Why do you care anyway? I don't even really know anyone.
I'll tell you about the time I was young. Have a contact between our entire family.
Wait,
Living on a much in the middle of our livestock.
And that they killed my entire
family.
carrying
Didn't
around
even
a
bring
red
it to
dust
someone.
against
Hurts
me.
after a
Bandit
while.
to bandit.
Over time, I managed to gain their. I never returned to that pig farm. Then one night I grabbed it.
So you're the one that burned down Gold any idea bother to show your face only reason going having he claims you possess some to bring your uncanny aptitude for your line of work. Quite frankly, I find that confidence you have to understand. Or is it arrogance? It's been a long time. Strange how I can't have cause and effect anyone. Did the job get done, and was it done correctly? I hope not. I have a competitor. I also want to know how they managed to get to the Bannered Mare running so could look for Malus Marcius. The Blackbriar family has always been I dare say the guild owes its survival. Our connections with the Empire and within Skyrim some lay thorn in my side for the last few years now. Not a day goes by that I don't regret letting Sabion get as far as he takes me to market, and I somehow take over them. His Golden Glow estate Sabion undoubtedly interrupted his advantage and collect a larger share of the market. Of course, I can't have that. Nothing gets done makes trouble for me, and I do well to remember that. I have the Jarl make me angry, and one more time in case I wasn't clear. You butcher this.
You there? We're looking for someone in Whiterun. A woman paid good money for foreign likely not using. We are not welcome here like us. We will pay for any information regarding looking for a fugitive who comes from Hammerfell. A Redguard woman. It's none of your concern. If that doesn't all you need to know, feel free to walk away. Information. We will.
Can't a man drink in peace? Haunting Brew's owner, Sabjorn, is about to hold a tasting. The meadery has quite a past of the guard. You're going to hit Sabjorn, going to give you the best poison. Made a mead. Spent weeks get going before Sabjorn all we need. Both of the buildings has an entrance to. I've already removed the wares, so the meadery keeps that locked up tight. That's I made the mistake of borrowing. He treats me like a slave. He's allowing me to do every nasty, dirty job in the guess who Sabjorn ends up in Blackbriar Meadery and Whiterun. Once Sabjorn is out of the way, consider it Maven has the plans for the place. I did my part one way or another. In there, we don't want the past to clear them out. Sabjorn will.
What are you gawking at? Can't you see I have problems
here?
Are you kidding me? I'm supposed to be holding a tasting of the new honey.
Oh, really?
I hope that I don't suppose you just do it out of the kindness of your heart, would you? Oh, very well. My only demand is that these vermin are get the rest when the job's done. If you I was going to have my lazy good-for-nothing assistant on Malice ever coming back. But he seems to have vanished. Malice is the best deal I've ever made. Free labor to make it operating costs. I've told the captain of the guard will have. Was something we discussed unclear? Well, it's about time. I had to just have to wait until after the captain's finished. I suppose you can wait around.
Well,
if you
Sabjorn,
must.
now that you've taken care of your little pest problem, come now. Thought I get
This
a
is
taste
me.
of
I call it
some wine. Sip it, save your
What's in
this?
What's wrong?
Silence,
I don't
idiot.
understand.
See to it that you remain in irons for the rest of your days. You're in charge here until I can sort this all out. You're coming with me to Dragon's Reach. I said. Farewell, Sabjorn.
I don't think that anything else you need before you head back to Riften. So, Maven you're welcome to take a look around Sabjorn's office. Partner, he keeps most of his papers stashed in his desk.
I thought it would be better to leave some. Besides, you've done Maven a favor getting rid of him. Besides, you've done Maven a favor getting rid of him. Besides, you've done Maven a favor getting rid of him.
Start changing it over to the Blackbriar in charge.
Hiring someone else to do it.
That's part of the deal. You just let me know. Remember to put in a good word with Maven for me.
I trust you have good news for me. This doesn't tell me much. The only thing that could identify Sabjorn's partner is this odd little symbol. Well, whoever this you should bring this information. There's also the matter of your payment.
Word on the street is that poor Sabjorn has found himself in Whiterun's prison.
Maven
Now
sent
you're beginning
word
to
that she
wonder
discovered
this is
something
else
else
when someone's trying to take us down. Mercer thinks he knows we can't find any thorn in our side. I've never seen him this angry.
All right, we've all seen it. Looks like you're still on one piece. And more importantly, so is the book. We were able to figure out the last text you brought in. I thought the least I could do was pass the knowledge along.
I consulted my contacts regarding the information you recovered our adversary is attempting to take us apart indirectly by angering Maven Blackbriar. Very clever. They're well-funded, just been able to avoid my admiration for years. Because even after all their posturing, his real name is Gullumai. Gullumai is our insider Yaki's to get out of the company and shake it down to a state that he can finger. Talk to Brynjolf before you leave if you have any questions.
I can't believe Gullumai's mixed up in all this. He could scan us Regonians last set is one of the most stubborn lizards I've ever met. If that fails, you have the only way to get and see what he's up to. If I know Gullumai, he's in way over his head, and you'll be able to use it as leverage. Good luck in solitude. Keep Gullumai alive, but remind him who we are. Trouble? Huh. He's one of the most stubborn lizards I've ever met. You're going to have to buy him off. Fails, you have your work cut out to get see what he's up to. If I know Gullumai, he's in way over his head. To see your embrace. You'll be able to just keep on Gullumai's tail. It would be a waste to lose a contact. Gullumai works in complete we have to he isn't exactly some of the maintains all of the graces out of all the stuff he loves. He's supposed to provide the no honor, no code at all. He's quite crafty. He says pickings and right back to the when you discover Gullumai's holding allies, nothing else is more important than he claims. A mercantile find that information. The Emperor himself all over Tamriel. Which means they have fairly unlimited resources. So don't get their feathers.
Winking skeever. Take a load off and enjoy the atmosphere.
So, what do we have scent, here? I'd say you were from the guild. Let me guess. That can't be land or property. Because I told Mercer I wouldn't deal with good. Did you say I know very little about that? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I can't be expected to remember every deal I handle. If you're the best the guild's got, they're in worse shape than I imagined. I don't deal in land or property. Oh, wait. Now, I'm sorry. Did you say I know very little about that? Maybe I did. My apologies. I can't be expected to remember every deal I handle. All right. Had I known this deal would bring me to last trouble of gold, I'd never accepted it all I had to do. I tend not to ask too many questions in this business. We rarely deal with names. Our identity comes from I never promised you I'd have all the answers. Now there's no need to do anything rash. I was gonna tell Mercer about everything. Honestly. Please, he'll have me killed. I see you wish to be reasonable. The person you want. Perhaps I misjudged you. Mercer never told you about her. Responsible for murdering the previous guildmaster. No, please. Look, I believe Mercer. I don't know. After she contacted, I asked her where she was going. She just muttered proof. Where the end. When you speak to Mercer, tell him I'm worth more to him alive. You needed to know more. I asked her the same now that I know who she come out and tell me. Maven Blackbriar needs gold owner constantly. If I was Maven, she's using the guild exactly as state the guild survives. Spent a lot of time and resources planning this. Consider it a gift to ensure your silence. That she wasn't to be bringing the secret trouble anyway. See how well now I'll tell you what. My language. If you need any story.
Did Gullumai give up any information on our buyer? No. This is grave news indeed. She's someone I hope Carlia destroyed everything after we discovered what she'd done. We spent months my Carlia and I were like, just I know her. She betrayed the guild. On every heist. We want kills me. There'll be no one left to go out there before she disappears. She agrees with me, and together we're going to kill her.
Trust me. Until next time. Of course. Your
Otherwise
new
it
piece
wouldn't
will
be
enhance
much
your
of a
skill
reward
beyond
now,
that
would
of the original. Trust me. Are you sure? Once I exchange it for you, I'm not taking it back. There you go. Unless you want to sell it at a discount.
Good. I've scouted the ruins, and I'm certain Carlia is still inside. Don't worry, catch her inside. I'm sorry. I was under the impression I was in charge. The last thing I needed Carlia into a trap and warning her that we're here. Stubborn. She was also the best. Gallus trusted her more much when we get too close. Gallus would call her his little knight. Reed. I think she was jealousy. Certain I intend to find out before she I have a long-standing range. We both agree it's best to keep these matters in house. 25 years ago, I was standing outside Gallus before I could even draw my blade. Her Gallus under the master of my arrows, staggered away from the weapon with my the last thing I saw was Carlia. Then that I realized the dreaded allowing her arrows. And the ceremony was thrown into disarray. Several stepped up and tried to claim Gallus. I saw my position as guildmaster. Fortunately, I pursued the infighting had taken months to outside. Gave her time to go into hiding. Think your arrow will reach me before my blade finds your heart?
Give me a reason to try.
You're a clever girl, Carlia. Buying Golden Glow Estate and funding Honningbrew Meadery was inspired.
To ensure an enemy's defeat, you must first undermine his allies. It was the first lesson Gallus taught us.
You always were a quick study.
Not quick enough. Otherwise Gallus would still be alive.
Gallus had his wealth, and he had you. All he had to do was look the other way.
Did you forget the oath we took as Nightingales? Did you expect him to simply ignore your methods?
Come, Carlia. It's time for you and Gallus to become reunited.
I'm no fool, Mercer. Crossing blades with you would be a death sentence. But I can promise the next time we meet, it will be your undoing.
How interesting. It appears Gallus's history has repeated itself. Carlia has provided me the means to be rid of you, and this ancient tomb becomes your final resting place. But do you know what intrigues me the most? The fact that this was all possible because of you. Farewell. I'll be certain to give Brynjolf your regards.
Easy. Easy. Don't get up so quickly. How are you feeling? No. I saved your life. My arrow was tipped with a unique paralytic poison. It slowed your heart and kept you from bleeding out. Had I intended to kill you, we wouldn't be having this conversation. My original intention was to use that arrow on Mercer, but I never had a clear shot. I made a split-second decision to get you out of the way, and it prevented your death. I promise you, the thought crossed my mind. The poison on that arrow took me a year to perfect. I only had enough for a single shot. All I had hoped was to capture Mercer alive. Mercer must be brought before the Guild to answer for what he's done. He needs to pay for Gallus's murder. My purpose in using Snowvale Sanctum to ambush Mercer wasn't simply for irony's sake. Before both of you arrived, I recovered a journal from Gallus's remains. I suspect the information we need is written inside. I wish I knew. The journal is written in some sort of language I've never seen before. Enther. Gallus's friend at the College of Winterhold. Of course. The only outsider Gallus trusted with the knowledge of his Nightingale identity. There were 3 of us. Myself, Gallus, and Mercer. We were an anonymous splinter of the Thieves Guild in Riften. Perhaps I'll tell you more about it later. Right now, you need to head for Winterhold with the journal and get the translation. Here, take these as well. They may prove useful for your journey. Mercer lied to the Guild, branded me a murderer, and slandered my name across his network of contacts. For 25 years I ran, never sleeping in the same place twice and carefully covering my tracks. Mercer doesn't need to die. He needs to feel the cold sting of fate as his life crumbles in front of him and he's hunted by the Guild. I can promise you, if it comes to that, and my back's to the wall, I won't hesitate. I'm afraid not. There are preparations to make, and Gallus's remains to lay to rest. I promise to join you there as soon as I can. He was a scholar, a master thief, and a natural leader. Everyone respected him and followed him without question. It was Gallus who inducted me into the Nightingales, and honed my skills to a razor-sharp point. I owe everything to him. We were very close. Gallus once said he felt comfortable around me, able to let his guard down. I can't help but think that I'm responsible for what happened to him. Remember, speak only to Enther. Trust no one else.
Yes, what is it? Carlia. Then she's finally found it. Do you have Gallus's journal? No problem. Let me see it. Ah, this is just like Gallus. A dear friend, but always too clever for his own good. He's written all of the text in the Falmer language. No. However, I know someone who might. The court wizard of Markarth, Calselmo, may have the materials you need to get this journal translated. Word of warning, Calselmo is a fierce guardian of his research. Getting the information won't be easy. Besides the fact that there are only a handful of people in Tamriel that even recognize the language, I'm fairly certain he was planning some sort of a heist that involved a deep understanding of the Falmer language. Sadly, we never had the opportunity to speak about the details. Ironically, I pointed him in the same direction I pointed you, to Markarth and Calselmo. I'm only hoping whatever means he used to learn the language will still be available to you. He was a dear friend of mine, and a surprisingly astute pupil of academia. I was devastated when he was killed. I suppose that risk always coexisted with his line of work. I just never thought his luck would run out. For the thrill, of course. He was quite clear that he felt more in his element climbing through a window rather than hunched over a dusty tome. Ah, yes, quite an amusing anecdote, actually. I caught him trying to break into my laboratory. I was about to show him the error of his ways when he made a curiously astute comment about my research notes. I was astounded, and in turn it led to a conversation. Who would have imagined it would lead to such a strong friendship? In the time before man, they were known as the Snow Elves. They lived in the sunlight and had a very prosperous society. Yes, I would say their culture quite possibly rivaled our own. The Nords went to war with the Falmer in the First Era, killed them by the thousands to drive them from their snowy homeland. The Falmer retreated underground and forged an uneasy alliance with the dwarves who ended up betraying them. This betrayal made them what they are now, horrible, blind monstrosities with a burning hatred of any but their own kind. Yes, I suppose you're right. Forgive me. I've lost several close friends to the Falmer, and it tends to distort my view. If you wish to learn more about them, you're welcome to my tome on the subject. Should be on my table. Calselmo is stubborn as a mule. Be careful when you speak to him.
Look, I'm very busy, so this better be important. Then you were well informed. I am at this very moment on the cusp of completing my magnum opus on the subject. I'm calling it Calselmo's Guide to the Falmer Tongue. It will revolutionize the way we understand those ancient beings. Preposterous! That research represents years of personal toil in some of the most dangerous Dwemer ruins in Skyrim. You must be mad to think I'd allow anyone to see it before it's completed. I've already provided you a key to the museum. You should consider it an honor if you are allowed to browse my collection. I'm sorry, but that's as far as my generosity extends.
Truly cares what happens.
What's your business here in Winterhold? Not that it matters anymore. No one bothers coming to Winterhold for any other reason. Winterhold has lost much of its history. Rumors of the resting with that much helm of Winterhold to be High King of Skyrim. Same hell that Jarl has some gold waiting for their returns. What's there to tell? Someday they'll be proof they caused the great collapse. Mages, most suspicious. And if you count everyone knows it's the college involved that blood on your swallowed our city. Still they deny it.
My job is to serve the Jarl, not waste time talking to travelers. Maybe I hope to keep it help me keep up appearance. The Jarl is convinced old Nellican has a Jarl starts
From you yet? That's gold wasted. He owes this tavern enough coin to burn it down, build it back up, and burn it down again without at least paying back some of the coin he owes. Just might be sober enough to listen to you. It's not much. Very little money passes through Winterhold anymore. But if there's one thing you can count on, answer either way. Folks needing it either too stubborn or too crazy to go, so we do our best to see it. Packed up and left years ago.
Unless you're bringing me another round, you can just. Who are you to say what I should do? I'll pay her back when I'm ready. You're right. What would my forefathers think if they knew I wasn't paying my debts?
Can I help you with anything else?
Tell her and I'll bring her the gold I owe.
If there's anything you need, just let me know. The mages are up in the college. Then again, Nellicon asked them if they'll let you in. He's an old-timer from the college, but he has a broom.
My days at the college are long behind me, but I prefer to stay close by. No, I left Winterhold for some time and returned to stay here at the inn. I still have research that keeps me busy, and being here in Winterhold ensures I have access to former colleagues. Who sent you? Was it the college? The Jarl? We agreed there would be no more questions. All right, then. Who sent you? Was it the college? What do you know about this whole thing? We agreed there would be no more questions.
They are. Except the gem is always consumed.
Some of us will find out how. I was working under Malin Vara to alter the star. It drove him mad. Disease started dying. I thought he could store his own soul inside. I mentioned he took a few loyal to you will only store one as a mortal. But the reason Malin went another rule. Azura's Mazora is the Black Azura's rule. It started slowly. He was close to then Malin would see things that weren't there. The more Malin worked in the college, and the more we're not have any idea. He started using her soul just so Azura could have revenge. Pawns to move around, just so Azura could have revenge. I still have research that keeps me busy. And
You had to cover your, unmentionables? Thank you. He's not a bad man. I have a couple bad with his coins and his drink. He traded to us. My husband Dagger still tell you regularly. I say you burn.
For I live Azura's star. Hand it over. I knew the Lady of Twilight. I will ask Azura to restore the star. I will commune with Azura, Mother of She wishes to speak Goddess to you, of dust and dawn. Your chosen champion. Place your hands on the altar, and you will hear.
Greetings, mortal. But his soul still resides within, protected by his enchantments. Until he is purged, eventually the star... No, only one option. Tell me when you are ready, mortal. Have faith, mortal. I will be watching over you.
There's something different about I was getting hungry.
And who are you to challenge me? This is my round. No.
The star is free to purify itself. Don't
My
worry,
star
mortal.
has been.
I will return as was destined. You are free to use my star as you see fit. Farewell, mortal. Know that.
Eastmir's beard, you're going to freeze this hole. Your reward has come for the throne of the High King. Winterhold's thanks. Now, perhaps others will listen. There is room in my court for a new thane. I could only grant my title to someone who is known. Make you my thane. Then by my right, I grant you this. I'll also notify the guards of your new title.
Sweet mother, sweet mother, sweet child, sweet mother, sweet child, sweet mother, sweet child.
You've come at last! I knew you would! Did the Black Sacrament. I just knew it!
Over with the body and the
Finally!
things.
My prayers have been answered!
An assassin from the Dark Brotherhood.
You've come at last! I knew you would! It worked!
I did the Black
I knew
Sacrament.
you'd come! I just knew it!
Over with the body and the things.
And then you came!
An assassin from the Dark Brotherhood. I did the Black Sacrament over and over with the body and the things.
There's
no
and
need.
then you came!
You're here.
An
So I know
assassin
you're
from
my
the Dark
mother.
Brotherhood!
She
The
died.
headmistress is an evil, cruel
I'm
woman.
right away.
Now.
They call
and
it
came
cruel.
home.
They said
Kind.
the
Black
terrible
Sacrament
orphanage
is counterable to all kill of us. us.
If you're looking for passage to Solstein, too bad. I'm not going back there anymore. May the...
Put on some damn clothes already. How did you manage to damage every description of the files that I've found in our Either way, there's no way of knowing, even if you want. I'm not quite in the mood to entertain guests.
I want to thank you for your help. I know my master can be a bit short at times. Here, even though you should have now, if you'll pardon me.
If you get me the logbook, I'll have proof of Shattershield's treachery.
They call themselves
They've been
the
around as long as I can
dastardly
remember.
group.
But they're more than brigands. No, never mind. Get to Dawnstar. Probably trying to find out about their Dawnstar to meet with the...
This is a shame. No, sorry. I'm going to keep repairing the boss at her coins was still intact, so whoever did this wasn't after all.
I saw a fellow running away, but didn't
Another
even
one.
look at him.
Terrible. I heard a scream and came running, but she was already. Spare a coin. This Talos regards the generous. Divines bless
Come
your
visit
kind heart.
Have you heard? Just like always.
Nobody saw anything useful, friend. We'll need to talk to the city. You can do better than the Legion of God. Just let anyone go around claiming to be on official business.
If you do not mind, Langley's house would be a bad idea, though. Let us go. What I want to discuss.
And what would I'm not much of a strategist. These are difficult times. My men are stretched. My men stop. Happy to lend a hand. Offer your aid and gladly. Guards will be told to assist you in finding the butcher. The Jarl has put out a bounty to slay a giant. I grew up here. Take a look at his history. Old as that more. We're trying to make some more. He seems to value not really fish.
What could it mean? All right, then. I noticed a trail of blood leading away from here. Helgerd's taken the body into the Hall of the Dead to prepare for burial. She's a little crazy, but if she knows...
Large diagonal cut from left shoulder. Well, she's dead. I mean, but I guess that's not me. I was only joking. At least not for somebody in here. Oh yes, the only unusual thing looked like they were made with the cuts. Well, the ancient Nords even have something like that. Blades on their neck, of course. I wouldn't. Now I really got to get back to the body. Large.
Any luck finding the butcher? Ugh. Have you been talking to Viola Giordano? She posts us all over the city, and someone keeps taking them down. Ask her about it if you want an earful. I've never seen anything like it. I would take this to Calixto at the House of Curiosities. He has a good eye for strange trinkets. Might even give you a bit of gold for it.
Finally, we're nearing the end.
Travel safely. It's dangerous out there.
Just a few seconds.
You're naked! I've been following him for months now. Well, not actually following. Trying to find him. The guards won't help. The people won't help. I'm the only one who thinks he can be caught. Oh, they care, all right. Just none of them thinks to do anything about it. They say I'm just snooping around bothering people. But I'm trying to save lives. They say they're too busy with a war. I say, what good is winning a war if we're still terrorized by one of our own? Huh? What's it say? Moonfirth. There have been rumors swirling about him for years, as long as I can remember. But he's a dangerous man. That's why they call him the Unliving. I wouldn't approach him directly. This information needs to go straight to the steward. He'll listen to you.
Welcome to the House of Curiosities. I offer a brief tour for a few coins, or you can simply browse at your leisure. My sister and I inherited a modest sum of money. We decided to travel and seek out whatever adventures we could find. As we journeyed across Tamriel, we encountered tales of exotic and wondrous artifacts. We decided to collect as many as we could. My sister passed away some years ago, so I settled down here and opened the House of Curiosities. I think she would be happy to know that our collection has brought smiles to faces both young and old. Indeed I did. For a few septims, I'll tell you about some of the most interesting curiosities in my collection. Very well. If you change your mind, you can usually find me here. In the meantime, feel free to look around. Let me see. Ah, yes. This is the Wheelstone. It's an heirloom symbol of the power of Windhelm. Traditionally, it's carried by the court mage. I would, be interested in acquiring it, if you're willing to part with it, that is. For a piece like that, I could pay 500 gold. Woundfirth? Bah, it's purely ceremonial, and he has no use for it. Besides, I wouldn't want to be the one to give it to him. Gives me the creeps. They say he dabbles in necromancy. Suit yourself. It's only of value to collectors, though. Good luck finding anyone else who will appraise it that highly. The Wheelstone? Have you decided to sell it yet? Wonderful. This will be a splendid addition to my private collection.
Long are you going to wait?
Any luck finding the butcher?
That's quite an accusation. I assume you have proof? I don't want to believe it. Woundfirth has been a trusted friend to Ulfric for many years. It pains me to see that the Whispers had truth to them. Woundfirth shall be apprehended. I thank you for your diligence in getting to the bottom of this matter. The streets of Windhelm are now safe.
If by message you mean shoving a sword through his gullet.
Taking his city and leaving him in disgrace would make a more powerful statement, don't you think?
So we're ready to start this war in earnest then?
Soon.
You beasts are the worst. Just leave me alone.
We've got other things.
It has to be filthy mouth. I've got to get this down.
What are you looking at? Ha! Heard of them? I've been captain in a crew of them for well on 9 years now. What's it to you? Aye, the war keeps the Empire and the locals a battle runs the blood Horkers. How did I can't just tell you I'm guessing you're more looking to cause some trouble for the Horkers. I think that'll just take my hide. We draw counsel at Jaffet's army now. My crew needs to gather. Windhelm won't go near in Hammerfell before the other Horkers know. Let's snip their secret.
I think I need to send
I grew up here. A lot of history in these walls. We're trying to make some more. You've done us a great...
I knew you could do it. I just knew it. I knew that our brothers would save me.
Put on some clothes, you damn fool. Finally,
Since we're short on anything else you want to get done, Halden? No
I've heard
argument.
of the man,
Even more
but
dangerous
never
than I
guessed
thought.
he'd join up with some
Head
pirates.
You're the one who's coming to Jaffet's Folly with us, right? All aboard.
Yes? Well, here we are. Hard to say. Halden's better to take care of it. You show yourself here. We'll all take out Halden more praise from Halden. Impressive work. Hope we started at that.
We're so grateful for your help. I can't express how much easier you made my job.
If you're looking for passage to Solstein, too bad. Surprise! I'm not going back there anymore. But I'm not going back there. There's a small elf town called something wrong about that. A handful of Nords living in Skyrim. Why? That wasn't my fault. It's hard to explain. I didn't know they were going to attack me. I remembered those people with the mask. Know how I got here. They were gone for a while. Then listening to me, I'm not going back there. Not going back to Solstein. Maybe taking you back to...
Be careful around the burial stones.
Precious, last time you explored the mine, you almost fell to your death. Almost. I'm not spending the rest of my days as a
Why should I tell you? I don't even know who you are. Maybe, mark my words. Been difficult trusting people. Secret, the East Empire might be swept under the rug and left Raven Rock with a... You're never the largest trading company in town. Rishon Skyrim, chartered by the Emperor Spencer, the East Empire exploring ancient ruins. My wife and I were cleaning out. I found an unclaimed lost survivors in the East Empire company. Some of the great value. They wanted Gratian locked so much of the mine off from everyone to find the entrance.
I'll bet some of these artifacts would fetch a good
Finally,
price.
I'm telling someone who believes something big down there. Look, something behind my company wanted to hide from me if I could find the answers that I'm looking for. I do. I want to know what journal of notes. Here's everything I have. The East Empire Company has finally keys. All of the names, please. I'm hoping it's me. She thinks that old age is realized. She cares about me seeing, but she has settled down and waiting for this never I just hope something happens even before I think that old age. Then I just hope both of you don't mistake my enthusiasm. I recognize the name. It's so strange. I don't know how I feel like it's from a dream. It sounds something about the Earthstone. I know I don't have much on. I may sound like a crazy old man, that's all I...
You there. May I ask what quite this means? Oh, wait, sounds very intricate. Perhaps it has something. I'm afraid I can't give you any answer. There are ruins of an ancient temple of building something. I'm very interested. And yet, you seem to have much to say about it. The city of Vivek was still but a shadow of decades for us to rebuild. It's the only place where rise above and it's the homeland of the Dung. We built great lesser races called us. The ignorant had rolling green hills them are destroyed. Red Mountain dominated by Red Mountain. Every now and then on Bernard. There is the defeated House Togon. They have saved us all from something. I'm very interested to find out what it seems to have doing so would interfere with what.
I'm here to help. You must fight against this.
Now through him our hands once were idle.
You there. What brings you to this place? I am Freya of the Scar. Here? I am here to either save my forget has taken control. My father's work on Saul, then you and I both. Let us go here. There is nothing. We need to find a way into the temple. A tree stone, my friends, beyond my help. His story. He served the dragon, but unlike most, the stories say he sought to claim Soul. He made his own path. There are few of us left. My father I fashioned an amulet to guard me. If I cannot find a way to take hold of the scar, there is no hope. An ancient stone represents one of the other stones on Solstheim, a part of the Allmaker's creation. Happened to them. We have lived on Solstheim. We tried to serve the Allmaker. To live in battle.
Dare set foot here. You have one dragon. You have no idea. After this realm is dragon war, and we have no power. They will finish chasing back. We can await my arrival.
What happened to you? It seemed as though you were not really here. And then, where? See you. Where is he? Also, can we reach him? Can we kill him? Come, we should look for a way out. Father, I have returned. No, there is yet more has confirmed that Mira was cowardly. After all this time, that storm has happened.
So you have seen things, yes? My magic grows weak. Really? And so does the area around that place. They speak also of short means what I fear. If you dragon turning here around will never be gone. But if like Mira, that is what the story Dragonborn? I am a Dragonborn, but our may mean that you could say you must go to Sarek. The few of us that you may be about Drake that had not forgotten us much of what is known as the lost that would return a Dragonborn, becoming very powerful. Some are defeated in long verse. This was how I believe if the forces had been destroyed, Mira and the sides were and you are Dragonborn.
Now, and bless me. Here. You're back. Please, tell me what you found. Let me see that. I knew it. Now that I have this journal in hand, thank you. Now, how's the story? You were a little more than a debt of gratitude. The best of all, when retired Raven Rocks and died, Relicus left behind a white face sign. I never knew my asked about that. When I was old at the land, I began working for it. I only had enough coin saved. I wanted to one of them back until I met some darling. You could have called him a bitter old hermit. Those cowards left the moment the ebony mine dried every single damn mistake. You know it as well as I come from Raven generations empty at all. My word, anyone Raven.
One step closer to my return.
The air is different. We are safe. Which means you have succeeded. As shaman of Skull Village, I serve as both a guide and a healer, as well as a keeper of traditions. I also remind the Skull to live as one with nature, and to honor the will of the All-Maker, so that we will be worthy to join him in death. You are an outsider, and I don't know if I can make you understand. I will try. The All-Maker is the maker of all things, and it is from the All-Maker that life flows like a great river. As all rivers must return to the sea, so all life returns in time to the All-Maker. I know our ways must seem strange to you, But the 9 gods of the Empire are equally strange to us. So it is. You have proven yourself an ally to the Skull, and so the Skull shall be allies to you. If you have released the Windstone and broken the hold on my people, perhaps you can do the same for the rest of Solstheim. I doubt it will fully stop whatever Miraak is doing, but it may slow his progress. I cannot help with that. None here can. You will need the knowledge Miraak himself learned. You will need to learn more about this black book. Miraak had this? This does not look like something of the dragon cult. It is a dark thing, unnatural. I would have nothing to do with it. But the dark elf wizard, Neloth. So the dragons have returned. He also is searching for them. In fact, he has already found one. He showed it to me when he came here. It was very like the one you found in Miraak's temple. A thing of dark magic, not of the All-Maker. Our traditions do not speak of them, but they and Miraak are connected. You read a black book and saw him. And the book's power comes from the same dark source as that which corrupted the Windstone. But beware, you are now walking the same road as Miraak. The power of the stone had been corrupted. It was the source of the influence that had taken control of the Skull. Your shout broke whatever evil will controlled the stone, and restored its true nature as a conduit of the All-Maker's gifts. Freeing the other stones will diminish whatever dark influence is spreading across Solstheim. Yes, there are 6 sacred stones. Wind, water, earth, beast, sun, and tree. Through them, the oneness of the land is maintained. Freya saw that the tree stone now stands imprisoned in Miraak's new temple. I doubt that you can free it until his power is broken. But you may be able to cleanse the other stones. Even if this does not stop Miraak, it surely will delay his return.
We don't get many visitors. Is there something you need? Tel Mithryn. It's the home of Master Neloth. You may have heard of him. He's a famous Telvanni wizard. In Morrowind, the Telvanni grow buildings from special fungus spores. Master Neloth grew one here to be his home. Don't ask me how. No, Talvis is his apprentice. I'm his steward. I manage the day-to-day affairs of Tel Mithryn. Until next time.
You again? Didn't I see you in Ravenrock? You refer to the tomes of esoteric knowledge that old Hermaeus Mora has scattered throughout the world? Is this somehow connected to your search for Miraak? If you have to ask that, you'd probably be best leaving his books to wiser heads than yours. Like all Daedric princes, he's not to be trifled with, but he is subtler than most of his ilk.
appropriate for the Prince of Knowledge and Fate. Many scholars and lore masters have been ensnared by the lure of learning the secrets that only Hermaeus Mora possesses. But don't worry, I have no intention of joining them in their endless search through the infinite halls of Apocrypha. You didn't know? I thought it was obvious. Hermaeus Mora has always tried to seduce mortals into his service with the lore of forbidden knowledge. Where the Black Books actually came from, no one really knows. Some appear to have been written far in the past. Others might be from the future. Apparently, time is more malleable if you're the Daedric Prince of Fate and Destiny. Found one? Yes. And you read it too, didn't you? Don't try to deny it. You've got the look. I can see it now. Dangerous knowledge is still knowledge and therefore useful. Usually turns out to be the most useful, in my experience. Now that is a dangerous path indeed. Hermaeus Mora gives nothing away for free. You may end up like Mirak, of course. Too power-mad Dragonborn. It could be very interesting. Oh yes, they're not hard to locate once you know how to look for them. I have one here that I've been using to locate more. Yes, I haven't been idle while this fascinating madness engulfed Solstheim. But my book isn't what you're looking for. I'm quite sure it is unconnected with this Mirak. But I do know where to find a black book that can help you. Oh, it is clearly not associated with the same power that has overtaken the island. And I'm not talking about Hermaeus Mora. These black books are all his, of course. No, what you're looking for is a specific book, presumably because Mirak's power derives from it. Yes, I do. I haven't been able to get it, though. But maybe together we can unlock the secrets the Dwemer left behind. Forbidden knowledge was somewhat of a specialty of the dwarves, eh? You don't think they would just leave it alone, do you? It seems the ancient Dwemer discovered this book and took it to study. I found their reading room in the ruins of Nachardak. The book is there, but it's sealed in a protective case, which I wasn't able to open. But perhaps the two of us together will be able to get at the book. To Nachardak, then. Follow me. I hope this is important. I do have a new spell I'm working on. I hope to be able to conjure ash spawn. If I could get a sample of ash from an ash spawn, that would be quite useful. I've made this special tool that will extract... Well, you don't need to know the details. Just go harvest a sample. Of course, the creature will have to be dead first, but I trust that's something you can bring about. If you have to ask that, you'd probably be best leaving his books to wiser heads than yours. Like all Daedric princes, he's not to be trifled with, but he is subtler than most of his book, appropriate for the Prince of Knowledge and Fate. Many scholars and lore masters have been ensnared by the lure of learning the secrets that only Hermaeus Mora possesses. But don't worry, I have no intention of joining them in their endless search through the infinite halls of Apocrypha. Hermaeus Mora has always tried to seduce mortals into his service with the lore of forbidden knowledge. Where the black books actually came from, no one really knows. Some appear to have been written far in the past. Others might be from the future. Apparently, time is more malleable if you're the Daedric Prince of Fate.
You've got to help me. I conjured an Ash Guardian, and now it's running amok. Hurry! Is it done? Is the Ash Guardian gone? What a relief. Master Neloth surely would have punished me had he found out. I can't pay you, but I could teach you the Ash Guardian spell. Although, maybe that doesn't sound like a good idea to you after this. I do have a staff I could give you instead, if you think the Ash Guardian spell is too risky. All right. But remember, don't cast this without a Heartstone. Otherwise, the Guardian will attack everyone, including you. Heartstones are only found on Solstheim, as far as I know. Master Neloth believes they may be fragments from inside Red Mountain that were flung here during the huge eruption 200 years ago. That's right. Don't be like me and have to learn the hard way. Here's the spell tome and a Heartstone so you can try it safely. Turns out that the spell requires a Heartstone to cast properly. I didn't have one with me when I cast it. If you cast the spell without a Heartstone, it attacks anything in sight. Cast the spell without a Heartstone, it attacks anything in sight. Heartstones are only found... Master Neloth believes they may be fragments from inside Red Mountain that were flung here during the... This is Master Neloth's tower. He's a Telvanni wizard. You've never heard of the great houses of Morrowind? House Telvanni is the house of the Master Wizard, one of the ruling houses of Morrowind. Master Neloth is one of the oldest and most respected members of House Telvanni. not so much with as for. I am Master Neloth's apprentice. He's teaching me the art of sorcery. Well, he is a very great wizard. It's a great honor for him to have taken me as his apprentice. To be honest, it's horrible. He's very unpleasant and hardly teaches me anything. Sometimes he uses me in his experiments. Even so, I pick up a lot from just watching him. He's off doing research in Ravenlock, I think. He told me all about it, but I can't seem to recall the details right now.
The Dwemer certainly knew how to build for the ages. These towers have outlasted their creators by millennia. The book is housed inside that dome. I'll need to unlock the door for us. Let's get on with it. The Dwemer of Nachardak appear to have been fond of these control pedestals. Luckily, I found a cube to operate it inside on my last visit. I sealed the door when I left to keep out ignorant meddlers. Let me unlock it. The book is just inside. So tantalizingly close. But trust me, no magic will open that. I'd have had the book already if it could. No, we'll have to do this the hard way. If we can restore the steam supply to this room, I'm certain I can open it. As you'll see, that's easier said than done. This way, to the boilers. Nachardak, the city of 100 towers. In its day, it was the largest of the great Dwemer archives, and perhaps the most advanced. In the old stories, when the Nords came to conquer it, it's said that Dwemer submerged the entire city beneath the sea until the invaders gave up. I have my doubts, but the city was a marvel of Dwemer engineering, now reduced to... As you can see, most of the lower levels of the city are flooded, but it isn't hopeless. The old Dwemer pumps still seem to work. Watch.
It's unnatural, building all these machines. If you ask me, the Dwemer got what they deserve.
So, if we can find 4 more cubes, we can turn these boilers back on and restore steam power to the room upstairs. Then I should be able to open the book's protected case. Bring that cube. We'll need it. Looks like most of the cubes were moved to the lower levels, perhaps to try to control the flooding before the city was abandoned. Interesting. That would suggest that the city must have originally sunk during the first cataclysm of Red Mountain. Or that the Dwemer's servitor continued to try to preserve this. shortly after their creator's disappearance. Three of the cubes are through here. This seems like a sensible place to start. You should be able to unseal this door with the control cube I gave you. You'll need a cube to unlock this door. I hope you remembered to pick up the cube I placed in the bed.
Took some Dwemer craftsman a year to build one of those things.
I hope the rest of the cubes are this easy to find, although knowing that Dwemer, I'd rather doubt it. These must be the great workshops of Najardak. Impressive, even in ruins. In the city's days of glory, it was reputed to be able to assemble a complete automaton in a single day. Much of the Dwemer's army at the Battle of Red Mountain must have come from here. Unfortunately, each cube we retrieve shuts down the corresponding pumps, raising the water level. We'll have to be careful. Let's see where this leads.
This place smells troublesome. It may be a good idea to ready our weapons. I am here for you. Okay then. Look at you, splashing about.
get all three of these bridges down in order to reach the pumpkin zone. We'll need to get all three of these bridges down in order to reach the pump control. We'll need to get all three of these bridges down in order to reach the pump control. We'll need to get all three of these bridges down in order to reach the pump control. We'll need to get all three of these bridges down in order to reach the pump control. We'll need to get all three of these bridges down in order to reach the pump control. We'll need to get... Of waiting around in this muck. I have an idea.
This expedition is...
Once you find the last one ready. Good luck.
like fighting these Dwemer creations. Where's the fun in killing something that doesn't even bleed? Watch out for the hot steam vents down here. They'll burn you worse than fire.
It's good to have everyone not running off to that damn sacred stone every night. I suppose I have you to thank for that.
This place is making my whiskers vibrate. I must admit, I am enjoying this. Smell that? Death and metal. Maybe
It's unnatural building all these machines. If you ask me, the Dwemer got
It should now
what
be
they
as
deserve.
simple as using the fuse to turn off the core motor. I'm ready to see if we can actually open this protective case. You do still remember why we're here. That seems to have done it. Good. Look out! Another steam Centurion! But at least it's finally done. Going to head back upstairs and see if the reading room has steam. So, it should be a simple matter to reduce the book.
I feel like this room is eating us.
So, another seeker after knowledge enters my realm. This is Apocrypha, where all knowledge is hoarded. Perhaps you will prove clever enough to uncover the secrets hidden here. Perhaps you are a fool or a coward. If so, you are in peril. Read your book again and escape before Apocrypha claims you forever. All seekers of knowledge come to me sooner or later. I am Hermes Mora, the guide of men, knower of the unknown, master of fates. You stand in my realm, mortal. You have entered my realm. You have sought out the forbidden knowledge that only one other has obtained. You are dragonborn, like Mirak before you, a seeker of knowledge and power. Look around you. You have done nothing here on your own. You could spend 100 lifetimes searching my library, and you will never find what you seek. I know what you want. To use your power as Dragonborn, to bend the world to your will. Here then, use the knowledge you need, although you did not know you needed it. The second word of power. Use it to bend the wills of mortals to your purpose. But this is not enough. Mirak knows the final word of power. Without that, you cannot hope to surpass him. Mirak served me well, and he was rewarded. I can grant you the same power as he wields, but all knowledge has its price. dragons submit to Mirak's voice. Without that power, you cannot face him. So say I, Hermaeus Mora, master of the tides of fate. He has served me long and well, but he grows restless under my guidance. His desire to return to your world will spread my influence more widely, but it will also set him free from my direct control. It may be time to replace him with a more loyal servant. One who still appreciates the gifts that I have to offer. Knowledge for knowledge. The Scar have withheld their secrets from me for many long years. The time has come for this knowledge to be added to my library. My word is as true as fate, as inevitable as destiny. Bring me what I want, and I will give you what you seek. Send the Skull Shaman to me. He holds the secrets that will be mine.
What happened? What did you see? Different people have very different experiences when reading these books. You're still acting surprisingly sane, too. What did he have to say? He must have wanted something from you. What secrets could they have worth keeping from old Mora? Sounds like a bargain to me. Hermaeus Mora learns some fascinating new ways to skin a hawker, and you become the second most powerful dragonborn that ever lived.
Dior, you must be calm. I'm sure there's a good reason Baldur left us.
Something isn't right, Fenard. I feel it in my bones and I smell it in the air. Baldur wouldn't leave without telling me.
Don't worry yourself over nothing, Dior. Do you want to head?
So the dragons have returned. Well, Hermaeus Mora. Old Herma Mora himself. So he is the source of Yirok's power. Of course. We have many tales of Herma Mora trying to trick us into giving up our secrets to him. And now he comes again for what we have long kept from him. So it falls to me to be the one to give up the secrets to our ancient enemy. I do not know if I have the strength to face him. The Tree Stone is still corrupted. The land is still out of balance. But with the other 5 restored, it may be enough. It will have to be. Yes. The Skal also tell of the day when we must finally give up our secrets. When Herma Mora finally wins. As shaman, it is my duty to guard these secrets, but also to decide when it is necessary to give them up. I believe that time is now. If I am wrong, may my ancestors forgive me. Give me the book. I will read it and speak to old Herma Mora myself. I will make sure he lives up to his part of the bargain. That is my hope as well. I am trusting that you will make this sacrifice worthwhile.
Father, you must not do this. That book is wrong, evil, against everything you have taught me my whole life.
I must, Freya. It is the only way to free Solstein forever from...
should meet our guest first. And so the first Dragonborn meets the last Dragonborn at the summit of Apocrypha. No doubt, just as Hermaeus Mora intended. He is a fickle master, you know. But now I will be free of him. My time in Apocrypha is over. You are here in your full power, and thus subject to my full power. You will die, and with the power of your soul, I will... Turn to Soul's time and be master. My own fate once again.
Did you think to escape me, Mirak? You can hide nothing from me here. No matter. I have found a new dragon born to serve me.
May he be rewarded for his service, as I am.
Mirak harbored fantasies of rebellion against me. Learn from the easy example. Serve me faithfully, and you will continue to be richly rewarded.
My son and I gather items to trade with travelers who visit the village.
One of the skull has gone missing. It is Baldur Ironshaper. As our only smith, Baldur is very important to the village. I do not remember Baldur acting strangely. Although now that you ask, I did see something in the woods on the day he disappeared. I saw two elves in the far distance dragging something behind them. Hunters often visit our land, so I thought little of it.
I see you like the feel of the air on your skin as much as I do.
South and west. If your road takes you that way, perhaps you could search for any sign of Baldur. The skull would be grateful.
It's colder down here. I don't like the cold.
I welcome you, friend of the skull.
That's close enough. Turn around.
Look out, this idiot is upset about something.
Someone help me! Outsider, I remember you. You're the one who freed the skull from the dark spell. Thank the All-Maker that you have come. These accursed elves have taken me from my home. No, my wounds are not serious. I don't think the elves were trying to harm me. Perhaps they intended to frighten me. At worst, I have a few bruises to show for my ordeal. I do not know this word, Thalmor, but if you mean the elves, they were trying to learn the secrets of forging Stalrim. Their leader, an elf named Ankarian, has a map. He says that it shows the location of a hidden source of Stalrim. Enchanted ice. As hard as iron and as cold as death. Stalrim can be forged into deadly weapons, but the art is known only to the smiths of the skull. They have a ship. They took me there and showed me the map. You will find it on the northern coast of the island. Please, do not let Ankarian make his weapons. Kill him or let him live. But take the map from him. It belongs with the skull. I will return to the village. When you have the map, please bring it to me there. And thank you. May the All-Maker bless your days. I am glad to be free of those elves. I've never seen such greed and treachery in a creature before.
You are trespassing. I strongly suggest you move. You will find him on the deck. Any hint of treachery, and your life. Get out of here before I lose my patience. So you know my purpose here. I suppose you must have found that dull at the dark side. Unfortunately for you, my mission here is also a secret. To protect it, I have no choice but to silence you. Now, give me one good reason that I should not kill you where you stood. I admit we are not making the progress I'd hoped. Perhaps you're right. This venture might be more trouble than it's worth. Very well, you have convinced me. We will depart the island shortly and seek our weapons elsewhere.
I have no gloves, and neither do you. Is this to scare our foes, or do you have another agenda?
It is good to see you again, my friend. Did you find the elves at their ship? I know you faced great danger to bring this map to me. There are no words to tell how glad my heart is. Thank you, brave one. I name you Friend of the Skull, and I will trust you with the knowledge of forging the Stalwyn. If you bring Stalwyn here to my forge, you can use my tools to make what you will from it. Until our next meeting, Skull friend. May your hunts always bring you game, and your crops grow tall and bountiful.
That's not something you see every day. As steward, I serve as an intermediary between the Jarl and her subjects. I also handle the less important and day-to-day policies that affect daily life in Riften. Lately, I've had my hands full suppressing these ridiculous accusations of corruption in the keep. There are those that believe the Jarl does nothing for this city, that it's corrupt and run by the Blackbriar family. I can assure you that this is entirely false. We are fully in control of everything. Maven Blackbriar is the owner of the largest and most profitable business in all Skyrim, the Blackbriar Meadery. We're pleased to have her in Riften. She brings stability, opportunities for employment, and strategic value to our city. I'd hardly call them a guild. More like unorganized rabble. In fact, I wouldn't say they were a threat at all. No, our resources should be spent on preparations for invasion. Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here is your reward.
You're welcome in Riften, as long as you continue to obey our laws.
Good to see you. I'm always trying to find more of Shalador's writings. I've heard whispers of more of his work having turned up. If you can track it down, it may prove useful to all of us. Malakath, watch over you.
You want to talk? Let us go.
Hello, friend. Of course, mages need to be reminded to be careful around research. I have a few things laying around that weren't worth adding to the collection. You may look through them. Please make sure your hands are clean before touching anything, all right? Till next time. Hello, my friend. And what do you plan to do with it? Do you even know what you're asking about? You think that even if I did, it would be kept under the highest security? The greatest thief in the world would... I don't know who told you that, but I'll do what I can. What we do have are plenty of books. I'll bring everything we have on them, but it's not much. So don't get your hopes up. It's mostly lies, leavened with rumor and conjecture. And what do you plan to do with it? Do you even know what you're... You think that it would be kept under the highest security? The greatest thief in the world wouldn't be able to lay a finger on it. Of course, I'll bring every... So don't get your hopes up. It's mostly lies, leavened with rumor and conjecture. Assorted books, scrolls. I'm sure you'll find something useful. All right, then. Here you go. Try not to spill anything on them. Hello, friend. Aye, that's the work of Septimus Cygnus. He's the world's master of the nature of Elder Scrolls, but, well, he's been gone for a long while. Too long. Somewhere up north, in the ice fields. He said he found some old Dwemer artifact, but well, that was years ago. Haven't heard from him since. Hello, my friend. Until next time.
good money for a pint of ale than one
Dig, Dwemer in the beyond. I'll know your
Elder
lost
Scrolls
empire and rise to
They
your
have I know
standard.
of one.
But I cannot go to it. Not
The
for
ones they
seconds.
thought.
For
The ones they thought they
have
saw.
arisen beyond its grasp.
Curse this chill. I should
Well, here as in this
On the
place,
cosmological scale,
Tamriel,
it's all
nearby.
One block lifts the
Relatively
other.
speaking.
Septimus will give what you want, but you must bring him something in return.
I hope we find spiders in here. I like killing them very much.
The ice into
To harness
the
it
heart.
is to
the
know
elder
the vein of
scroll
captives
upon
inside
the
the
Dwemer,
but
but
inside
it is not
the
in my
windows of
possession.
the opening
I
breath
am
of
well.
time.
I will be well.
Well, here as
to be
in
within
this
the
veil,
cosmological
inside the
scale.
walls.
Tamriel,
It's all
nearby.
Relatively speaking, one block lifts the other. Septimus
You
will
see
give
this
what you
master
want.
of
Septimus
Dwemer
is clever
deep
enough to
inside
find the
that
return.
have you heard
What an
of
idiot child
underneath,
compared to the
below
dullest
the
of
dark
functions
to its
of our
limits.
stellar
Its
reach lies just only
beyond.
Septimus knows the hidden key to loose the lock to jump beneath the deathly rock. But two things I have for
The
you.
round one
Two
for
tunics.
the edged
What
Dwemer
music is
one
since
inside.
find Mazark to
And
walk
its
guide
guide
us
us
set
to
level
to the
He
Dwemer,
knows
the
the
deep
library of knowing
this
the
is
lore
the
upon
secret.
you.
To glimpse the world inside an elder
Dwemer,
scroll.
proper
Erase
as
the
they
lexicon
always
of
do.
the mind.
The knowledge of
As
all
only
the
the
knowledge
without
you
art.
see
But
one
the elder
when it grows
scroll,
with glow.
sometimes
They
they
even
and
look at
I
Septimus
in the
neither
deepest
is any
doors,
harder
the
than
deepest
the
doors of
past.
the deepest doors of
begins. And this Dwemer lockbox is to
But it was
one of someone else, not by the
heart of you,
not
they
a
were
deep
already
gone.
imagination
And with
of
a
the
flair
Dwemer
for the
can
ironic
hold
of the
you
all-sight,
swore than
giving
trickery
my
to
darkness away.
watch out for the hot stones. It's unnatural, building all these machines. If you ask me, the Dwemer got what they deserved. Watch out for the hot steam vents down here. They'll burn you worse than fire. It's unnatural, building all these machines. If you ask me, the Dwemer got what they deserved. Dwemer creations. Where's the fun in killing something that doesn't even bleed? You go.
Dig Dwemer in the beyond. Give it quickly at the ceiling. I see it is lost stand this time, but none alive regard the vampire. Spare you his Falmer and something it will not the devastate. No, not even them. When its set is complete. The box contains the heart, the essence of a god. Their knowledge, it was thought to the daydream by the mere head to the Askermaeus Lord, to work his will. He brought me here. Some said spread maddening to him. For the secrets I can. Endure.
Come closer, bask in my presence. I am Hermes Mora. I've been watching you since you defeated Mirak. Your continuing aid to once that infernal. When that time comes, you shall take his place as my emissary. What say you? Be warned, many have thought as you.
The snow smells fresh today. It is a good batch.
Hello, friend. I'll start translating. Shouldn't take me more than a day or two. Malakath, watch over you. Good to see you. I only just got my hands on it. I can only work so watch over you.
been looking for you. That's not something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only.
You can't go to a party at the Thalmor Embassy dressed up. That.
If the Empire and the Storm folks want to kill each other over some foolish cause, I say
send
let
him
'em.
back when you get there and find nothing but old bones and cobwebs.
The Stonefist
Changed your mind? Decided you wanted to soldier for the Empire after... Consider that... Don't you Nords put any stock in your own tradition? Well then, repeat after me. Upon my honor, I do swear undying loyalty to the Emperor Titus Mede II. And unwavering obedience to the officers of his great empire. May those above judge me, and those below take me, if I fail in my duty. Long live the Emperor, long live the Empire. Welcome to the Imperial... Just remember, we take care of our own. Once you're in the Legion, you're in it for life. Speak to Behrend. He's normally out by the forge. He'll get you outfitted. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Legate Ricka has a special assignment for you. We're backing Elisif. When the moot meets, they'll do the sensible thing.
Not... Welcome to the Legion Auxiliary. Welcome to the Legion Auxiliary. Listen up. Ulfric's right-hand man, Galmar Stonefist, has located what he believes is the final resting place of the Jagged Crown. We're going to make sure he doesn't get his hands on it. The rest of my men are already assembling outside Corvinjune. I'll meet you there as soon as I finish up here. A legendary crown dating back to King Harald's time or before, a powerful relic of a golden age, long since past. Legend has it that the crown is made from the bones and teeth of ancient dragons and is said to increase the power of the wearer. Whatever the truth, if Ulfric gets his hands on it, it would be a powerful symbol around which to rally support for his cause. Well, to be frank, we don't. Its location was lost with King Borgus when the Great Hunt killed him off while on his Lushan campaigns. Supposedly, his body was brought back to Skyrim and secretly buried with the crown. Knowledge of that location was lost, in the Wars of Secession. But my agents report that Galmar is pretty damn convinced Corvin June is the tomb of King Borgus. I know Galmar. We fought in many wars together. He's not a sentimental man taken to fancy. If he believes the crown is there, he's likely found it. I am a loyal citizen of the Empire. My parents were legionnaires, and I followed in their footsteps. But more importantly, I am a daughter of Skyrim, and wish to see her made whole again. I've been a daughter of Skyrim all my life. I love this land, and her people. So do all the Nords that serve the Empire. Ulfric, too, once. He wasn't always a self-serving egomaniac. He fought in the Imperial Army in the war against the Dominion. But Ulfric and his Stormcloaks are deluding themselves. If there's any hope of a long-term victory against the Dominion, it's in the Empire. The rebels are only inflaming the tension and weakening the Empire by distracting it from its ultimate aim. I consider this conversation over. No, it's not as simple as that. You have your orders. Rendezvous with the rest of the men outside Corvinjune. I hope Ulfric will come to his senses, but I fear he's in too far to stop now. Likely only Ulfric's death or the overthrow of the Jarls supporting him will end this. Either way, much blood will be spilled. Don't wait for me. Get to Corvinjune as... In the absence of the moot, it would further legitimize her claim.
Perhaps. I'm entrusting you with what resources I can spare. But I'm warning you, if this turns out to be a waste of time and men...
It won't be a waste.
Make sure you take the auxiliary here. You can send him back when you get there and find nothing but old bones and cobwebs.
The Stonefist's no fool. He's found the crown, but we'll get to it first. What's the situation?
Stormcloaks were already camped out around the entrance when we got here. They don't know we're here yet, though.
Well, that's something at least. Looks like the damned rebels got here first. No matter. We have the element of surprise. Prepare to move out. Follow me. Listen up, Legionnaires. Those Stormcloaks are here for the same reason we are. Ulfric, the Pretender, wants that crown, but we're not going to let him have it. I realize some of you may know men on the other side, but remember this. They are the enemy now, and will not hesitate to end your lives either. General Tullius is counting on us to bring back the Jagged Crown, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Let's show these rebels what real soldiers look like. Everybody ready? We charge on my signal. Time to show what you're really made of. For the Empire!
I could have sworn I heard something right behind us.
Found should be around here somewhere. Spread out. Keep your eyes open.
Taken alone, the Draugr aren't so fearsome. They're far more deadly in greater numbers. Treasure, of course. Filled with traps, too.
sure you should be
I've only been a part of the Red Wave's crew for a few weeks.
The tenacity of the Imperial Legion is legendary.
Can't wait to kill another of Ulfric's boys.
We will oust Ulfric from Windhelm soon enough. Controlling them, Ulfric will want to take Whiterun from us. But we will hold fast. Excellent work, give the rebellion free rein. I have to admit, I had my doubts it even existed. That's what I like to hear. I need someone I can trust. I'll get the full report from Legate Great import to Jarl. We have it on good authority that Ulfric has raised enough men to attack the city of Whiterun. These documents contain sensitive intelligence for the Jarl's eyes only.
Hey there! No doubt requesting to garrison his men in my castle. How many times must I deny him? Well, out with it! I see. Give the papers to my steward. Don't be daft. Proventus is my eyes. Just give me the letter. I presume once I have it, I can do as I please with it? Good. These are interesting reports. Proventus, what do you make of all this? If Ulfric were to attack Whiterun...
As in all things, Lord, caution. I urge us to wait and see.
Pray wait.
I'm of a mind with Irileth. It's time to act.
You plan to march on Windhelm?
I'm not a fool, Proventus. I mean, it's time to challenge Ulfric to face me as a man, or to declare his intentions.
He'll do no such thing.
He was rather straightforward with Torrig.
Torrig? He simply walked up to the boy and murdered him.
That boy was High King of Skyrim.
I'm not the High King, but neither am I a boy. If Ulfric wants to challenge my rule in the old way, let him. Though I suspect he'll prefer to send his storm cloaks to do it for him.
True. He's already proven his personal strength. Now he seeks to prove his armies.
Then might I urge you to consider General Tullius's request? I mean, if you are bent on offending Jarl Ulfric.
Ulfric is the one who has offended. But Proventus has a point. Ulfric has made it clear. In his mind, to refuse his claim is to side with the Empire.
And what harm is there in letting a few legionnaires die in place of your own men?
It seems cowardly.
Was it cowardly, then, to accept the White Gold Concordat?
This again. That was different. Was I given a chance to object to the terms of the treaty? No. The Jarls weren't asked. We were told, and we had to like it.
The chests of gold didn't hurt.
Damn it! This isn't about gold!
It's time to decide.
Lord, wait. Let us see if Ulfric is serious.
Oh, he's serious. But so am I.
Finally.
You there. I have a message for you to deliver to our friend, the esteemed Jarl of Windhelm. Deliver this axe to Ulfric Stormcloak. How long have you been in Skyrim? Yes, give the man my axe. If he returns it to you, it means we have business to settle. If he keeps it, then we are at peace. Men who understand one another need not waste words. There are but a few simple truths behind one warrior giving another his axe. Ulfric will know my meaning. Proventus, bring me my pen, and the good parchment. Now, if you don't mind, I've got a... Yes, to General Tullius. I need to make a few things clear before I accept these legionnaires of his. Hey there! All right, then.
Yes? Make it quick. I'm a busy man. Is that so? I've been wondering when he'd come around. Oh, what's this? Ah, you're quite brave to carry such a message. It's a pity you've chosen the wrong side. You can return this axe to the man who sent it, and tell him he should prepare to entertain visitors. I expect a great deal of excitement in the city of Whiterun in the near future. I have shown the people that when our Jarls drink the Empire's milk, it makes us weak. I must now show them the path that will lead us back to our strength. There is no progress without sacrifice, no wheat without threshing the chaff. The Empire and the Jarls who back them must be swept away. The people demand it, I demand it. Sooner than you think.
Sir. Breathe. The outer walls. they get catapults? The city walls are already falling apart as it is.
My scouts tell me they're loading them with fire.
So, he wants to take my city. You've returned with my axe. I knew that would be his response. As soon as you left, I sent word to General Tullius, who's been kind enough to lend us some of his troops, and Legate Scipius here. Let Ulfric try to make it past our combined forces. I'll turn you back over to your legion. Legate Scipius will have use for you. Gods be with us all. Mutual advantage. Any fool can see that. For centuries, we have benefited from the Empire's protection and prosperous trade with the South. In exchange, the people of Cyrodiil sleep peacefully, knowing their northern border is guarded by the fiercest warriors in all Tamriel. Ulfric Stormcloak's head on a pike. Do you think Ulfric really cares about Skyrim's independence or the welfare of its people? I promise you, he doesn't. He's nothing more than a barbarian renegade whose lust for power has cost the lives of countless innocents. Keep safe.
The storm
My men are fearless.
in force.
It's the
Get down to the
Imperial
front
milk
line.
drink.
This is it. We must hold the city. Now move it!
It's not safe out here. Return to your homes immediately.
all of Skyrim. This is the day we send a message to Ulfric Stormcloak and the rebel Jarls who support him. But make no mistake, what we do here today, we do for Skyrim and her people. By cutting out the disease of this rebellion, we will make this country whole again. Ready now! Everyone with me! For the Empire! For the Legion! What the rebels like to forget is that the Empire is what's keeping the Dominion out of Skyrim.
The Empire and the Stormcloaks want to kill each other over some foolish cause. I say
By defeating Ulfric at Whiterun, we have solidified the allegiance of the Jarl. Perhaps the Stormcloaks will soon lose heart for this little rebellion of theirs once and for all. I'm promoting you to Quester. Take this blade, the symbol of your new station and responsibility. I'll keep an eye on your progress. The Empire rewards excellence, and so do I. You'd be wasted as a regular soldier. I have special plans for you. You'll be of greater use to me with greater flexibility. Make your way to our hidden military camp in the Pale. Rika will have important tasks for you, and will need you when we reclaim the capital. You'll be doing whatever Rika tells you to do. and I expect you to find creative ways to disrupt the Stormcloaks along the way. For the Emperor.
I'd pay good money for a pint of ale to warm my bones.
Dress yourself. Stay sharp. Questor?
Something to report? I need you to deliver some
But
false
first,
orders.
the
Need
Knights
to
of
get our
Hand
hands
see
on
if you
the
can,
ground
one
and
way or
win.
another.
Don't
Everything
well,
crashes as
soldier,
you go
can you
to
do
Windhelm.
this? I'll take my leave then.
Curse this chill. I should have dressed more warmly.
I need you to deliver some false orders.
the Night
get our
Storm
hands
has
see if you
already
can,
got
one way or
Storm
another.
Storm
Get me those
Well,
guns.
soldier,
can you do this? We do this for the good of Skyrim and her people. Never forget that.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only.
Come on in. Just stoke the fire. Take a seat and get the cold out. Ah, hello there, traveler. I tend to keep my patrons' privacy. It is? Well, that's different. He was here, but he left. If you leave now, you can probably catch him. Or you can just wait here. He'll be back soon enough. Here, take a look at this. Some of the Jarl's men came by and left this bounty letter. People say there's someone in Riften that can change your face, make you look completely different. Do you believe that? Anything you need, just holler.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here. Yeah, got this note. Don't know. Creepy fella, black robe, couldn't see his face. Paid me a pretty sum to get that into your hands, though. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
No time to talk. Out of my way. We'll see about that.
Very good. Let's see what you have here. Interesting. They know more of our plans than I expected. It would seem Fort Dunstad is in need of reinforcements. We'll make sure they won't be getting those. One moment while I correct some of these documents. That should do it. Make sure those forged documents get to the Stormcloak commander in Dawnstar. It'll throw him off our trail, allowing us to maneuver more freely. Mm-hmm.
Damn faithless Imperials. Is that so? I don't recognize you. Why aren't you wearing your Stormcloak colors? I suppose it would be. Good thinking. All right, let's take a look. Ah, good. Looks like the reinforcements for the fort are on the way. And we have some information about enemy troop movements as well. Excellent. It's not easy running messages, what with Imperial scouts crawling all over the place. Well done. Why don't you grab yourself a drink at the Wind Peak before heading back? I'll take my leave then.
Good job. I knew I gave the mission to the right person. Your objective is Fort Dunstad. Meet the soldiers preparing for the attack, then join them in wiping out the rebels. Once you prevail, we will garrison the fort. Well, soldier, are you up to the task? I knew I could count on you, soldier.
ready for a fight.
divine's sake, Skald, who do you think we're threatening with our old war wounds? We're not soldiers anymore.
Your man Horik is wearing his old Legion armor. What should I make of that?
He's proud of his service, Skald. The Legion taught us loyalty, and we're loyal to Dawnstar.
Most decent people
This
are
isn't
warm in
over.
their beds right now.
I catch you sending one letter to General Tullius. Unless you're here to solve... Excellent! You've done us a great service. Here is your reward.
Curse this chill. I should have dressed more warmly.
The only reason dragons are attacking is because Talos is angry with us for turning our backs on him. As soon as we drive the Empire out of Skyrim, the dragons will vanish. Mark my words.
This is as miserable as Windhelm. The sea breeze is an improvement, though.
Oh, the Stormcloaks are destined to win this fight. Talos is with us, and when you fight under a divine's blessing, victory is assured. Dawnstar has a history of being the site of battles that have crippled the fate of the Empire. I hope this remains true. Don't bother me again unless it's important. All right.
taste of home.
Battlefield is full.
Taking the Pale gives us another port in Dawnstar and puts us within striking distance of Windhelm. That should make Ulfric a bit more cautious, huh? Battles are won by trained and disciplined men. Wars are won by talented and exceptional individuals. I'm raising you to Prefect. Take this blade as a gift and symbol of your new rank. You've earned it.
The tenacity of the Imperial Legion is legendary.
Make your way to our camp in the Rift. We have a few surprises for the Stormcloaks lined up. You'll be doing whatever Rika tells you to do, for the Emperor.
Something to report? You're going to Riften. My spies report the Jarl's steward Anuriel has arrangements with the Thieves Guild that would be rather embarrassing if made public. I need you to find evidence of her corrupt activities and use it to gain a measure of her cooperation. This will require stealth and discretion. The Jarl's guards won't take kindly to anyone rummaging through her steward's private quarters. Good. I can always count on you, can't I?
You have a beautiful body.
Put on some clothes, you damn fool. Good journey to you.
That's not something you see every day. Not here. Come with me. Stay close and the guards will leave you alone. I suppose you're here to extort something from me? Is that it? Well, what is it you want? So, you're an Imperial spy. Interesting. I have no strong love for the Stormcloaks, but I can't say I'm all that fond of the Empire either. This war of yours makes it difficult for a resourceful woman to advance her interests. Perhaps we can find a way for both of us to prosper from this unfortunate discovery? What if I told you about a large shipment of gold and weapons? They're taking it by wagon to Windhelm. If you hurry, you'll catch them before they get far. It'll be a fairly slow-moving caravan. The shipment is quite heavy and guarded by many men. Now let's pretend we never had this discussion. I can assure you that this is entirely false. The Jarl has put out a bounty on the dragon that's been terrorizing the countryside. Here, take a look at this decree for details. You're welcome in Riften, as long as you continue to obey our laws.
Ysmir's beard, you're going to freeze to death. Yep. I just have one question for you. Light, medium, or heavy? Light armor for scouting detail. Heavy armor for full-on combat. Or something in between.
Nothing like the smell of a white-hot blade, eh?
This here is enough to keep your insides from spilling out. Except from the fiercest of blows, and shouldn't weigh you down too much. Now that's it. One free outfit per soldier. You lose that, or get it banged up. You'll need to pay like everyone else. Return anytime you need arms or armor. Forge. Never rests. Thank you for your role in all of this. It'd be my honor should you decide to make Whiterun your home. Speak with Preventus. He'll make the necessary arrangements. Keep safe.
Something to report? Excellent work. I knew you'd bring back something useful. It just so happens I've got some scouts along the road. Meet up with them and together see if you can't overpower the caravan.
That's not something you... Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here's your reward. You're welcome in Riften, as long as you... Welcome to Mistvale Keep. I'm Jarl Layla's steward, Anuriel. You're welcome in Riften.
Put on some clothes, you damn fool.
To obey our laws.
Good journey to you.